Chapter 907. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Liao Chun felt a headache coming. He thought that if he became a monk, he wouldn't be urged to get married. He was too naive. Gu Jiao stood on the side, gloating. Liao Chun chuckled. Why didn't they urge you? Don't think that he didn't know that she and Xiao Hong were just pretending to get married. Gu Jiao shook her little head. I'm engaged. This time it's real. Liao Chun's knee was hit by an arrow. He secretly clenched his fists. When he returned to Zhao country, he will urge Shangguan Qing to marry. And little Jing Kong. What's wrong with being 6 years old? Urge marriage. Start from child. After coming out of the mansion, Shangguan Yin asked the eunuch to pass her order to call the Ministry of Works to repair the Xianyuan family's mansion, so that when Xianyuan Qi and Liao Chun return from their visit to Jing Kong, they can live in the renovated mansion. When getting on the carriage, Shangguan Yin looked at Gu Jiao. Jiao Jiao, do you want to go to the palace with me? Duke, and Jiao Jiao wants to go back to the mansion with me. Shangguan Yin, she is my daughter-in-law. Dukin, she is my daughter. In addition, she's not married, so she's not my daughter-in-law. Liao Chun led the horse, looked at Dukin, and then looked at Shangguan Yin. Are you robbing people on the street? The two looked at Gu Jiao, waiting for Gu Jiao to make a choice. Gu Jiao blinked. Well, I have to go to the State Preceptor Hall later. I have something to do. The two were treated fairly, had no objection. Shangguan Yin sat in the carriage back to the palace, and Dukin also sat in the carriage back to the mansion. Gu Jiao turned over and mounted the horse, said goodbye to Xianyuan Qi and Liao Chun, and then disappeared into the boundless night. Liao Chun looked at her back and said strangely, this girl's fate with the Xianyuan family is really strange. As for how bizarre it was, he couldn't believe it even when he thought about it. The husband she casually picked up was the grandson of the Xianyuan empress. The little monk she adopted was the last bloodline of the Xianyuan war god. Even the red-tasseled spear she accidentally obtained was the divine weapon of the Xianyuan family. She was even adopted by Duke, and as his adopted son. She was a woman dressed as a man, so she should be his adopted daughter. Her fate with the Xianyuan family seemed to have been decided a long time ago. There was a deep bond between them. He even had the misconception that no matter how the wheel of fate spun, she would definitely come to the Xianyuan family. Yes, back to the Xianyuan family. Xianyuan Qi corrected him. What? Liao Chun was stunned. He didn't understand what his father meant. Xianyuan Qi stared fixedly at the small figure galloping into the night, but did not answer. Gu Jiao went to the Imperial Advisor Hall. She was the favored one of the Imperial Advisor Hall, and everyone in the hall had heard of her. They all knew that this new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry had won the Imperial Advisor Hall's favor. She could come and go freely in the purple bamboo forest, and her status was comparable to their big brother. Tonight, he was on duty in the purple bamboo forest. When he saw Gu Jiao coming, he was very surprised. Lulang, why are you here at this time? Is your master asleep? Gu Jiao asked. It was a bit late, and she came to try her luck. If the Imperial Advisor Hall was asleep, she would come again tomorrow. Yu shook his head. No, master has been sleeping very late recently. He paused and said in a low voice, I feel that master's condition is not very good recently. His body is deteriorating a bit too quickly. I suspect that he forced himself to do a divination again. There was a price to pay for divination and divulging the secrets of heaven. The divination he did for the Yin Kingdom had made his master 10 years older. Now, he didn't know who he was doing the divination for, but it felt more powerful than the last time. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. I know. She threw the reins to Yu-He. Boss hasn't eaten yet. Sorry to trouble you. Okay. Yu-He took the reins and went to feed the horse. Gu Jiao came with a small basket on her back. She brought something to show the Imperial Advisor Hall. The Imperial Advisor Hall was sitting on a cushion in the central room with an unfinished chessboard in front of him. Imperial Advisor Hall. Gu Jiao greeted him and sat down opposite him. The curtain at the door was rolled up and the back door was wide open. The wind blowing through the hall was slightly cold. You're here, the Imperial Advisor Hall said. I want to show you something. Gu Jiao put down the small basket and took out a brocade box from it. After opening it, There were a few dried purple grass flowers and 2 dried purple herbs. The fruit is gone. I sent it all to Shangguanqing. Originally, she kept some for research. Later, the Zhao kingdom sent a letter saying that the purple grass fruit was useful, but it needed to be taken for a long time. She sent the remaining half of the fruit back to the Zhao kingdom. The imperial advisor Hall's eyes fell on the dried plants. He was puzzled. These flowers are, Gu Jiao said, purple grass flowers. You didn't expect that the purple grass could bloom, right? I didn't know at first. It was Shangguanqing's father who went to the Dark Night Island and found that the purple grass could not only bloom, but also bear fruit. Its fruit can detoxify the poison of the purple grass and the strange poison in Shangguanqing's body. As for how many other poisons it can detoxify, I don't know. I haven't tested it. The Imperial Advisor Hall was enlightened. So that's how it is. Gu Jiao's understanding of the purple grass came from Marquis Xianping's handwritten letter. It was really hard for him. He couldn't read a word before, but now he could write a lot. She continued, the poison of the purple grass is the strongest, and the poison of the flower is second. The purple grass is a plant with strong vitality. It can grow anywhere, but it can only bloom and bear fruit in extremely cold places. The Imperial Advisor Hall asked, is it the purple grass found in the Dark Night Island? Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, it's the island where the Dark Night Gang is. There are many of them in the Dark Night Gang, all over the hills. According to the young lord of the Dark Night Gang, the purple grass originally came from the Dark Night Island. The purple grass in the 6 nations was stolen from the island. It's a pity that the purple grass they stole could not bear fruit. They all turned into poison. This is a major discovery. The Imperial Advisor Hall picked up a dried purple grass flower and observed it carefully. Did you do a divination again? Gu Jiao looked at his face, which had aged more than 10 years, and asked the question in her heart. Just a little. It's nothing. He didn't want to talk about it, and returned to the topic of the purple grass. I also have a discovery here. Oh, Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. The Imperial Advisor Hall put the dried purple grass flower back in a box and said seriously, Inin's mother was poisoned when she was pregnant. I suspect that she was poisoned by the purple grass poison. However, the poison was absorbed by the fetus in her womb, so it looked like her poison was cured. Why do you say it's a suspicion? Gu Jiao asked. The Imperial Advisor Hall sighed. I didn't think about it at that time. The purple grass poison is different from other poisons. The symptoms of poisoning are very complicated and full of changes. It's also difficult to diagnose from the pulse. Gu Jiao asked, why do you think it's the purple grass poison now? The Imperial Advisor Hall said, I heard from Duke and about Inin's childhood. Combined with my research on the purple grass poison, I came up with this guess. Inin absorbed the purple grass poison in Xianyuanzi's body. After she was born, she had been fighting against the poison, so her body was very weak for the first 2 years. After the purple grass poison merged with her body, she had a talent for martial arts. Even Mu Qingshun, who was 3 years older than her and had been practicing martial arts since childhood, couldn't beat her. In addition, I have another suspicion. Your body was once poisoned by the purple grass poison. Me? Gu Jiao lowered her head to look at herself. The Imperial Advisor Hall said, the second Lord of Shadows heard about the purple grass in the state of Zhao and set off there. I don't know why they wanted the purple grass. I only know that the purple grass appeared in the vicinity of Qingchuan village, where you were born. Xianyuan Zheng concealed his identity there for many years, but he couldn't find the purple grass whereabouts. Was the information wrong, or was the purple grass eaten by someone? Although he was asking questions, his tone was clearly leaning towards the latter guess. Gu Jiao also felt that the latter was more likely. She didn't have any evidence, so it was just her intuition. Then, did the Marchioness eat it, or did the original owner eat it? The Imperial Advisor Hall shook his head. There's no way to know. But no matter who ate it, I think it was a mistake. Gu Jiao asked, what about Xianyuanzi? How did she get poisoned by the purple grass poison? Was it also a mistake? The Imperial Advisor Hall shook his head again. It was the Han family who poisoned her. The purple grass poison isn't a medicine. On the contrary, It's a poison without an antidote. Very few people can survive it, let alone Xinyuan Zi, who is just a pregnant woman. The Han family's original intention was to kill both her and her child to attack Xinyuan Li. Gu Jiao continued. But they didn't expect to go for wool and come home shorn. Instead, I used Jing Yinin's body to transmigrate. It's so strange. Why did both Gu Jiao's mother and Jing Yinin get poisoned by the purple grass poison? Could it be that my transmigration has something to do with the purple grass poison? The state preceptor looked at the purple grass flower in the box and said, "What we saw was the shape of the purple grass flower, but maybe the purple grass flower contains dark matter that we can't see. Maybe it was this dark matter that brought you here from another time and space." Gu Jiao frowned. "Does this happen to other people?" The Imperial Advisor Hall said, "As far as I know, no." Gu Jiao fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she thought of something and hurriedly took out the medicine box from the basket on her back. "What are you doing?" The Imperial Advisor Hall looked at her and asked. Gu Jiao opened the medicine box. "You can't put anything in this box. If you do, it will disappear into another dimension." The Imperial Advisor Hall understood what she was going to do. He didn't stop her because he also wanted to know the result. Gu Jiao picked up a dried purple grass flower and gently put it in. Then, she closed the lid with a click. She waited quietly for a while and then opened the lid. The two people's eyes fell on the medicine box, and their expressions changed. Chapter 908. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. The purple grass is still there. What does this mean? It means that the purple grass came from the small medicine box. Or to be exact, the unknown dark matter attached to the purple grass came from the small medicine box. Gu Jiao blinked in confusion. But didn't Chang Jing say that the purple grass on the island was planted by the first island owner? What the hell is going on? State Preceptor thought for a moment and said, "If you want to know the answer, I'm afraid you can only go to the Dark Night Island. This is not urgent. Didn't Yi Qing stay on the island? Maybe when he comes back, he can bring back some useful information." Gu Jiao nodded. That's the only way. Her wedding was imminent. She couldn't leave the groom at this time and go to the Dark Night Island alone. Gu Jiao suddenly said, "Speaking of this, I forgot to ask adoptive father, has the wedding date been set?" "It's set." State Preceptor said, "October 18th, an auspicious day. Isn't that my 18th birthday?" Gu Jiao tilted her head and squinted at him. "You calculated an auspicious day?" The State Preceptor nonchalantly placed another chess piece on the board. The Imperial Astronomer calculated it. Gu Jiao, there is no Imperial Astronomer in the Yin Kingdom. State Preceptor, now there is. Gu Jiao, State Preceptor said, there are only a few months left. Besides, you are not waiting in the Yin Kingdom. The people of Duke Ongua's mansion have already gone to the Zhao Kingdom. The houses should be ready. A few days ago, Duke Ongwa played chess with me. He said that the wedding team is ready and can leave at any time. Adoptive father is so considerate. Gu Jiao was very happy. She held her chin with one hand and leaned her elbow on the small table. She looked at him calmly. Is your transmigration also related to the purple grass poison? State Preceptor said without hesitation, no, my situation is different from yours. Gu Jiao was disappointed. Oh, the State Preceptor looked at the night scene in the forest and said to Gu Jiao, it's getting late. You should go back. Oh, Gu Jiao stood up. It's indeed quite late. I'll go back first. Yes, the State Preceptor replied. Under the moonlight, Gu Jiao took out a mask and led Black Wind King out of the purple bamboo forest. When you see your big brother, you have to cover your face. This time, the Gu army also withdrew from the border. However, their route back to the Zhao Kingdom did not pass through Xingdu of the Yin Kingdom. They went through Cangzhou. Only the old Duke, Gu Changqing, and Tang Yueshan secretly came to Xingdu. The three of them stayed in the public house. Gu Qingfeng had an ulterior motive in showing off his exclusive room to them, indicating that he was among the first batch to stay there. The three of them looked down on him. Gu Changqing took a hot bath in the public house. After changing into dry clothes, he went to the State Preceptor's hall. Gu Changqing could not let the world know what he was going to do. He waited for his sister to come out before going to the state preceptor. State preceptor. He greeted politely. I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you? You don't look well. Are you too tired these days? He knew more or less about what happened in Chengdu. His brother Gu Qingfeng was only responsible for playing the role of a healthy monarch. The state preceptor was in charge of all the affairs in the imperial court. His Majesty has ascended the throne. I'll be relaxed in the future. His words were tantamount to admitting that his weakness was caused by excessive fatigue. He looked at Gu Changqing. How are you? Are you recovering well? Gu Changqing said seriously, I'm recovering well. After becoming a death warrior, I feel that my skills are better than before. A death warrior's life is shorter than ordinary people, but I don't regret it. The state preceptor laughed dryly. As long as you're happy. Gu Changqing looked at the state preceptor solemnly. There are actually 2 reasons for my late-night visit. First, to thank you. Second, I've finished the medicine you gave me to hide my aura. The state preceptor smiled slightly. I'll get it for you. After saying that, he got up and went to the study to get a bottle of pills and handed it to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing took it in his hand and thought of something. He asked strangely, I have a question that I've always wanted to ask you. Go ahead. Why does the medicine I took in the state preceptor's palace smell different from the medicine you asked me to take to the border? The color is also different. The state preceptor put on a fake smile and thought, because the first time I gave you the ebony pill, and the second time I gave you the all-nourishment pill. The state preceptor asked, have you had a nosebleed recently? Gu Changqing said, yes. I'll give you another bottle of medicine. Don't worry, the effect is the same. The state preceptor went to the study without changing his expression and decisively changed a bottle of lotus fire pill. Gu Changqing left the consultation fee and took the pills back to the public house. Duke ordered that the wedding procession would set off in 3 days. The public house was busy counting the young master's dowry overnight. As for why the young master wants to marry a man, we don't know, and we don't dare to ask. Marquis Xianping probably didn't expect that Dukin would dare to marry Gu Jiao as the young master, so he was a little naughty. In the public house's phone courtyard, it was a different scene. The old Duke, Gu Qingfeng, and Tang Yueshan all lived in the public house. Naturally, they would have heard about the marriage between Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao. Gu Qingfeng had known about Xiao Heng's true identity long ago. The old Duke and Tang Yueshan knew about it later, before they entered the Yin Kingdom. The old Duke was very angry. What are you angry about? Tang Yueshan didn't mind the drama. Are you angry that she didn't want to go back to the Marquis' mansion and came to the public house to be a young master? Or are you angry that old Xiao didn't go to the Marquis' mansion to send the engagement letter and betrothal gifts here? Since he followed Marquis Xianping, Tang Yueshan had not only learned to be indecent, but also learned to poke the heart. His poke was accurate, and the old Duke was very angry. Tang Yueshan gloated. You can't blame her and old Xiao. You didn't recognize her in the first place. Now she doesn't recognize you. Isn't it human nature? Gu Qingfeng pursed his lips. Recognize what? That girl wasn't Gu Jiao's mother at all. The old Duke didn't think about not recognizing Gu Jiao, but he didn't value a granddaughter that much. He valued his little brother, but who would have thought that little brother was Gu Jiao? That girl still didn't know that he already knew that she was Gu Jiao. She always wore a mask in front of him and called him little brother. He was really angry, but he couldn't say anything. Otherwise, it would be awkward. What's wrong with you? Gu Changqing stepped into the room. The atmosphere in the room was too strange. His brother was dejected, his grandfather looked very cold, and only Tang Yueshan looked gloating. The old Duke and Gu Qingfeng didn't want to talk. Tang Yueshan said with a smile, What else can it be? You're angry about that girl's marriage. You say, she has 3 brothers, but she didn't marry from the Marquis' mansion. Who carried her on the sedan chair? Gu Qingfeng said without thinking, Of course it's me. Gu Changqing quickly changed the topic. He frowned. I'm the eldest brother. I should carry her on the sedan chair. Gu Qingfeng chuckled. Big brother, are you already engaged? According to the customs of the Zhao Kingdom, you can't carry your sister on the sedan chair. I almost forgot about this. Gu Changqing clenched his fist. You can't either. You broke the family rules. You have to reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors. Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. What family rules did I break? Gu Changqing turned to the old duke. Grandfather, he is the #1 thief in the capital, Fei Shuang. Gu Qingfeng's body trembled. Damn, my brother sold me out just like that. He just carried that girl in the sedan chair. Did he have to do that? Don't blame me for what you did. Gu Qingfeng glared. He stood on tiptoe and looked Gu Changqing in the eyes. He pointed at his nose and said fiercely, Your Zikao poison has expired. You didn't become a man of sacrifice at all. Gu Changqing sucked in a cold breath. His eyes widened in disbelief, and something in his mind collapsed with a bang. Tang Yueshan couldn't help laughing. Gu Changqing had become so powerful because he thought he had become a man of sacrifice. No wonder he had been secretly taking medicine recently. The 3 brothers of the Gu family were famous for their harmony. It was rare to see them fall out with each other. Okay, you guys continue. I'm happy to watch the show. The brothers then remembered that Tang Yueshan was still in the room. How they fought was their own business. They would not allow an outsider to laugh at them. Gu Qingfeng immediately turned his gun to Tang Yueshan. He looked at the precious Tang Bao in his hand and said coldly, Fatty Tang, what are you so proud of? Your precious Tang family, Bao has already been touched by that girl countless times. Gu Changqing said sarcastically. She put it back after she touched it. I was the sentry. You didn't expect that, did you? Tang Yueshan felt like he was struck by lightning. His Bao. He would never allow anyone to touch his Bao. At that moment, Gu Jiao came back from the purple bamboo forest. Although she left earlier than Gu Changqing, she went to buy something on the way and came back a little late. She came because she heard the noise in the room. She adjusted the mask on her face and was about to ask what had happened when Tang Yueshan, who was holding his precious Tang Bao, glared at her with a hurt expression. Old Gu already knew that you were his granddaughter, Tang Yueshan said through gritted teeth. Gu Jiao, old duke. That night, Tang Yueshan was beaten up badly. 3 days later, on a sunny morning, the wedding procession, escorted by the Black Wind Cavalry and the Shadow Troop, left the Duke Anhua's mansion and went to the kingdom of Zhao. Chapter 909. Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. The newly ascended Empress was busy with state affairs. Shangguan Yin sat in a chair and looked at the mountain of memorials in front of her. She felt a headache coming on. Being a monarch is so tiring. I suddenly regret it. Shangguan Yin gritted her teeth and picked up a memorial. The emperor of a generation had a court of ministers. The original favorite of the imperial study was Zhang de Quan, but now Zhang de Quan followed the retired emperor to Tai Palace. Shangguan Yin promoted a chamberlain named Wu Cixi. Wu Cixi came in with a bowl of boiled lotus seed soup and came to Shangguan Yan's side with a smile. Your Majesty, you have been approving memorials for an hour. Take a rest. Shangguan Yin put the writing brush on the holder and tiredly leaned on the back of the chair. I've been approving memorials for an hour, but I haven't approved many memorials. Wu Cixi smiled. Your Majesty has approved a lot of memorials. Moreover, you have just ascended the throne, and all the civil and military officials are counting on you. You must take care of your dragon body. Shangguan Yin looked at the lotus seed soup he handed over. Wu Cixi understood and moved the memorials in front of her away, and carefully put the lotus seed soup in her hand. Shangguan Yin scooped a spoonful and was about to drink when she thought of something and asked, Has the wedding procession set off? They set off. Wu Cixi said, They should have left Xingdu by now. Shangguan Yin sighed. Wu Cixi smiled and wanted to say something but stopped. Shangguan Yin noticed a strangeness and asked, Is there anything else? Wu Cixi smiled embarrassedly. The 20 young masters from Jin country are still arranged in Chuxiu Palace. I don't know how your Majesty plans to settle them. I haven't settled them yet, Shangguan Yin whispered. Jin country could send anything, but they sent 20 handsome men. Why does she want to fill the harem? Her son is already so big, she sternly said. Among these people, maybe they are all spies from Jin country. You arrange it yourself. Just don't let them starve to death. Yes. Wu Cixi smiled. He felt sorry for them. Those men were really very handsome. Since the crown princess had become the empress, it was reasonable for her to expand her harem. Your Majesty, Yin Shanjun requests an audience. A young eunuch's report came from outside the door. Shangguan Yin put down the spoon. Serve. Wu Cixi looked at the door and cleared his throat, raising his voice, summoned the Yin mountain monarch for an audience. Shangguan Yin silently glanced at him. Wu Cixi turned around and smiled embarrassedly. This is the first time for this servant as well. Now that he could announce his arrival, he could have some fun. Yin Shanjun entered the imperial study and cupped his hands in greeting. Your Majesty, Shangguan Yin asked, why did Imperial Uncle come here today? Yin Shanjun looked around. All of you withdraw. Shangguan Yin said. Yes. Wu Cixi and the eunuchs and palace maids in the imperial study respectfully retreated. Shangguan Yin saw Yin Shanjun staring at her bowl, so she pushed the bowl to him. Do you want to eat lotus seed soup? I didn't move. Yin Shanjun came to the desk and sat down. He took the lotus seed soup and an empty teacup from the side. He smiled faintly and said, to tell you the truth, I came here today to bid farewell to your Majesty. Shangguan Yin asked, you're leaving again? Yin Shanjun slightly smiled and said, there's nothing for me to do in Shang. Do I want to take Light Shui out for a walk? Shangguan Yin secretly muttered. One after another, they all left. Yin Shanjun paused and said with a pleasant expression, in addition, I came to ask your Majesty to take back my royal status. Shangguan Yin looked at him strangely. Why do you want to take it back? I already said that I won't pursue the matter of you hiding troops. That's not the reason. He bowed his head and smiled bitterly. I'm not a member of the great Yin royal family. I'm the child of Imperial Mother and the two Jue. I know, Shangguan Yin said. She looked at him without blinking. After experiencing so many life and death situations, her eyes no longer had the naivety of her youth. Instead, they had the perseverance of a superior. The only thing that remained unchanged was that in the face of people she trusted enough, she didn't have any thoughts of beating around the bush. Yin Shanjun averted his gaze and looked at the scenery outside the window. He sighed helplessly. In addition, Imperial Brother and I are not blood brothers of the same mother, but different fathers. Imperial Brother is a child that Imperial Mother adopted from Beauty Lu. Back then, Imperial Mother gave birth to a baby girl, while Beauty Lu gave birth to a prince. In order to consolidate her position as Empress, Imperial Mother and Beauty Lu exchanged their children. Beauty Lu was unlucky and died a few years later. You can rest assured that it wasn't Imperial Mother who did it. Otherwise, Imperial Brother wouldn't be so filial to Imperial Mother. Shangguan Yin was surprised. There is such a thing. Does he know? Yin Shanjun looked at her again. You mean Imperial Brother? You should know that Princess Annal is Imperial Mother's flesh and blood. Shangguan Yin recalled. No wonder he is so close to Aunt Annal and asked me to be filial to her when I grow up. Yin Shanjun said, Princess Annal's fiefdom is in the South County. It is the richest fiefdom except for your fiefdom. Shangguan Yin looked at him suspiciously. Why did you suddenly tell me this? Yin Shanjun smiled and said, if I don't tell you, how can you agree to take back my royal status? Shangguan Yin said bitterly, you don't want to be my imperial uncle? Yin Shanjun sighed. I was bullied by you since I was a child. It's meaningless to be your imperial uncle. Shangguan Yin whispered, I didn't mean it. Who told you to be so weak? Okay. Yin Shanjun said, what's okay? Shangguan Yin was surprised. Yin Shanjun put the lotus seed soup back in front of her. You like to eat lotus seed soup, but you never eat lotus seeds. Shangguan Yin stared blankly at the lotus seed in the empty cup. I have this problem? She was careless about clothing, food, housing, and transportation. She never cared about such details. When Wu Cixi asked her what she wanted to eat, she casually said lotus seed soup. But when the lotus seed soup was served, she didn't eat it. Is it because she doesn't like the lotus seeds inside? Yin Shanjun smiled and stood up. Your Majesty is busy with state affairs. I'll go first. Shangguan Yin nodded. Yin Shanjun turned and walked out of the imperial study room. When he went out, his footsteps suddenly stopped, Shangguan Yin, the next time we meet, I will not be your imperial uncle. The wedding procession left Chengdu in a grandiose manner. Xin Yuanqi doesn't like to sit in a carriage, he rides a horse. Liao Qin also rides a horse to accompany him. The father and son enjoyed a rare, leisurely time after their reunion. The grandfather and grandson of Gu family and Tang Yueshan, who originally wanted to ride a horse, had to sit in a carriage at this time. Tang Yueshan's face was bruised and swollen. There was a big bump on his head. His left arm was wrapped in a bandage and hung around his neck. His face was covered with a pink page band-aid, and his left nostril was stuffed with cotton. It could be said that he was very miserable. He said with grievance, "I just told the truth. Look at how you beat me up. So many people ganged up to bully me. You don't have any morals." Gu Chengfeng coldly snorted. "You deserve it." Hiss! As soon as his voice fell, he gasped in pain. His situation was not much better than Tang Yueshan's. After his grandfather learned that he was the great thief Fei Shuang, he severely beat him up. He was also covered with bruises and bandages. Gu Chongqing was different. He hadn't been beaten or punished, but his faith had collapsed. He sat on the horse carriage in a daze, like a puppet that had lost its soul. The old Marquis glared at the three of them in exasperation and silently covered the gauze on his head. He was also injured. It was so embarrassing that he slipped and fell in a hurry to leave the scene. His forehead hit the door sill and his head almost split open. In the whole thing, the only one who was not embarrassed was probably Gu Jiao. She was not affected by the horse at all. She sat in the carriage leisurely and counted the gold that Dukin gave her. "Are these all mine?" She held a small box and looked at the 9 small boxes on the floor. Dukin smiled dotingly. "Yes, they are all yours." Gu Jiao was very happy. She concentrated on counting the gold. Dukin looked at her gently. The afternoon sun shone in through the open window. It was quiet and beautiful in the carriage. The road after spring was easier to travel than in winter. After a long journey of a month, the group finally arrived at the capital of the Zhao Kingdom. This was not just an ordinary marriage. It was also the first marriage between the two kingdoms. Xin Yuanqi, Duke Un, and Liao Chun went to the Zhao Kingdom as envoys of the Yin Kingdom. Their whereabouts along the way were sent to the palace by the courier stations. The emperor of the Zhao Kingdom was very excited. This was the first visit from the Yin Kingdom. He attached great importance to it. He ordered people to go out of the city early to welcome them and set up a welcome banquet in the palace. When the news spread to the Vermilion Bird Avenue, Princess Xinyang was practicing calligraphy with Shangguan Qing in the courtyard. Shangguan Qing finally experienced his mother's strictness. 10 copybooks a day. He was not allowed to eat until he finished practicing. Marquis Xianping was playing with his daughter in the courtyard. Xiao Yi was 5 months old. She had just learned to turn over a few days ago. She was lying on the big bamboo bed, giggling because of her father. "What did you say? The envoys of the Yin Kingdom are here? Then, the people from the Duke's mansion are here too?" Princess Xinyang looked at the guard who reported to her at the door. She knew that Gu Jiao lived in the Duke's mansion. The guard cupped his hands. "Princess, Duke Un and the young master of the Duke's mansion are here. Tenli Hongzhuang is also here." Princess Xinyang was stunned. "What young master? Tenli Hongzhuang?" The guard had just heard the news from the courier station. He glanced at the nonchalant Marquis Xianping and braced himself to say, "It said that the Marquis sent people to propose marriage to the young master of the Duke's mansion. The Duke agreed to the marriage and brought his son to marry the young master. Now the whole capital is saying that the young master is going to marry a man." Princess Xinyang looked at Marquis Xianping and snapped the brush in her hand. "Xiao Ji." Chapter 9:10. She was just wondering why he did not make her angry these past few days. He thought that, after having a daughter, he would really become a proper and loving father. But look at what he had done. Xiao Ji was so quiet. She must be up to something. Shangguan Qing looked at the broken brush, and his eyes widened. "No way. Is the princess's mother so fierce?" Marquis Xianping gently coughed and calmly said, "What are you calling this marquis for?" Princess Xianyang's entire body trembled with anger. "Look at what you've done. When did you go behind my back to propose marriage to the Duke's Manor's young master? Young master? What do you take Ahing for? Marquis Xian Ping's teeth hurt. The Duke's Manor's young master was Gu Jiao. There is nothing wrong with him going to propose marriage to Gu Jiao for his son. He had just been a little mischievous, and the average person would not take advantage of him. They would marry Gu Jiao off as the daughter of a wealthy family. The one surnamed Jing. Did you play around so much? Princess Xian Yang's anger continued. This is great. The entire world knows that Ahing is going to marry a man. She glanced at the inkstone on the table. Shangguan Qing's eyelids twitched, and he quickly reached out to press down on the inkstone. Princess Xian Yang gritted her teeth and changed to grabbing the stone on the table. Shangguan Qing nimbly pressed down on the stone. Princess Xian Yang went to grab the whip on the stone bench. Shangguan Qing rushed over and pressed down on the whip. Princess Xian Yang was furious. Xiao Qing, get out of my way. Do you also want to be beaten? Shangguan Qing glanced at his father and hesitated for a moment before silently getting out of the way. Marquis Xian Ping, Princess Xian Yang grabbed the whip. Eugene, carry Yi back to her room. Eugene secretly shook her head and walked over to the father and daughter pair. Marquis Xian Ping naturally would not sit and wait for death. Moving his body, he used his qing gong to rush out. Princess Xian Yang became even angrier. She clenched her fists. Wah! Xiao Yi flipped over on the bamboo bed and lay flat, reaching out her fair and tender little arms towards Princess Xinyang. Princess! Eugene turned to look at her. Princess Xinyang sighed helplessly. She handed the whip to Shangguan Qing and walked over to pick up the little fellow on the bamboo bed. Xiao Yi grabbed her collar, buried her head, and started to look for milk. Princess Xinyang looked at the little guy who had made him move herself. She was both angry and amused. Her anger immediately decreased by half. Little clever. The team of envoys from the Yin Kingdom left the courier station and arrived at the West City Gate in the evening. Outside the city gate, the officials of the Zhao Kingdom had been waiting for a long time. The leader was a young man in a red official robe. In the country of Zhao, the robes of 9th rank sesame officials were cyan, 7th rank and above were green, 5th rank and above were red, and only 3rd rank officials were allowed to wear purple official robes. This man was very young. He looked no more than 20 years old, but he was already a 5th grade martial artist. He wore a black gauze hat, his skin was like jade, and his face was exquisite. He had a jade-like noble temperament, and he didn't seem inferior when standing beside a first-rank official. When the team got closer, Grand Secretary Yuan raised his hand at him, indicating that he should go greet them. He nodded and walked to the front of the team of Yin Kingdom's envoys. He first cupped his hands at Xianyuan Qi, who was at the front. Grand Marshal. Then he cupped his hands at Xianyuan Zheng. Crown Prince Xianyuan. Liaochen was wearing armor and a helmet, so no one could see his bald head. Otherwise, who knew how many people would be frightened when he called him Crown Prince? The father and son looked at the young man in front of them. A trace of surprise flashed through their eyes. Was it because he was a crown, or because he had changed into an official robe? He seemed to be more mature. Who are you? What are you here for? Xianyuan Qi asked in a tone. He looked at the first carriage in front of the team and said with a deep gaze, Xiao Heng of Marquis Xuanping's mansion is here to welcome my fiancée. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere immediately changed. The Black Wind Cavalry didn't know that Gu Jiao was a girl. They all muttered disdainfully, What fiancé? Our young commander is a man. Hey, Wenren Chong, don't you think this Xiao Heng looks a bit familiar? Have you seen him somewhere before? Wenren Chong said, The Emperor's grandson what? Zhao Dengfeng asked. He looks like the Emperor's grandson, Wenren Chong said. Except, he doesn't have that mole on his face. Zhao Dongfeng's jaw almost dropped. No way. Our Emperor's grandson. No. He's a prince now. He came to Zhao country to be a young marquis. What's going on? Wenren Chong said indifferently. You ask me? Who should I ask? They and Li Shun were the few people who weren't surprised that the young commander was going to marry a man. After all, they had seen the young commander flirting with the emperor's grandson in the army camp. Sai, what a good young commander. He could get any woman he wanted, but he just had to like men. The carriage's curtains were tightly shut. They could only hear the youth's clear and bright voice from inside the carriage. Who is your fiancé? Xiao Hung stared at the carriage's curtains without blinking, as if he was looking through the curtains at the woman inside the carriage. It's the person sitting inside the carriage. I'm the only one in the carriage. I am a man. Have you thought it over clearly? Do you really want to marry me? Xiao Hung said without any hesitation. I'll marry you. I'll marry you even if the mountains collapse and the earth cracks. It doesn't matter if you are a man or a woman. You are still my Xiao Heng's wife. Under the carriage's canopy, the hollow wind chimes gently swayed in the breeze, melodious like a young girl's voice. Grand Secretary Yuan closed his eyes. His hands were tucked into the wide sleeves of his robe. It's over. It's all over now. His newly promoted cabinet pillar had the matter of marrying a man's wife. So many officials and commoners had heard about it. There was no way to clear this matter. Xiao Hung, oh Xiao Hung, for the sake of marrying a wife, you're even going to disregard your own official reputation? Sigh. Grand Secretary Yuan couldn't bear to watch. Hua. The carriage's curtains were moved aside. A slender figure walked out with a bow. She was dressed in a green-corded long skirt. Her slender waist could be grasped with one arm, long hair reaching her waist. Her head of supple black hair was like satin. A single finger was tied into a single bun, the green hairband fluttering about in the wind. Her facial features were exquisite and beautiful, the left side of her face having a vermilion birthmark. Everyone was stupefied. Black Wind Cavalry and Dark Shadow Division's eyeballs almost popped out. It can't be right. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Why did the young lady in front of them have the exact same face as their young commander? This can't be real. Wenren Chon was the calmest, but right now, even he couldn't hold himself back. He got off his horse and arrived in front of the carriage, moving aside the curtains. The inside of the carriage was completely empty. There wasn't a second person. That was why she was the young commander. She was a woman. The young commander who had fought with them for so long was actually really a woman. The young commander had suffered so much with them at such a young age. It was already shocking and distressing enough. Who would have thought that she was actually a young lady? When we crossed the ice lake, she was the first to jump into the water. I stepped on her shoulder to cross it. When we attacked Puching, she took a kick for me. That kick landed on her stomach. We ignored her. I scolded her. What about you guys? Everyone clutched their chests. Damn it. So cruel. So painful. I even asked her to go to the forest to pee. A Black Wind Cavalry soldier said weakly. His companions all looked at him. His body trembled. No, I didn't know she was what? I'll beat you up. The poor soldier was beaten up just like that. Sigh, this girl. Liao Chun turned his face away. He didn't want to look anymore, okay? She spoiled her fiancé so much. Wasn't she afraid that she would be disobedient after marrying him? Gu Jiao came in front of Xiao Hung. She raised her eyes slightly and looked at his deep eyes. Long time no see, fiancé. Xiao Hung tucked her hair that was messed up by the wind behind her ears and smiled gently. Long time no see, fiancé. The officials from both sides went through the formal greetings process. The old chancellor said that the emperor of Zhao country had set up a welcome banquet in the palace and invited all the envoys to the palace. Duke and the old chancellor went first. Gu Jiao and Xiao Hung brought Xin Yuan Qi and Liao Chun to Little Jingkong Inn by Shui Alley. The alley was full of lights. Sixth Aunt was sitting on the threshold feeding her little grandson. When she turned her head and saw Xiao Hung and Gu Jiao, her eyes lit up. Lu Lang, Jiao Jiao. Xiao Hung greeted Aunt Lu. Gu Jiao smiled. Aunt Lu, Aya, Chuyer, Jiao Jiao is back. Aunt Lu shouted into the house and said to Gu Jiao, I heard that you went to visit your relatives. Why did you take so long? Lu Lang and the others are back. You haven't come back yet. Come in and sit for a while. Who are they? She saw Liao Chun and Xian Yuan Qi in armor under the twilight. Xian Yuan Qi said politely, I'm Jiao Jiao's granduncle. He is my son, Zheng Er. Aunt Lu looked at them without blinking. They were good-looking, but one was a little older and the other was a little younger. She stopped looking at them and pulled her little grandson's wrist. Huzi, greet her. It's your sister Jiao Jiao. The 3-year-old Huzi didn't recognize Gu Jiao anymore. He hid behind Auntie Lu. At this moment, Aunt Lu's daughter, Chui came over and invited them into the house. Gu Jiao declined and said that she would come another day. Aunt Lu smiled considerately. That's true. Everyone at home misses you. You should go back quickly. Jiao Jiao is back. Uncle Zhao's house door was pulled open and Aunt Zhao walked out. Gu Jiao greeted her with a smile and asked her how the salted eggs were and if she finished eating the pickled vegetables. Xin Yuanqi looked at Gu Jiao with a hint of surprise in his eyes. She was able to get along with people. She was so lively. Big Brother always wanted to see her like this. Finally, they came to the door of their house. The renovated door was ajar. At this time, the men at home should have come back from school. Gu Jiao deliberately didn't say anything and knocked on the door. Very young footsteps came from the yard. Then Gu Xiaobao, who had just learned how to walk, peeked out from the crack of the door. Chapter 9:11. He only stuck out his round little head. He was too short and was only a little taller than the door sill. He raised his head with great effort. A child's head was heavy, and this action made his already unstable body wobble. Finally, he fell on his butt. However, he did not fall to the ground. Instead, he was caught by a soft hand in time. Gu Jiao bent down and gently carried him up with both hands. Looking at the face that was almost carved from the same mold as Gu Yan's, Gu Jiao gasped in surprise. His small nose, small mouth, small face, it was practically a small version of Gu Yan. This human child was too cute. She wanted to pinch it. Children were very fragile. Gu Jiao resisted the urge to pinch his face and only used her index finger to poke his little face. Both sides touched. It was so soft that her heart melted. Do you still remember me? Gu Jiao asked him with a smile. Gu Xiaobao stared blankly at Gu Jiao. He clearly did not remember. Gu Jiao nodded. That's right. When I left, you were only 5 months old. In the blink of an eye, you're already a year old. Gu Xiaobao couldn't understand what she was saying. His eyes were wide and round as they rolled around. Gu Jiao turned and said to Xin Yuanqi and Liaochen, my younger brother, Gu Xiaobao. At the end of the corridor, Granny Zhou's son was carrying a few bags of rice home. One of the bags fell down. I'll go take a look. Xiao Heng said to Gu Jiao. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiaobao. Yao Shi's voice came from the corridor. Gu Xiaobao heard his mother's voice and twisted his little body, wanting to get down from Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao was worried that he would fall in a hurry, so she simply carried him and pushed open the door to the courtyard. Yao Shi immediately saw her daughter, who had returned home. She was wearing a long green dress, and her figure was elegant. Her skin was a bit darker than before, and her facial features had developed. There was a bit more of a valiant and heroic aura between her brows, making her even more beautiful than before. In Yao Shi's eyes, her daughter would always be the most beautiful. She looked at her daughter, whom she had not seen for more than a year, and was so excited that the tip of her nose suddenly turned sour. Mother. Gu Xiaobao reached his hand out to her. She turned around and wiped her reddened eyes. Smiling, she walked towards Gu Jiao and took Gu Xiaobao in her arms. When did you come back? She was referring to when they would arrive at Jade Water Alley. She had more or less learned about what had happened to Gu Jiao in the Yin Kingdom from Xiao Heng and Gu Yan. She also knew that she would return to the capital with the Yin Kingdom's envoy today. But she heard that there was a banquet in the palace and thought that Gu Jiao would enter the palace first and return home after the banquet. Gu Jiao said, We just arrived. I knocked on the door and Xiaobao came out. Yao Shi looked at her son in amusement. Normally, you would be too lazy to go out. What happened today? Did you know that older sister is back? Did you especially open the door for older sister? Did you call older sister? Gu Xiaobao dove into Yao Shi's embrace. Yao Shi could not hold back and laughed. She said to Gu Jiao, He's shy. Gu Jiao poked his little, but that was sticking up. Gu Xiaobao's little face was still buried in Yao Shi's embrace. He raised his little hand and reached behind his little, but clumsily trying to pry away Gu Jiao's fingers. Gu Jiao laughed loudly. That's right, I brought 2 guests over. After poking enough, Gu Jiao invited Xianyuan Qi and Liao Chen into the courtyard. She said to Yao Shi, Yin Kingdom's Grand Marshal Xianyuan, Jing Kong's granduncle. This is his son, Crown Prince Xianyuan, Jing Kong's uncle. After saying that, she introduced Yao Shi to the two. She paused. Yao Shi glanced at her, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. She said to the two in a gentle voice, I am Jiao Jiao's mother. Madame Gu. The father and son cupped their hands and greeted her. As they spoke, the Xianyuan family's carriage arrived. The servants carried a few boxes from a carriage. They were the gifts for their visit. We're all family. There's no need to be so formal, Yao Shi said. It's just a small token of appreciation. Please accept it, Liao Chen said. Gu Jiao held Yao Shi's arm and said softly, accept it. Since her daughter had said so, Yao Shi could only accept it. She looked at the father and son with a pleasant expression. You've come to see Jing Kong, right? Jing Kong, Yin and Xiao Shun went to the orchard to pick fruit. They've been gone for a while and should be back soon. Come in and have a cup of tea first. The father and son obeyed and entered the room with Yao Shi. Huh? You came over from the city gate. Did you run into Aheng? Yao Shi asked Gu Jiao. Liao Chun thought to himself. Did I just run into her? There was also a basin full of dog food. My stomach is still full. Gu Jiao said, we came back together. He went to Granny Zhou's house to help. Yao Shi was gratified. That's good, that's good. Granny Fong was not present today, and Yuya had gone to buy spices. Yao Shi could not take care of the child on her own, so she invited a maidservant and a cook. The cook was currently cooking in the kitchen, and the maidservant was called Yuan Yang. Yuan Yang has been here for a year. She is quite nimble. Yao Shi said to Yuan Yang, pour tea for the eldest young miss and the guest. When Yuan Yang heard this address, she understood Gu Jiao's identity and hurriedly brewed tea. Gu Xiaobao continued to hide in Yao Shi's embrace, but he would occasionally sneak a peek at Gu Jiao. If he found that Gu Jiao was also looking at him, he would quickly turn his head and bury himself in Yao Shi's embrace. The sky outside was dark, and Yao Shi could not clearly see the two's appearances. There was an oil lamp in the room. Yao Shi's gaze fell on Liao Chen's face and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, I've seen you before. Liao Chen looked at her in surprise. Oh. Yao Shi had no intention of offending him, but to verify that her eyes were not playing tricks on her, she looked at him a few more times. Then she said with certainty, That's right, I've seen you before. It was at the temple near Qingchuan village. You were a monk in the temple. I remember the abbot called you Junior Marshal Brother. Liao Chun switched to monk mode in a second and performed a Buddhist salute with one hand. He calmly said, Amit Ba. So benefactor Yao has seen this poor monk before. Yao Shi was shocked. She did not understand what was going on. Was he the heir of Yin or a monk in a temple? After Xiao Hong and Gu Yin returned home, they told Yao Shi about their experiences in Yin, but most of it revolved around Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao explained, It's a long story. Heir Xianyuan is the uncle of Jing Kong and also the master of Jing Kong. Back then, they had both become monks in that temple. Yao Shi suddenly understood. So it's like that. The heir of a superior country actually went to a lower country to become a monk. Many things must have happened. Yao Shi understood, but she did not want to get to the bottom of it in this kind of situation. The four of them did not sit for long before 3 young men came back with baskets. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong was the first to cross the threshold. He immediately saw Gu Jiao in the main room. He carried the small basket and ran over. He threw himself into Gu Jiao's arms. Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao. You're finally back. I missed you so much. Xianyuan Qi sat diagonally across from Gu Jiao. When little Jing Kong shouted Jiao Jiao for the first time, he looked over at him. Was this little 6th child? His voice was crisp and pleasant to the ears. Xianyuan Qi was like a withered tree that was suddenly rejuvenated. His eyes were shining as he stared at little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong only had eyes for Gu Jiao. He did not notice him and did not notice Liao Chen, who was beside him. Liao Chen's mouth twitched. Little stinky monk, I've been your master for so long. You can't even see me? Jiao Jiao, did you miss me? Little Jing Kong said coquettishly. I missed you, Gu Jiao said. Only then did little Jing Kong raise his head in satisfaction. He greeted Yao Shi and Gu Xiaobao, benefactor Yao Xiaobao. At this moment, Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yin also entered the room. Older sister, older sister. The two of them called out at the same time. They did not expect to see Gu Jiao at home. The two of them pinched each other. It was painful. They were not dreaming. Jiao Jiao was really back. Unlike the little monk, they noticed the guests in the room. Yao Shi smiled and introduced them. This is Jing Kong's great-uncle, Marshal Xian Yuan. The other one is the son of the marshal. You can call him Crown Prince Xian Yuan. The two of them had never seen Liaochen in the country of Yin, let alone Xian Yuan Qi, who was at the border. However, they knew the Xian Yuan family. Even a marshal of the Xian Yuan family was in their house. The two of them looked at Xian Yuan Qi, who was sitting there like a small mountain. They could feel the invincible aura of an army. Gu Yin, wow. Gu Xiaoshun, wow. Gu Xiaobao repeated, wow. Jing Kong, your master is here. Gu Jiao reminded little Jing Kong, who was lying in his arms and did not want to get up. My master didn't come. Little Jing Kong pouted and said without turning his head, he's so lazy. How can he come? As soon as he finished speaking, a slender hand reached over and lifted him up. The voice said dangerously, who are you calling lazy? Gu Xiaobao, lazy. Little Jing Kong looked at Liaochen and rolled his eyes. Xiaobao is lazy. Gu Xiaobao is lazy. After repeating, he waved his hand and emphasized seriously, Xiaobao is not lazy. Chapter 9:12. Yao Shi lowered her head to look at her son in her arms and guided him. If Xiaobao is not lazy, then what is Xiaobao? Gu Xiaobao spread his fingers and patted his small chest. Xiaobao is smart. Everyone in the room was amused by him. Gu Jiao looked at Gu Xiaobao curiously. You're already so good at talking. When I left, Xiaobao only knew how to cry. Yao Shi smiled. He's 1 year and 8 months old. He walked late and was only willing to stand up when he was 1 year and 2 months old. It was only last month that he completely let go of himself and walked. But he did speak early. He called his mother for the first time when he was 11 months old. She remembered that Yener and Jinyu only spoke when they were 1 year old. She just did not know Jiao Jiao. Thinking about how her daughter grew up in the countryside and how she knew nothing about her, Yao Shi felt guilty and uncomfortable. Little Jing Kong drooped his head in despair. Shifu, put me down. I'm dizzy because of you. When did Shifu shake you? He carried him and did not even move. Okay? Little Jing Kong sighed. Shifu, you're too handsome. Of course I'm dizzy because of your beauty. Liao Chun. Everyone, Yao Shi knew that Xian Yuan Qi and his son were going to reunite with Jing Kong. She carried Gu Xiaobao and stood up, saying to the two, I'll go to the kitchen to take a look. Then, she gave Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yin a look. We'll go too. Gu Yin understood and pulled Gu Xiaoshun, who was still worshipping the Grand Marshal, to the backyard. Yuan Yang, you come too. Yao Shi called for Yuan Yang. Yes, madam. Yuan Yang put down the cut fruits and followed Yao Shi out of the main room. The noisy room instantly quieted down. Before coming, Xian Yuan Qi, Gu Jiao, and Liao Chun discussed reuniting with little Jing Kong. Between hiding from him and telling him, the three of them unanimously chose the latter. Jing Kong was not an ordinary child. He was precocious, intelligent, and intelligent. At the same time, he also had a very sensitive heart. From the time he was born to the age of 3, he had been abandoned more than once. Gu Jiao remembered the first time they had met and talked. It was when he had packed his little bundle and was about to go down the mountain to be adopted. However, that family had changed their mind and didn't want him anymore. Gu Jiao could still feel the loneliness of little Jing Kong whenever she recalled the little figure sitting alone on the stone bench. He even thought that his parents didn't want him because they didn't like him. Ever since he was adopted by Gu Jiao, he had inadvertently revealed his cautiousness. He was worried that he would become a burden to Gu Jiao and that he would be sent back. At his age, he had endured things that he shouldn't have. He needed to understand that he had parents who loved him very much. He was a child born under the expectations of his parents. He was not abandoned. Liao Chen put his disciple down. Gu Jiao took his hand and made him look at Xian Yuanqi. She said softly, Jing Kong, that's your granduncle. Granduncle? Little Jing Kong widened his eyes in surprise. Obviously, he didn't quite understand the meaning of this title. Gu Jiao paused and said, he's your father's uncle. Little Jing Kong's eyes widened. I have a father? Gu Jiao touched his little head. Yes, you have a father and a mother who love you very much. Little Jing Kong looked up into Gu Jiao's eyes. Then why don't they want me? Gu Jiao looked at him sincerely. She took a small petal from his head and said softly, they want you, but they're going to a very, very far place. They can't take you with them. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and thought for a while. Just like how they can't take me with them when they go to war in Jiaojiao, right? Xian Yuanqi looked at Gu Jiao nervously. They had planned to make it clear, but now, everyone felt that it was cruel. He was only 6 years old. He shouldn't grow up in the pain of his parents' death. Gu Jiao paused for a moment and nodded slowly. Yes, that's about it. Oh. Little Jing Kong nodded thoughtfully. Xian Yuanqi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Why don't you lie to him? What's the use of lying to him? A failure is a failure. White lies are the most boring thing in the world. She had really changed a lot. With compassion, one will be able to empathize with the emotions of others and change one's own principles. Little Jing Kong was a very smart child. He had an amazing learning talent, but some things were beyond his knowledge. He couldn't question them. Will they still come to see me? He asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said softly, they can't come. They've asked granduncle to come and visit you. Will you be disappointed? A little. Little Jing Kong scratched his head and said honestly, but since they didn't abandon me, I'll forgive them reluctantly. Gu Jiao curled her lips. Xian Yuanqi and Liao Chen both relaxed. Let him live on with hope in his heart. Little Jing Kong came to Xian Yuanqi and looked at him with his big eyes. He said hopefully, Granduncle, when I grow up, can you take me to see my parents? Xian Yuanqi raised his calloused hand and carefully placed it on his head. His throat was swollen and painful, and his arm was trembling slightly. He smiled and said, Okay, Granduncle, my name is Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong introduced himself seriously. Xian Yuanqi looked at him as if he was looking at little Six when he was a child. His eyes reddened unconsciously. How old are you? Little Jing Kong stuck out his chest. I'm 9 years old. Liao Chen looked at him speechlessly. Little Jing Kong said, Okay, I'm 3 years old. Little Six was weak when he was young, and he always liked to pretend to be older. Xian Yuanqi looked at him and endured the pain in his throat. He smiled and said, Jing Kong is your Dharma name. You have a name. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at him. Xian Yuanqi finally put down the hand on his head. He stroked the top of his head and hugged him in his wide arms. Your name is Xian Yuanqi. At this moment, Xian Yuanqi didn't know that this quiet and sensible name would make the 7 kingdoms tremble many years later. On the other side, Yao Shi went to the kitchen and ordered the kitchen to make more dishes to entertain the guests. Gu Xiaobao was carried away by Gu Yan. She went back to her room. As she was packing up, there was a knock on the door. The door is open. Come in, she said. It was Gu Jiao who came in. Yao Shi looked at her and was slightly stunned. Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao put her hands behind her back. She hesitated for a moment and walked to her side. She wanted to say something but stopped. Yao Shi glanced at her and lowered her eyes. Smiling, she said, Are you going to leave after eating? She continued to fold clothes. The light was dim, and it was difficult to see whose clothes she was folding. She calmed herself down and endured the bitterness in her heart. She said, It's okay. Mother knows. I think you might not know. What? I didn't go to the palace because I wanted to bring them to see Jing Kong. Gu Jiao pursed her lips. I wanted to see you. Yao Shi was shocked and looked at her daughter in disbelief. Gu Jiao raised a hand and pointed at her heart. Here, want. Yao Shi's eyes reddened. She always felt that her daughter was very distant from her. It was not that her daughter did not treat her well, but there seemed to be an invisible barrier between them. She tried to get closer to her daughter. She could feel her daughter's kindness towards her, but she could not enter her daughter's heart. Until now, her daughter had never called her mother. Just now, when she was introducing herself to Grand Marshal Xian Yuan, her daughter was stuck. She knew that her daughter could not call her mother, but she did not want to call her madam in front of outsiders and embarrass her. Yao Shi had comforted herself before. Her daughter did not rely on her because she had never raised her daughter. She could silently endure this loneliness. Even if she never called her mother, it was fine. But just now, her daughter said that she missed her. She could no longer suppress her feelings. Tears welled up in her eyes. Jiao Jiao, mother doesn't know what to do. I don't know how to make you call me mother, mother. Gu Jiao called her. Yao Shi looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. She was completely stunned. It's not that I don't like you. Gu Jiao said, I had a bad experience, so I can't call you that. What bad experience? Yao Shi's heart clenched. She thought of Gu Jinyu's birth parents. It's not third Gu and his wife. Gu Jiao did not want to say more. All right, mother won't ask. Yao Shi choked with tears. Then why is it okay now? Gu Jiao said, I don't know, but it's okay. The unbearable past from her previous life seemed to be being healed by something. Was it Jing Yining? Was it Gu Jiao's mother? Or was it her who had been abandoned as a monster by no one after losing control? She could not answer. Human emotions were too complicated. She could not understand them. But she did what her intuition told her. She did not know if she was doing the right thing. Then, do you like it when I call you that? Gu Jiao sat on the stool. She did not move at all, except for her eyes. The young killing god who had caused people to tremble with fear on the battlefield was now like a child waiting for the right answer. Yao Shi laughed. Her tears turned into laughter. She walked over and pulled her daughter into her embrace. I like it. Mother likes it very much. Can you call me mother again? Gu Jiao was hugged tightly by her, and one of her cheeks was pressed into a pulp. She pouted and said, Mother. This was the most beautiful voice in the world. Yao Shi's heart melted. All of her pain was healed. She smiled through her tears and hugged her daughter even tighter. Hey, again, say it again. Gu Jiao, whose small mouth had been squashed out of shape. Sheep. Chapter 9:13. Granny Zhou's family was going to celebrate their birthday in a few days. They bought rice, flour, and spices, and Xiao Hong helped them move it in. Coincidentally, they bumped into Granny Zhou's grandson revising his homework. The child didn't know how to read and write some words, so Xiao Hong taught him. When he returned home, the children went to the backyard to play. Xian Yuan Qi also went to the backyard to enjoy the joy of being with his family in Jingkong. Although his son was not bad, he was already past the age of cuteness. How could he be as fun as little Jingkong? Gu Jiao was tidying up her clothes in the East Room. She neatly spread the beautiful dresses all over the bed. When Xiao Hong entered the room, she was admiring her clothes one by one. She looked like she was enjoying herself, and she was also a little proud. Xiao Hong came to her side and looked at her in amusement. What happened? Why are you so happy? As he said that, his gaze fell on the clothes on the bed, and he exclaimed, Where did you get all these clothes? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, My mother made them. Xiao Hong smiled in surprise. You called her mother? Gu Jiao blinked. Yes. Does this girl know how to be shy? Xiao Hong couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Gu Jiao asked sternly. Xiao Hong cleared his throat. Ahem, it's nothing. You're cute. Of course, Xiao Hong wasn't laughing just because he was amused by her. There was another very important reason. He was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. He didn't know what she had experienced to have such a barrier in her heart. But no matter what, she had overcome it today. In reality, Xiao Hong knew that these clothes had been made for her by Yao Shi. They had left the capital in the 3rd month of the previous year, and it was now the 5th month. For an entire year and 2 months, Yao Shi had not seen Gu Jiao. But Yao Shi did not miss Gu Jiao for a single day. When she had nothing to do, she would make clothes for Gu Jiao. She did not make much for Gu Xiaobao. These were only the best that Yao Shi had carefully selected. There were also many that Yao Shi did not think were good enough and did not take them out. After Gu Jiao showed her clothes to Xiao Hung, she sat on the edge of the bed and folded them one by one. Xiao Hung sat on the other side of the bed and handed her clothes. As he handed her clothes, he said, "I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first?" "All right," Gu Jiao said. It seemed that this girl was really happy tonight. Otherwise, based on her usual personality, she would have heard the bad news first. Xiao Hong was affected by her mood, and his lips unconsciously curled up. "The good news is that our wedding date has been brought forward. We don't have to wait until the 10th month. Gu Jiao stopped folding the clothes and looked at him with surprise. Xiao Hung said, "Uncle Emperor changed it to the 18th of next month. He did not have time to announce it to the public. The reason is that the Empress Dowager of Zhao is ill and needs a wedding to drive away the bad luck. So the marriage between the two countries was brought forward." "Gu Jiao, great aunt, you're also being naughty." Empress Dowager Zhuang, who had been provoked by Marquis Xianping showing off his daughter all day, finally gave up on her principles. She wanted a little great-grandchild. Now, immediately. Xiao Hung gently looked at her and said, "But don't worry. It's just that the date has been brought forward. The wedding will not be simple." In fact, Princess Xinyang had been preparing for the wedding since the beginning of the first month. Everything was ready. Xiao Hung saw that she was silent and said, "Of course, if you don't want to bring it forward, I'll have someone change the date." Gu Jiao said seriously, "It doesn't matter whether it's brought forward or not. The main thing is that we want to drive away the bad luck." Xiao Hung held back his laughter. "Then what's the bad news?" Gu Jiao asked. At the mention of this, Xiao Hung looked up and sighed. The bad news is that because we're getting married, I'll resume my identity as Xiao Hung. I'm no longer Xiao Lulang. According to the rules, I can't live here before the wedding. Great aunt will come back late. So, Jing Kong, Gu Yin, and Xiao Xuan's homework. I can only trouble you." Gu Jiao, a bolt from the blue. At night, the family sat in the main room and had dinner together. Little Jing Kong insisted on sitting next to Gu Jiao. He still used his own small cutlery and vegetarian dishes. Xin Yuanqi sat on the other side of him and listened to him proudly showing off his cutlery. This wooden bowl was made by Jiao Jiao. This spoon was also made by Jiao Jiao. The pattern on the chopsticks was carved by brother Xiao Shan. He spoke with great familiarity. It was obvious that he was well taken care of in this family. Gu Xiaobao went to grab his chopsticks and messed up the cutlery that he had painstakingly arranged. He was not angry. Instead, he picked up a wooden bowl and passed it to Gu Xiaobao. "You can only play with this. The chopsticks and spoon will be poked." Gu Xiaobao obediently took the wooden bowl and played with it clumsily. Xin Yuanqi never thought that he would be able to reunite with his family other than his son. Everyone ate happily during the meal. Xin Yuanqi's gaze fell on little Jing Kong and Gu Jiao from time to time. Even Liao Chen noticed it. There was nothing strange about looking at Jing Kong. After all, he was his grandnephew. But why did he keep staring at that girl? Xin Yuanqi sighed softly. "I never thought that she would be able to live like a normal person one day." "Father, what did you say?" Liao Chen thought that his father was talking to him. He did not hear him clearly. Nothing," Xin Yuanqi said. "Let's eat." After dinner, it was time for Xin Yuanqi to go back. Duke and his men had bought a house in the capital in advance. Xin Yuanqi and Liao Chen lived there too. Xin Yuanqi bade farewell to his family. Gu Jiao held little Jing Kong's hand and went to the door to send the father and son off. "Talk to granduncle for a while. I'll go boil some water," Gu Jiao said to little Jing Kong. "Okay, Jiao Jiao." Little Jing Kong nodded and let go of Gu Jiao's hand. Gu Jiao turned and went into the house. Xin Yuanqi knelt down on one knee and looked at him deeply. He removed a piece of rice stuck to the corner of his mouth and said kindly, "Jing Kong, do you want to stay with granduncle for a few days?" "Why?" little Jing Kong asked. Xin Yuanqi said, "Because granduncle misses you a lot. He wants to see you more often." Little Jing Kong said, "Oh, if you miss me, you can come and see me. I can't leave. Bad brother-in-law has already left. I want to stay and accompany Jiao Jiao. I can't let Jiao Jiao be lonely." Xin Yuanqi smiled and patted his little shoulder. Okay, I won't let Jiao Jiao be lonely. Little Jing Kong sent the two of them out of the house. He stood at the doorstep and waved at the two of them. He said goodbye cutely. Goodbye, granduncle. Goodbye, master. The father and son rode their horses and left. Little Jing Kong closed the courtyard door and stood on his tiptoes to lock the door. He stopped acting cute in a second. With a serious expression, he put his hands behind his back and walked out of Master Zhao's house next door. After leaving the alley, Xian Yuanqi said to his son, Jing Kong is doing well. You were right to entrust him to Jiao Jiao. Liao Chan said, I didn't entrust him to do that. The little monk chose him himself. Xian Yuanqi was slightly surprised. Really? Liao Chan said, yes. The family who wanted to adopt him went back on their words. Coincidentally, that girl came to the temple to buy the mountain, so the little monk went down the mountain with her. Xian Yuanqi thought for a while. That's really fate. Liao Chen looked at him deeply. Father, why do I feel that you treat that girl differently? Xian Yuanqi glanced at his son and said, don't call her girl. You're so rude. Liao Chen smiled. Father, she's 2 years older than little Shi. She's the adopted daughter of Duke and my cousin. According to seniority, she should call me uncle. Xian Yuanqi opened his mouth, but stopped. Anyway, you're not allowed to call her girl. I know, father. I'll call her by her name, okay? Liao Chun said and glanced at his father. I can't even call her by her name, right? Xian Yuanqi was thinking about how to answer his son. Suddenly, his ears twitched and he turned around. Someone's heading towards Jade Water Alley. It's an expert. Liao Chen's eyes narrowed. I'll go take a look. After saying that, he used his qing gong and disappeared into the night. Gu Jiao was washing little Jing Kong's hair in the backyard when she sensed a rapidly approaching aura. It seemed to be heading towards little Jing Kong. Her eyes flashed, and she turned to protect little Jing Kong behind her. Then, she pulled out the red tasseled spear beside her. However, before she could do anything, Liao Chen arrived. Liao Chen didn't give the person a chance to enter the yard and sent him flying with a palm strike. Liao Chen chased after him. Gu Jiao called Yuya over and asked her to continue washing little Jing Kong's hair. Then, she chased after him. Liao Chen cornered his opponent in the opposite alley, and the two sides began to exchange blows, fighting fiercely. However, the other party's skills were not as good as Liao Chen's. Liao Chen slapped him again and sent him flying into the wall behind him. Liao Chen looked at him coldly. Who are you? What's your purpose? The other party clutched his aching chest and didn't answer him. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, You're taking advantage of me. If I were at my peak, I wouldn't lose to you. Gu Jiao came to Liao Chen's side and stared at him. She said in surprise, It's you? Chapter 9:14. You know him. Liao Chen looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, Oh, he's been stalking Jade Water Alley for a long time. He even bought a golden abacus from Jing Kong. He calls himself Young Master Mingyu. Liao Chen looked at him again, his eyes cold. You're here for Jing Kong? Who are you? Young Master Ming, you also recognized Gu Jiao. He rubbed his chest, straightened up, and said angrily to Liao Chen, I'm not here for that little monk. I'm here for you. Liao Chen said, Me? Young Master Ming Yu said angrily, I've been looking for your whereabouts for the past few years. It wasn't easy to follow you to your temple, but you rarely showed up, so I could only keep an eye on your disciple. I've been watching from Zhao to Yin, and then from Yin to here. However, Liao Chen's whereabouts were too secretive. Even if he had been watching little Jing Kong, there would be times when he missed him. Liao Chen didn't understand. Why are you watching me? I don't know you. Young Master Ming Yu said coldly, You don't know me, but you hurt my people and stole my things. Give it back to me. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. So it's about the two of you. Gu Jiao withdrew her murderous aura and held her red tasseled spear, calmly watching the show. Liao Chen was not someone who could be threatened. He curled his red lips mockingly and said, Oh, you said I took your things. Do you have any proof? Young Master Ming Yu's face darkened. That guard is dead. There's no witness, but you know best whether you took it or not. Liao Chen smiled faintly. What did I take from you? Young Master Ming Yu said angrily. A sword, a sword. Liao Chen smiled carelessly. Indeed, many people have given me swords. I wonder which one was given to me by your guard. Young Master Ming Yu said in exasperation. What gift? You're the one who snatched it. Liao Chen looked at him with a faint smile, not at all angered by his words. Young Master Ming Yu also knew that he was the passive party now. His cultivation had been affected, and he was no longer a match for these people. Since they couldn't beat him, they could only try to reason with him. Ming Yu Gongzi turned to Gu Jiao and said, Miss, back then, I spent 500 silver taels to buy an abacus from your younger brother. You snatched the abacus back and didn't give me a single silver tael. At the very least, you did earn some silver taels from me. Shouldn't you at least prove my character to him? Oh, Gu Jiao said to Liang Chun. As you can see, he can still take a beating. Young Master Ming Yu, he took a deep breath and said, Forget it. I won't argue with you about this. That sword is a treasured sword that my father spent a lot of effort to find. My father passed away, and it's the only thing I have left in this world. You can name a price. I'm willing to make a deal with you. Liao Chen's interest was piqued by this man's generosity. What does your sword look like? Young Master Ming Yu said, It's a black iron sword. The scabbard and hilt are engraved with sapphire blue peacock feathers. Liao Chen narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully, Now that you mention it, I do think I've seen such a sword before. A trace of eagerness flashed across young Master Ming Yu's eyes. As long as you're willing to return it to me, I'll pay you however much you want. Liao Chen spread out his hands. Unfortunately, you're too late. The sword isn't with me. I thought it was too heavy, so I threw it away. Young Master Ming Yu was stunned. Threw it away? How could that be? You better not lie to me. Gu Jiao thought. Why would I lie to you? Is it strange that a prodigal monk who threw the Fushi zither into a charcoal brazier would throw a sword to you? Liao Chen said innocently, I'm not lying to you. Believe it or not, I really threw it away. Where did you throw it? Young Master Ming Yu asked. Liao Chen smiled. I don't remember. I threw away so many things. How can I remember them all? Young Master Ming Yu choked. You, let's go. Liao Chen ignored him and led Gu Jiao out of the alley. You really don't remember? Gu Jiao asked. Liao Chen said indifferently. Even if I do, I won't tell him. How dare he lay a hand on his disciple? Liao Chen was lucky that he didn't kill him today. Let's go in. Liao Chen walked Gu Jiao to the door. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell her. It was a few years ago. In the Yin Kingdom, I didn't take the initiative to rob him. It was his bodyguard who delivered it to me. His bodyguard bullied a weak old man in the tea shed. I couldn't stand it and taught him a lesson. I wasn't interested in weapons, so I sold it to a blacksmith shop near Xing City. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. I see. In the alley, the guard in gray found his master. He saw his master holding the wall with one hand and clutching his chest with the other. He seemed to be injured. He strode over and held his master's arm. Master, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well again? Young Master Ming Yu said with a pale face. I went to catch that little monk. Who knew that person would appear? The gray-clothed guard frowned. Was he the one who injured you? My body is getting weaker and weaker. I'm no match for him. Young Master Ming Yu panted. He said the sword wasn't with him. It didn't seem like he was lying. The guard in gray was shocked. What? The sword isn't with him? Then we've been watching his disciple for so long in vain. Master, your condition is getting worse. Why don't we go back? Young Master Ming Yu looked at the dark night and said with a complicated expression, Without the sword, we can't go back. That night, Gu Jiao rested in the Jadewater Alley. Dukan left the Imperial Palace and took a carriage back to his servant's residence. Manager Zheng also came to Zhao country. He smiled and said to Duke and, Young Master, no, you should call her Mississippi. Will you be sad if Miss doesn't come back tonight? Dukan smiled. What's there to be sad about? She's been with me for so long. It's right for her to go back and accompany her mother. I'm more than happy to have another person doting on her. All right, remember to count the dowry. I feel like it's not enough and want to buy more. The wedding date has been brought forward to next month. We have to hurry. Go tomorrow. Manager Zheng was dumbfounded. Duke, it can't be. This isn't enough? It's already 10 miles of red dowry, okay? Even marrying a princess wouldn't be so extravagant. In the dowry he brought, besides the family business he had earned over the years, there was also the dowry Xianyuan Zi brought to the Duke Manor. When he used up all his family's wealth to collect the corpses of his Xianyuan family sons, he didn't touch Xianyuan Zi's dowry. Now he brought it all to Gu Jiao. Even so, he still wanted to give her more. The next day, Manager Zheng made a trip to Jade Water Alley. Normally speaking, Duke should have come to visit Yao Shi, but Yao Shi was a female, so it was somewhat inconvenient. Thus, Duke only had Manager Zheng deliver some of the specialties of the Yan Kingdom. This could be considered a greeting. Yao Shi warmly said, "Duke is considerate. Please thank him for me." Yao Shi had the servants prepare a gift in return. The next time Gu Jiao went to visit Duke, she would bring along with her. After Manager Zheng left, Gu Jiao prepared to go out. She had already greeted her husband last night, but she still hadn't seen her grandaunt. She planned to go into the palace in a while. Coincidentally, Yao Shi also wanted to buy Gu Jiao a few sets of beautiful jewelry. Although the family didn't lack jewelry, they were all old styles. She wanted to let her daughter personally choose. The mother and daughter pair carried Gu Xiaobao and took the candied fruits made by their grandaunt and sat in the carriage. Their trip today was to first buy jewelry together and then go into the palace to visit their grandaunt. "Grandaunt," Gu Xiaobao said. Gu Jiao looked at him curiously. Yao Shi smiled and said, "Every time the Empress Dowager comes, she gives him good food. He really likes grandaunt." Today, Gu Xiaobao was wearing tiger-headed shoes and a tiger-headed hat. He looked fierce and cute. Gu Jiao couldn't hold back and gently pinched his little cheeks. "Do you want Jie to hold you?" Yao Shi asked. Gu Xiaobao dove into his mother's embrace and excitedly kicked his little legs. The three arrived at the capital's largest jewelry store, Bao Lin Pavilion. Gu Xiaobao didn't like to walk. Yesterday, when he opened the door for Gu Jiao, he had already walked a month's worth of steps. Yao Shi wanted to put him on the ground, but he curled up his little legs and refused to let his feet touch the ground. Yao Shi had no choice but to hold him in her embrace. Gu Jiao was engaged and wore a veil according to the capital's custom. Her birthmark was covered, but her eyes were so beautiful that people couldn't look away. However, when her veil was blown up by the wind, revealing the red birthmark on the left side of her face, everyone immediately shook their heads in disappointment. Yao Shi frowned and held her daughter's hand. Gu Jiao said, "I'm fine." She was already used to these gazes. Yao Shi took a deep breath and said, "It was right to bring forward the wedding date." The chastity mark was about to fall off, and what? Gu Jiao asked. Yao Shi's eyes flashed, and she smiled. "Ah, I'm saying, it's good that your wedding date was brought forward." Just as she said this, a servant girl came from the side and called out to Yao Shi, "Madam." Yao Shi stopped in her tracks and looked over with Gu Jiao. The servant girl came in front of her and respectfully bowed. "It's really you." The young master also came. Gu Xiaobao's face was cold. Chapter 9:15. The young maid said awkwardly, "Are you also here today to pick up jewelry for second miss?" This is..." She saw Gu Jiao beside Yao Shi. Yao Shi said seriously, "She is eldest Mississippi." The young maid was shocked and bowed. "This servant, Chun Lu, greets eldest Mississippi," Yao Shi said to Gu Jiao. Chun Lu is Jin Yu's maid. "I forgot to tell you, Jin Yu is also getting married. Her fiancé is the third young master of the Marquis of Chongping's family, surnamed Quan." This marriage was chosen by Gu Jinyu herself. Yao Shi had originally chosen the legitimate son of an assistant minister. Although his background was not high, he was kind-hearted, upright, and diligent. Her parents-in-law were also kind people. In addition, they did not mind that Gu Jinyu had a bad reputation in the capital. Gu Jinyu would be able to live the rest of her life peacefully after marrying. But she said she did not want to marry. Coincidentally, the Marquis of Chongping returned to the capital from his fief to report on his work and brought his family along. Third young master Quan fell in love with Gu Jinyu at first sight and hurriedly sent people to propose marriage. He was not from the capital and did not know much about Gu Jinyu's reputation in the capital. They would get married in the capital and go to the fief after marriage. Although Madame Yao was angry at Gu Jinyu's past actions, she still hoped that Gu Jinyu could find a good home on account of the Gu family's third branch's sincere love for Gu Jiao. Gu Jinyu's relationship with Yao Shi had faded a lot. Her marriage was now managed by old Madame Gu. Chun Lu came to the manor last year. You haven't seen her, Yao Shi said to Gu Jiao. Chun Lu bowed and began to secretly size up Gu Jiao. Her eyes were extremely beautiful. Even Second Miss did not have such a pair of cold and moving eyes. Chun Lu said, Madam, Second Miss's wedding date has been set. It will be on the 18th of next month. Wasn't it set long ago? Yao Shi asked. You haven't asked yet, Chun Lu whispered. Gu Jiao looked at her indifferently. Does my mother need to personally ask about this kind of thing? As servants, don't you know how to report it? Feeling wronged, Chun Lu said, I thought Marquis and Madame had already talked about it. Recently, something had happened to the mines in the capital, and the Ministry of Works had to rush to repair them. Marquis Gu had not returned for almost a month. While they were talking, the clip on Gu Jiao's veil came off, and the veil fell down. Chun Lu's gaze fell on Gu Jiao's birthmark, and she was shocked. She immediately lowered her eyes, and the corner of her mouth twitched in disdain. No wonder she had to cover her face with a veil. She was so ugly. He couldn't even compare to a single finger of Second Mississippi. Gu Xiaobao suddenly reached out and grabbed Chun Lu's hair. Children still couldn't control their strength very well, so they didn't know how to control their strength. Chun Lu cried out in pain. She reached out to pull Gu Xiaobao's hand away. Gu Xiaobao held on tightly. The more she pulled, the more pain she felt. In the end, her tears came out. Xiaobao. Madame Yao's expression changed. She quickly grabbed her son's small arm. You can't grab people. Let go. Gu Xiaobao did not let go. Madame Yao panicked. He's not like this usually. He doesn't grab people or hit people. What's wrong with him today? Chun Lu cried out in pain. All the customers in the shop looked at her. If an adult bullied her, perhaps someone would come forward to help. But she was grabbed by a 1-year-old child. How could they help? Gu Xiaobao was a little fierce today. Gu Jiao looked at her fierce younger brother and said indifferently, Let go. Elder sister is fiercer than mother. Gu Xiaobao let go. A large chunk of Chun Lu's hair was pulled out. The top of her head was almost bald. But the one who pulled her hair was the young master. She was angry but did not dare to say anything. In addition, she had lost face in front of so many people. She did not want to stay a moment longer. She even forgot to take Gu Jinyu's jewelry and ran out crying. Madame Yao frowned and looked at her son in her arms. She said sternly, Xiaobao, what's wrong with you today? Why did you grab people? She was really angry. Gu Xiaobao looked at Madame Yao innocently. 3 seconds later, he held Madame Yao's face and said in a childish voice, Mother, Xiaobao loves you. Madame Yao. The people around them were amused by the child. They told Madame Yao not to blame the child. The child was still young and could be taught slowly. Only Madame Yao knew that her son was very obedient at home. He was very sensible. It was just that he was a little strange today. Gu Jiao glanced at the little fellow, raised her knuckles, and knocked on his head. They were siblings after all. They got familiar with each other very quickly. When they were sitting in the side room looking for jewelry, he was already willing to play with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao carried him on her lap. He struggled a few times without much effort, then lay flat and let her do whatever she wanted. However, he still did not call her elder sister. Plans could not keep up with changes. They spent a long time looking for jewelry. When they came out, it was already afternoon. Gu Xiaobao was drooling in Gu Jiao's arms. At this time, her grandaunt was also taking an afternoon nap. Gu Jiao did not want to disturb her. Mother, how about I go over to Godfather's place first? Madame Yao thought for a bit, then warmly said, That's fine. Dukin has just arrived. You should take good care of him. Gu Jiao made a sound of acknowledgement. I will. The carriage first sent Madame Yao and her son back to buy Shui Alley. Then, it sent Gu Jiao to the street she had mentioned. The carriage driver looked at the long line of people moving boxes and felt his scalp go numb. He said, Miss, there are people in front. Our carriage can't pass through. Just stop here. Gu Jiao said, you go back first. I will send a carriage back in a bit. Yes, Mississippi. The carriage driver turned the carriage around. Gu Jiao walked towards the mansion that Duke and had set up. She had only taken a few steps when someone suddenly called out to her. Elder sister? Gu Jiao turned her head and saw a graceful figure walk out of her residence diagonally across the street. She wore a light purple, translucent veil. Her exquisite features were faintly discernible. She was indescribably beautiful. It was Gu Jinyu, whom she had not seen in a long time. Gu Jinyu had just walked down the steps when a carriage stopped at the door. The carriage driver saw her come out and quickly reached out to open the curtain. She gestured at the carriage driver, and the carriage driver lowered the curtain. She came in front of Gu Jiao and said with a face full of surprise, Elder sister, why have you come? I heard that you accompanied Yen'er to Yuzhou to find a divine doctor to treat his heart disease and then return to the countryside to visit family. Have you been well? Going to Yuzhou was a story that Madame Yao and her husband had made up. They had even said the same thing to Marquis Gu. Very well, Gu Jiao said. She did not ask if Gu Jinyu was well. They were not close. Small talk was a waste of energy. Gu Jiao was about to leave. Gu Jinyu said again, Elder sister, don't be too sad. Gu Jiao looked at her strangely. Gu Jinyu sighed faintly. I don't know if mother and younger brother have told you. So, brother-in-law is the young Marquis of Zhao Du who died in the fire 6 years ago. He did not die. When he went to Yuzhou, he reunited with his family. Now, he is no longer Xiao Lulang. He has regained his identity as the young Marquis. It was His Majesty who decreed that he had regained his identity. If elder sister does not believe me, you can go to the palace and ask His Majesty and the Empress Dowager for confirmation. She had a sad expression. When I first heard this news, I was very happy for elder sister. The husband that elder sister had picked up in the countryside was actually the young Marquis who had fallen on hard times. What kind of good fortune is this? In the future, elder sister will be the young Marquis wife and the future mistress of Marquis Xuanping's residence. But I never expected that just a few months ago, news of the young Marquis marriage alliance with the Yin Kingdom came from the palace. Speaking of this, Gu Jinyu looked at Gu Jiao with eyes full of heartache and regret. But Gu Jiao clearly saw some joy. My reputation was in tatters. I thought that I would never be able to get married in this lifetime. Who knew that I would be chosen by the legitimate son of Marquis Chongping? And you, elder sister, who had always been above me, have become the young Marquis wife. After not seeing her for a year, Gu Jinyu had changed a lot. It seemed that she had been pleasing old Madame Gu recently. Marquis Chongping was a marquis with real power. He guarded the eastern border of Zhao country together with Marquis Xuanping's younger brother, General Wei Yuan. He doted on his youngest son the most. No wonder old Madame Gu changed her usual behavior and doted on Gu Jinyu. Tears welled up in Gu Jinyu's eyes. I heard that back in the countryside, elder sister had to scrimp and live frugally in order to support the young Marquis's education. You suffered a lot. Originally, I thought that after suffering was over, the good would come. Who knew that you would be demoted? Gu Jiao said. You seem to really care about me. Of course I care about elder sister. Gu Jinyu's voice was choked with emotion. Elder sister, you don't know. The young Marquis's fiancée is the daughter of the Duke of Yin. Behind her is the Empress of Yin and the entire Xian Yuan family. With this kind of background, not only can our Ding and Marquis Fu not afford to offend her, I'm afraid that even His Majesty and the Empress Dowager would not dare to easily stand up for elder sister. She raised her hand and pointed at the dozens of guards carrying the boxes. Elder sister, do you see that? That manor is the one the Duke of Yin bought for his daughter's marriage. It's even bigger than Ding and Marquis Fu. Last night, I saw them bring hundreds of dowry. Today, they actually bought so much from outside. As she spoke, she moved closer to Gu Jiao and whispered in Gu Jiao's ear, Elder sister, are you jealous? Chapter 916. Novels with substance that cannot be found online are all available here. Gu Jiao did not answer Gu Jinyu's words. Instead, she looked at the long line of people moving boxes outside the residence. She made a sound and said, "Right? You also think that it's too extravagant." Gu Jinyu smiled and glanced at Gu Jiao. Of course it's extravagant for the daughter of an aristocratic family to marry. When elder sister got married in the countryside, she probably did not even have a dowry, right? No wonder elder sister feels uncomfortable. If it were me, I would also find it hard to accept. The husband that she gave up became someone else's in the end. It's a pity for elder sister's efforts all these years. If elder sister had known, she would have listened to father and severed ties with Xiaohong. After all, it was elder sister who did not want him. Before the news spread to the capital, father might have been able to find a good marriage for elder sister. Now that the entire capital knows that elder sister is the wife who was cast off by the young duke, who would dare to marry elder sister? On the other side, a box was stuck in the carriage. They could not push it or pull it out. Gu Jiao went over to help. Gu Jinyu sighed at her. This time, she did not manage to stop Gu Jiao. She thought for a moment and chased after Gu Jiao. Second miss. A servant girl chased after her. "Where are you going? Didn't you say that you were going to the shop to get the jewelry? You can also go to the embroidery shop to change the size of the wedding dress." Gu Jinyu looked at Gu Jiao's back and said, "It's the same if I go later. My silly elder sister is going to embarrass herself. I should stop her. Elder sister, don't be rash." She chased after Gu Jiao to the carriage. A coachman was standing in the carriage, unloading the goods. He tried to push the box out, but it was stuck. Not only that, his fingers were also stuck. Gu Jiao looked and drew a dagger from her waist. She was about to pry open the box when Gu Jinyu grabbed her wrist. "Elder sister, what are you trying to do? No matter how unhappy you are, you can't do something like destroying someone else's dowry." Everyone turned to look at the two of them. The people who came to deliver the goods were local shop assistants from the capital. They didn't know Gu Jiao and naturally didn't know that she was the young mistress of this mansion. Gu Jinyu quickly said to everyone, "Apologies, I am the second young miss of Marquis Ding and Manor. She's my older sister. She just took things too hard for a moment, but I think she did not do it on purpose. Please do not blame her." The crowd listened for a long time, but did not understand what she meant. But when they saw the dagger in Gu Jiao's hand, combined with Gu Jiao's words, they naturally thought that Gu Jiao was here to find trouble. Strange, this family had just moved in, and they already had a feud with someone? Gu Jinyu earnestly admonished her. "Elder sister, don't do anything foolish. I know you're jealous of the Yin Kingdom's daughter for stealing your husband. But no matter what, you can't do such a thing in front of so many people. If you do this, what will happen to your grandfather's face? What will happen to your father's face? What will happen to your brothers and the entire Marquis Ding and Manor's face?" This time, everyone understood. So this newly arrived large family was the Duke of An and his daughter from the Yin Kingdom. Wasn't the Duke of An's daughter engaged to the young Marquis of Zhaodu? Could it be that the young Marquis already had a first wife? Gu Jinyu choked out. "When the young Marquis was in trouble in the countryside, you saved the young Marquis and made him your husband. Now that he has recovered his identity, even though my heart aches that elder sister only found out the truth today. So this girl had once saved the young Marquis and forced the young Marquis to marry her? And she never knew about the young Marquis's past? The young Marquis was not even willing to tell her his past. It could be seen that he did not sincerely want to marry her. He must have been threatened by her." Gu Jiao looked at Gu Jinyu, her expression indifferent. "Have you finished speaking?" Gu Jinyu shook her head pleadingly. "Elder sister, I'm begging you. Don't do anything foolish. If you go to the manor now and admit your wrongs, grandfather and brothers will definitely be willing to acknowledge you." Everyone was even more shocked. So this eldest young miss had never been acknowledged by the manor? A shop assistant muttered softly, "Ah, I think I heard. Eldest young miss grew up in the countryside. She's not presentable." Gu Jiao glanced at Gu Jinyu speechlessly. She retracted her hand and stabbed the bottom of the box with the dagger. "Elder sister." Gu Jinyu's face turned pale. Before anyone could stop her, Gu Jiao had already pried the box open. The coachman on the horse carriage had successfully taken out his swollen finger, and he heaved a sigh of relief. If he had been any later, his finger would have been crippled. Outside the horse carriage, a shop assistant looked at the box that Gu Jiao had brought down and said in shock, the box is spoiled. This is a top-quality mahogany box. It's filled with this year's fashionable jewels. It can't be spoiled too, right? It had been spoiled in the process of moving it. If someone were to ask for responsibility, these shop assistants would not be able to pay for it, even if they sacrificed their lives. Gu Jinyu said bitterly, "Elder sister, I already told you not to be like this, no matter how unhappy you are. You can't vent your anger on these things." Just as she finished speaking, there was a commotion in the crowd. Then they heard the coachman whose finger had been saved by Gu Jiao say, "Oh no, the steward of the Duke's public house is here." Gu Jinyu looked at Gu Jiao, and her lips curled in disdain. "Elder sister, don't be rash later. That person is the head steward of the Duke's public house. If you offend him, then—" She was only halfway through her sentence when the steward came in front of Gu Jiao with a murderous aura. He glared fiercely at Gu Jiao. "Who told you to move the box?" Gu Jinyu said softly, "Steward, don't be angry with my elder sister, my elder sister. Doesn't your hand hurt?" Steward Zheng said with his hands on his hips. Gu Jinyu was stunned. The other coachmen were also shocked. Steward Zheng had learned the language of the country of Zhao. He was speaking the language of the country of Zhao, so everyone present could hear him clearly. He had just been asking, "Does your hand not hurt?" Gu Jinyu blinked in confusion and came in front of Steward Zheng. Standing next to Gu Jiao, she said, "I am truly sorry. My elder sister broke your box, but don't worry. Our Ding, the Marquis Manor, will definitely compensate for your losses. I ask that you do not blame my elder sister. My elder sister is just too upset, too angry." Steward Zheng glared at Gu Jinyu and unhappily said, "Who are you?" "I am speaking with my family's young miss. What are you interrupting for?" Gu Jinyu was once again stunned. She suspected that she had heard wrong. Your family's young miss?" Steward Zheng said, "That's right. She is my family's young miss." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Gu Jinyu was flabbergasted. Her mind went blank. Steward Zheng was a very astute person. She kept saying that her family's young miss was sister, but her words were all about her family's young miss. Her family's young miss was low-key and did not like to flaunt her status. Did she think that she had caught her family's young miss in a pigtail? Oh my, the Duke's manor did not have a tradition of taking in concubines. The inner residence was peaceful. He had no place to display his skills. Coming to the country of Zhao, he had encountered it. Steward Zheng rolled up his sleeves and took 2 steps towards Gu Jinyu. He arrogantly said, "My family's young miss is the Duke's beloved daughter. These things all belong to my family's young miss. My family's young miss can break them however she wants. Even if she takes them all and burns them for fun, she will be happy to do so. What does it have to do with you?" Gu Jinyu was rendered speechless by the rebuke. Steward Zheng advanced step by step, forcing Gu Jinyu to retreat step by step. Steward Zheng chuckled, "Don't keep calling her elder sister. Are you worthy of being related to my family's young miss?" Gu Jinyu was dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? Hadn't she been divorced by the young Marquis? How did she become Duke and Manor's young miss? She was clearly just a girl who grew up in the countryside. She didn't know if it was because she was too shocked or too jealous, but her entire body trembled lightly. Her fingernails dug into her palms, almost drawing blood. She looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. "Didn't you go to Yuzhou? How did you—" Just at this moment, another horse carriage came from another direction. It was the old Marquis and Gu Chongqing who had returned from court. Perhaps they had noticed the commotion in front of the Duke's manor. After the two of them got off the horse carriage, they walked over. "What happened?" Gu Chongqing asked with a frown. Gu Jinyu saw her grandfather and elder brother. At first, she was stunned. Then an idea flashed through her mind. It was as if she had seen her lifesaver. She said with tears in her eyes, "Grandfather, elder brother, elder sister didn't go to Yuzhou. She secretly ran to the country of Yin. She even became the Duke's Manor's young miss." Grandfather had always been the most disciplined. He would never allow his own granddaughter to run off to another family to be their daughter. Moreover, they were from another country. This could be considered treason. Grandfather was a general. He would never tolerate this kind of behavior. Gu Jinyu looked at the old Marquis expectantly. The old Marquis only frowned. How many times have I told you? You're not my granddaughter. Don't call me grandfather. Gu Jinyu's face turned white in an instant. In the past, no matter how much her grandfather disliked her, he would not make a fuss about it. Now, he had embarrassed her in front of so many servants. Why? Gu Changqing did not even look at Gu Jinyu. He came to Gu Jiao's side. His cold expression softened. The sun is so bright. Why did you come out? I came to see Godfather, Gu Jiao said. The old Marquis put his hands behind his back. His face was cold as he looked up at the sky. He cleared his throat heavily. A strange feeling rose in Gu Jinyu's heart. Was Grandfather jealous? Was he blaming that girl for only looking at Godfather and not Grandfather? Chapter 9:17. Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and scribbled, "Eldest brother, is your throat uncomfortable?" The old duke glanced at it and almost exploded on the spot. "Eldest brother what? You've already fallen off your horse." Pippi Jiao. As long as I don't admit it, I haven't fallen off my horse. Gu Changqing rarely saw his grandfather suffer setback. He couldn't help but smile and said to Gu Jiao, "Are you only here to see your godfather?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "General Xinyuan already had dinner with us last night. All right, there's no harm in seeing him again." Gu Changqing glanced at his livid grandfather and asked his sister, "What else?" Gu Jiao's eyes darted around. Liaochen? Oomph. The old Marquis snorted angrily and left without looking back. Gu Changqing looked at his grandfather's back view and sighed. "Grandfather, since you're already here, why don't you pay a visit to Duke Ongwa? Didn't you promise His Majesty to treat Duke Ongwa well in the palace just now?" The old duke didn't stop at all. He made a sharp turn and strode into Duke Ongwa's residence. Gu Changqing's mouth twitched. "Your reaction is too fast. Were you waiting for me to say that?" When he brushed past Gu Jiao, the old duke glanced at Gu Jiao from the corner of his eyes. It was as if he was saying, "If you want a makeover, make it a complete makeover. You don't even have a mask." Bad review. Steward Zheng was very warm to the two of them and invited them into the residence with a smile. Gu Jinyu was left alone outside. She was all alone, as if she had been abandoned by the whole world. The development of the situation was completely beyond her imagination. She couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Everyone looked at her with a strange look in their eyes. She had originally thought that the eldest miss would not be acknowledged by the Marquis's household, but who would have thought that she was the one who was not acknowledged? She was doted on by her own grandfather and brother, while she, on the other hand, was disliked by the old Marquis when she called him grandfather. That's right. I heard that the daughter of the Marquis was swapped with a girl from the countryside. Second miss is the one who came from the countryside. A pheasant is a pheasant. It can't become a phoenix even if it flies to a branch. Isn't it? If she really treated her as a sister, why didn't she tell her that she was the adopted daughter of the House of Duke? She dares to say anything. She just came to complain, right? It wasn't that men couldn't tell, but some men just happened to fall for it. Steward Zheng turned back and glared coldly at Gu Jinyu. You're asking for humiliation. Miss, let's go. The maid who had rushed over carefully tugged at Gu Jinyu's sleeve. Gu Jinyu's face was burning. She was more embarrassed than ever. Just because she had embarrassed Gu Jiao in front of everyone, her grandfather and eldest brother would not give her a way out. But didn't Gu Jiao not embarrass her? She was the daughter of the House of Duke and had a glorious life. She was the most pitiful. Miss, let's go. The maid urged softly. Gu Jinyu awkwardly returned to the Marquis's household. She didn't want to take the jewelry anymore. She wasn't in the mood. She directly returned to her own courtyard. However, she hadn't rested for long when a young maid reported that the madam's personal servant, Nurse Fong, had come. Nurse Fong had gone home to visit her relatives and only returned to Jade Water Alley at noon. She brought some news that she had accidentally heard. When Madame Yao heard about it, she asked her to go to the Marquis's household and call Gu Jinyu over. Gu Jinyu originally didn't plan to go, but when she thought of Gu Jiao's identity, she really wanted to know what had happened to Gu Jiao and how she had become the daughter of the House of Duke. She went to Jade Water Alley. Gu Xiaobao was still taking an afternoon nap. Madame Yao met her in the main room. Ever since she started living in Jade Water Alley, Madame Yao's complexion and spirit improved day by day. She even looked younger than a few years ago. Gu Jinyu's expression was not very good. She calmly sat down on the other side of the table. Madame Yao turned her head to look at her. Jinyu, I called you over today because I have something to tell you. Gu Jinyu calmly said, what a coincidence. I also have something to tell Mother. She used to call her Mother. Nurse Fong did not like her attitude. No matter how cold-hearted the eldest miss was, she had never been stern in front of the madam. Madame Yao did not care about her attitude. Since she no longer had any expectations, she naturally would not be disappointed. Madame Yao said, all right, you go first. Gu Jinyu coldly said, I heard that elder sister has become the daughter of the House of Duken. Why did Mother hide such an important matter from me? Madame Yao did not ask how she knew. She only looked at her and said, you don't care about Jiao Jiao. I don't think there's a need to tell you about these things. Madame Yao's unyielding attitude shocked Gu Jinyu. Then, she felt wronged and angry. When a person's good behavior became a habit, then her occasional bad behavior would become a sin. Huh? Gu Jinyu sneered. That's right. I don't care about her. I'm cruel and unscrupulous. When has she ever cared about me? Does Mother only ask of me? Madame Yao said, I don't ask of any of you. You have no obligation to care about each other. But since you don't care about her, don't ask about her. After all, Jiao Jiao has never asked about you. Gu Jinyu clenched her fists. Mother, Madame Yao calmly said, are you done? It's my turn to speak now. Jinyu, I've raised you for more than 10 years. Regardless of whether you still recognize me as your mother in your heart, I want to give you one last piece of advice. Marquis Chomping's third son is not a good match. You should cancel this marriage as soon as possible. Gu Jinyu mockingly said, not a good match? Then who is? The son of a lowly assistant minister of the House of Yellow Servants that Mother carefully selected for me? Your own daughter can marry the noble young marquis, and I can only give myself to the son of an assistant minister of the House of Yellow Servants. Mother, just how biased are you? Madame Yao looked at her coldly. Isn't the marquis biased? When you blame me for being biased, why don't you think about how your father is always biased towards you? Gu Jinyu pointed at the second courtyard. But grandfather and brothers are also biased towards her. Even Gu Xiaobao, that fool, liked her more. Slap. Madame Yao stood up and slapped her across the table. Gu Jinyu's head buzzed from a slap. She looked at Madame Yao in disbelief. Don't talk about your younger brother like that. He's not my younger brother. He doesn't even cry when he's injured. He doesn't even walk when he's a year old. If he's not a fool, what is he? Gu Xiaobao was awakened. He obediently sat up and stared blankly at the door. Madame Yao pointed at the door. Her voice was not loud, but her tone was very strict. Get out. Gu Jinyu covered her red face. Her eyes were red as she glanced at Madame Yao. She left without looking back. Gu Xiaobao was carried out by Yuya. Yuya muttered, how could she be like this? I kindly reminded her, but she treated it like a donkey. Does she really think that there's a free lunch in the world? She doesn't even think about her own reputation. How could she enter Marquis Chomping's residence? If it wasn't for third young Master Quan, forget it. I don't have anything to say. Nanny Fong said, she's arrogant and thinks that she's better than eldest young miss in everything. She also wants to beat eldest young miss in marriage. Why would she think that there's something wrong with this marriage? Madam has already done her best. If she wants to walk a dead end, let her be. Madame Yao placed Gu Xiaobao on her lap. Gu Xiaobao spread his fingers and patted his chest. He waved his hand and said seriously, Xiaobao isn't a fool. Those words were heard by her son. Madame Yao closed her eyes in heartache. She smiled at her son. Of course Xiaobao isn't a fool. Xiaobao is the smartest. She turned her head and said with a determined gaze, in the future, don't call her second young Mississippi. You also don't need to report anything about her to me. From now on, she only had one daughter. Xiaobao and Yin only had one elder sister. Meanwhile, Gu Jinyu angrily returned to the Marquis's residence. When she passed by the small garden, she heard two sweeping servants whispering, "Ah, I heard about third young Master Quan's matter at old Madam's courtyard that day. That third young Master Quan." Their voices were too soft, and Gu Jinyu didn't hear them clearly. However, she inexplicably felt that it wasn't anything good. "Really?" The other servant turned pale with fright. "Then if second young miss doesn't get married, then what are you doing here?" A dignified voice sounded from the other end of the path. The two sweeping servants' expressions changed, and they hurriedly looked at each other. The person who came was old Madam's current steward. Her surname was Zhang. Nanny Zhang glanced at Gu Jinyu, who was on the winding path, and then looked at the two sweeping servants. She said sternly, "Are you done? If you're slacking off and acting unreasonable here, I'll chase you out." The two hurriedly nodded and bowed. "We won't dare, we won't dare, we won't dare again." Nanny Zhang smiled and greeted Gu Jinyu. Young Mississippi. The people at old Madam's side did not call her second young Mississippi. This made her feel as if she was the only daughter in the residence. This pleased Gu Jinyu greatly. However, when she thought of the conversation she had just heard and Yao Shi's warning, Gu Jinyu felt uneasy. "Nanny Zhang, is there anything about third young Master Quan that I don't know?" Nanny Zhang said in shock. "Young miss, why do you say this? Did these two old maids talk nonsense?" "I'm just asking," Gu Jinyu said. Nanny Zhang smiled and said, "What do they know? Third young Master Quan is the legitimate son of Marquis Chomping. He is talented and upright. Other than studying has made him stupid. He is too kind-hearted and always takes in some homeless beggars, which makes the Marquis very angry. There's nothing else about him. Ah, you're a bit soft-hearted, but being soft-hearted has its benefits. In the future, I'll listen to you. Won't your days in the Marquis's residence be easier?" Gu Jinyu asked, "Why didn't you tell me before?" Nanny Zhang waved her hand and said with a smile, "It's not a big matter. Also, I was worried that you would dislike him for being a bookworm. Old Madam watched you grow up. How could old Madam harm you?" Gu Jinyu said apologetically, "How could I? Third young master is diligent. This is my good fortune. I'm sorry, Nanny Zhang. I shouldn't have doubted grandmother's good intentions." Nanny Zhang held her hand and said with a benevolent smile, "It's good that you understand." Gu Jinyu smiled slightly. "Then, I'll return to my courtyard first. Go." Nanny Zhang released her hand and smiled as she watched her leave. Nanny Zhang's smile only froze when she disappeared at the end of the path. "Old Madam once doted on you, but old Madam doted on her 3 grandsons the most. As long as she could pave the way for her grandsons, why would old Madam care about the life and death of a granddaughter?" Chapter 918. As for Gu Xiaobao, after sitting on Yao Shi's lap for a while, he began to look around. As if he didn't see anything, he slid down from Yao Shi's lap. "Xiaobao is willing to walk." Ye was surprised. He walked by yesterday and went to open the door for his older sister. Yao Shi's mood improved a lot when she mentioned the 2 children. Gu Xiaobao staggered to the east room and pushed open the door that was slightly ajar from the wind. He peered inside. Yao Shi followed him. He turned around and shook his hands at Yao Shi, saying seriously, "No." "No what?" Yao Shi asked with a smile. Gu Xiaobao didn't say anything. Gu Xiaobao went to the courtyard to search again, but to no avail. Just like yesterday evening, he went to the courtyard entrance and climbed over the high threshold. He stood up and looked around the alley. Yao Shi looked at him with a smile. He turned around and shook his hand again. No. Nanny Fong and Yuya were also amused by him. Yuya teased, "Didn't you say you didn't want older sister yesterday? Why are you looking for her now?" Before Gu Xiaobao fell asleep, Gu Jiao was still there. When he woke up, she was gone. Gu Xiaobao was very confused. Yao Shi knew that her daughter wasn't there, but she still let Gu Xiaobao search inside and outside the house. And he had finished 2 months of walking today. Looking at his sweaty appearance, Yao Shi couldn't bear it and asked him, "Do you want older sister?" Gu Xiaobao nodded. The Marquis and Gu Changqing didn't interfere with Gu Jinyu's marriage. Gu Changqing left the capital 3 days earlier than Gu Jiao. At that time, Marquis Gu had just annulled the marriage between Gu Jinyu and Royal Princeton. The Marquis had gone to Chishui Pass in the 8th month of last year. At that time, Marquis Chongping had not returned to the capital to report on his work. When he returned from Yin this month, old Madame Gu was already arranging Gu Jinyu's marriage. Neither grandfather nor grandson said anything. Steward Zheng brought Gu Jiao and the grandfather and grandson pair to the reception pavilion and had someone invite Duke Ongwa over. He had been tired from the journey, and Ongwa Duke was not a general. It was hard to hide the tiredness between his brows. However, when he saw Gu Jiao, he immediately became alert. Godfather. Gu Jiao stepped forward and greeted him. How are you feeling? Are you used to living here? I'm used to it, Dukan said with a smile. Duke and the old Marquis and Gu Chongqing also cupped their hands and greeted him. Dukan was in a wheelchair, so he couldn't get up to greet them. He could only cup his hands in greeting. When they were in the Yin Kingdom, they lived in Duke N's mansion. Today, even if the emperor did not ask, they would take the initiative to visit. I'm not meeting Great General Xin Yuan, Gu Chongqing said. Dukan smiled. He's in good spirits. Liaochen took him around Jing Kong. He said he wanted to see the place where you and Jing Kong lived. Gu Jiao nodded. Dukan gestured for the three to sit down. Gu Jiao sat next to him. He looked at the old Marquis and Gu Chongqing and asked, right? The emperor of the Zhao kingdom is not angry, right? The fact that Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng went to the Yin kingdom could be hidden from the world, but not from the emperor. After all, the emperor was Xiao Heng's uncle. After the wedding, Xiao Heng had to bring his wife to the palace to greet him. Gu Jiao couldn't always wear a mask. The emperor called the grandfather and grandson pair into the palace today to find out the ins and outs of the matter. The two of them told the truth about Gu Jiao, performing the operation on Gu Yin, becoming the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry, treating Duke and being adopted as his goddaughter, the battle at the border, and so on. The whereabouts of Empress Dowager Zhuang and the old chancellor were not mentioned. The emperor only knew that one of them resigned and the other went to the temporary imperial residence to recuperate. The whereabouts of Marquis Xianping, Tang Yueshan, the old Marquis, and Gu Chongqing were also mostly concealed. The old Marquis said, His Majesty is not angry. He was just very shocked. Even after they left, he was still dumbfounded. Dukan was also very surprised. Your Majesty is really different from the rest. If it was the retired emperor of the Yin Kingdom, he probably wouldn't be so magnanimous as to tolerate a daughter of a general going to another country to command the cavalry. Gu Chongqing said sincerely, His Majesty is a benevolent ruler. He wasn't suspicious. This was a double-edged sword. He could tolerate people he trusted unconditionally, like the old imperial concubine Jing in the past, and like his grand-aunt and Gu Jiao now. What about Aheng's background? Gu Jiao asked. Gu Chongqing said, Grandfather asked around. It seems that Princess Xianyang didn't tell His Majesty the truth, so he didn't say anything. We just said that he accompanied you to the Yin Kingdom. After all, this was an internal matter of the imperial family. As officials, it was inconvenient for them to get involved. The group chatted for a while in the parlor. The grandfather and grandson saw that Duke hadn't rested well and said their goodbyes. Gu Jiao had originally planned to take Dukan out for a walk, but now she gave up on this idea. She squatted down next to the wheelchair and looked up at Duke N's handsome face, saying, Adoptive father, rest well. I will come see you tomorrow. When you are feeling better, we will go to the capital for a walk. Dukan smiled dotingly. All right. The three left. Dukan called for a servant to bring over a walking stick. Let's go to the garden. Manager Zheng quickly stopped him. Oh, my lord, my ancestor. You can't be so tired. They all thought that the Duke was so tired because of the long journey. In reality, they weren't wrong. The journey was very tiring, but the Duke wasn't afraid of hardship. He got up before dawn and practiced walking in the garden. Dukan's eyes were firm as he said, I don't want to sit in a wheelchair to send her off. I want to stand up and personally send her to the bridal sedan. The three left the Duke's manor. As for Gu Jiao getting married as the daughter of the Duke, the old Duke and Gu Chongqing didn't mind at all. But it wasn't completely true to say that they minded too much. Having experienced life and death together, they knew very well what kind of person Gu Jiao was. She didn't want to climb up the social ladder. Moreover, Gu Jiao had grown up in the countryside and hadn't eaten a single grain of rice from the Duke's manor. She was free to recognize whoever she wanted. It was impossible to bind her with the rules of the world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so bold as to become sworn brothers with the old Duke. She was full of power, far more powerful than anyone could see. "Jiao Jiao, where are you going?" "I'll send you off," Gu Changqing asked. He knew that his sister wouldn't go to the Duke's manor, so he didn't ask her to come to the manor. "I want to make a trip to the palace," Gu Jiao said truthfully. Gu Changqing said, "That's fine. Great Aunt misses you. Take my carriage. Go early and come back early. I still have matters to attend to," the old Duke said indifferently. "What matters?" Gu Changqing looked at his grandfather in confusion. After winning the battle, the emperor had granted him and his grandfather an entire month of leave. He was very free after this. "Okay?" The old Duke said seriously, "Come with me to Grand Secretary Yuan's home." Upon hearing Grand Secretary Yuan's home, Gu Changqing's expression froze. He had almost forgotten that in order to find an excuse to disappear from the capital, he had acted out a play with Grand Secretary Yuan's granddaughter. Gu Jiao looked at a certain person with schadenfreude, the corners of her lips curling up. "If that's the case, you don't have to send me off, so as to not make Miss Yuan wait too long. I have a carriage, so I'll go first." After saying this, she sat in the Duke's manor's carriage. Gu Changqing closed his eyes with a headache, then turned to look at the old Duke. "Grandfather," the old Duke put his hands behind his back and strode forward. "I prepared everything for you. Get in." Gu Changqing gritted his teeth. "Don't you already know that I went to Jiangnan to find the phoenix and propose marriage to cover up the truth?" Back then, he had agreed that if he couldn't find the phoenix, he wouldn't have the face to propose marriage to the Yuan family's little nun. The little nun was dejected and went back to Buddhism, never to marry again. "Forget it, I'll go. There aren't any phoenixes anyway." Gu Changqing got into the carriage without fear. As soon as he sat down, he saw 2 bird cages on the floor. Inside each cage was a phoenix that was brimming with energy. Gu Changqing. The old Duke thought, "You're still too inexperienced to fight with grandfather." When Gu Jiao arrived at the palace, she realized that she had forgotten to bring the token of Renshou Temple. The guard at the palace gate were new and had never seen Gu Jiao before. Gu Jiao thought about sending someone to pass the message. At this moment, the family's carriage drove over. "My lady," it was Yuya Er's excited voice. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and turned to look. "Yuya, Xiaobao." Yuya carried Gu Xiaobao down from the carriage. Gu Jiao also hurriedly got down from the carriage. "Why are you here?" Yuya smiled. "After Xiaobao woke up, he was looking for you everywhere. Madam said that you would definitely go to the palace, so she asked me to bring Xiaobao there first. The little guy would still look for her." Gu Jiao unexpectedly pinched Xiaobao's face. Gu Xiaobao's face was cold. "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked with a smile. Gu Xiaobao turned his small body and buried his head in Yuya Er's arms. Yuya said to Gu Jiao silently, angry, "Over." Gu Jiao laughed and carried the little guy over. Xiaobao proudly struggled for a while. When he couldn't move, he took out a pair of small hands to cover his face. He didn't want Gu Jiao to look at him. Gu Jiao was amused by him and laughed out loud. She remembered the first time she left little Jing Kong to go up the mountain. When she returned home, little Jing Kong had the same reaction. "What did she do back then?" "All right, it's my fault today. I apologize to you. Can you forgive me?" "I need a kiss to forgive you." Gu Jiao nodded meaningfully and kissed Gu Xiaobao's cheek with experience. Gu Xiaobao still didn't remove the small hands in front of his face. Gu Jiao asked, "It didn't work?" Gu Xiaobao was very shy. Chapter 919. Gu Xiaobao was a frequent visitor to Renshou Palace. Gu Jiao hugged him and enjoyed the privilege of entering the palace with her face. Gu Xiaobao had used up all his power when he was looking for his sister in by Shui Alley, so he couldn't walk anymore. Gu Jiao was strong and was happy to carry him. Yuya helped Gu Jiao carry her things and happily entered the palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't care about court affairs and went to Bai Shui Alley to play cards when she had nothing to do. Her days were leisurely, but she was too worried about Gu Jiao and fell ill several times. It wasn't until the news of the victory at the border that she gradually recovered. Great Aunt Gu Xiaobao was very close to his great aunt and reached out to her when he entered the bedroom. Great Aunt disliked children for being noisy, but Gu Xiaobao wasn't. He was a rare, quiet child. Great Aunt allowed Eunuch Qin to carry him over. Eunuch Qin smiled and walked forward. Miss Gu, you're finally back. The Empress Dowager missed you every day and didn't eat or drink. If you didn't come back, the Empress Dowager would go to Yin Kingdom to find you. Eunuch Qin tactfully swallowed his words. Give him to me. Eunuch Qin reached out to carry Gu Xiaobao. Gu Xiaobao turned away. He didn't let him carry him. Eunuch Qin sighed. Let me do it, Gu Jiao said. Then I'll go make tea. Eunuch Qin smiled and left, taking the palace maids with him. Empress Dowager Zhuang was sitting by the window drinking tea. Gu Jiao walked over and sat beside her. She softly greeted Great Aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Yuya curtsied. Empress Dowager Zhuang. Yes. Gu Jiao. Wait, is there such a difference in treatment? Gu Xiaobao climbed behind Empress Dowager Zhuang and sat for a while. He found it quite boring and climbed down. Yuya placed a food box on the table and carried him out to play. Gu Jiao opened the food box and took out the things inside one by one. Candied plums made by granduncle. Rose cakes made by my mother. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face was sour and she was unmoved. Gu Jiao took out a small box from the bottom. Peach cake. I made it. Empress Dowager Zhuang's expression eased a little, but in the next second, her brows furrowed again. Who allowed you to enter the kitchen? Does Aijiao lack a peach pastry or something? Do you think the food you cook is delicious? Gu Jiao suppressed the smile on her face and mischievously reached out to grab the box. Oh, then I'll take it back. Empress Dowager Zhuang hugged the peach cake and glared at her with hidden bitterness. Gu Jiao laughed so hard that she fell back in her chair. The sun was shining brightly, and the girl's smile was beautiful. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, but the corners of her lips unconsciously curled up, and tears flashed in her eyes. Her Jiao Jiao was back. She was back with her tail intact. A lot of things had happened in the year that Gu Jiao was not in the capital. First, Crown Princess Wen Linlang died of illness. Then, Empress Xiao selected 2 concubines for the crown prince. To Gu Jiao's surprise, one of the concubines was actually concubine Rui Wang's younger sister. Her name was Du Xiaoyan. Gu Jiao had a little impression of her, because when she first came to the capital, she met Du Xiaoyan several times. Du Xiaoyan was Wen Linlang's loyal supporter and regarded Wen Linlang as the perfect goddess in her mind. She wondered how she felt when she was selected to be a concubine in the East Palace. Du Xiaoyan's belly was very strong. She was pregnant 3 months after entering the palace. Now, she was 5 months pregnant. Empress Xiao once told Empress Dowager Zhuang that if Du Xiaoyan could give birth to a son for the crown prince, she would ask the Empress Dowager to make her the crown princess. In addition, Rui Wang showed his skills in the court and was valued by the emperor. The emperor appointed him as an imperial envoy to Jiangnan to observe the situation of the people. Concubine Rui Wang and her son traveled with him and had already set off. What about Prince Ning? Gu Jiao asked. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. He's still the same. He's still confined in the mansion. Ever since Chu Yu separated from him, his temperament changed a lot. I heard that he has been secretly sending people to inquire about Chu Yu's whereabouts. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Prince Ning clearly had Princess Ning in his heart. He just couldn't get Wen Linlang when he was young. Unfortunately, he realized it too late. Chu Yu was long gone. It was too late for him to regret. What about Zhuang Yuang? Is there any news of him? Gu Jiao asked again. You have a lot of people on your mind. Empress Dowager Zhuang said this, but in her heart, she knew that Gu Jiao was worried about her. Whether it was Prince Ning or Commandery Prince and They were both children that she had truly loved. No one expected that Grand Tutor Zhuang, Prince Ning's grandfather, not only did not discipline Prince Ning, but also secretly urged Prince Ning to rebel. Prince Ning fell, Grand Tutor Zhuang was beheaded, and the Zhuang family was exiled. Zhuang Yuheng was first expelled from the family by Grand Tutor Zhuang, and then he performed meritorious deeds. He could have stayed in the capital, but he was exiled without hesitation. When the Zhuang family was at its peak, he gave up his glory and left the Zhuang family. When the Zhuang family fell into a quagmire, he gave up his bright future and returned to the Zhuang family. Thinking of him, Empress Dowager Zhuang felt distressed and regretful. Her heart was filled with emotions, but no one dared to ask or mention it. Only Gu Jiao could make her speak. Empress Dowager Zhuang let out a long sigh. He became a teacher at a small private school at the border. He teaches during the day and helps people write letters at night. He copies official documents and earns a small amount of money to support his family. Although he was exiled, Zhuang Yuheng himself was not a criminal. Therefore, he could teach a private school. Even so, his days were still very hard. Zhuang Yuheng himself didn't think it was hard. When the people sent by Empress Dowager Zhuang asked him how he was doing, he said that Xiao Lulang had suffered all these hardships before. If Xiao Lulang could endure it, he could too. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. You're still competing with Lulang. By the way, Xiao Shui sent you a letter. Gu Jiao oh. Empress Dowager Zhuang was too lazy to move. She pointed to a place, and Gu Jiao went to fetch the letter. There were a total of 6 letters. In ancient times, transportation was not convenient. A letter might take 2 to 3 months on the road. Gu Jiao received 6 letters in the 1.5 years she was gone. It could be seen that the frequency of Xuan Ningxiang writing letters was not low. Xuan Ningxiang mainly talked about the back of the mountain and her daily life in the countryside. Her handwriting is better than mine, Gu Jiao muttered. The back of the mountain had been reclaimed. According to Gu Jiao's needs, different kinds of herbs were planted. Some of them were expected to be harvested next year. Go was 5 years old. He was very naughty and always ran around streets. Xuan Ningxiang was easy to find. Goa got along well with Headmaster Li. He really thought that he was Headmaster Li's biological son. Headmaster Li taught him how to write. Guess what? He actually learned very well. The second-to-last letter said that her great-aunt sent a letter to Xuan Ningxiang, asking her to bring her husband and Goa to the capital. She said that she would come immediately. The last letter followed closely. Xuan Ningxiang was pregnant and couldn't come to the capital for the time being. After the baby was born, she would come to visit her great-aunt in Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao listened to the news for an entire afternoon and read so many letters from Xuan Ningxiang. Suddenly, she felt as if a lifetime had passed. When she first transmigrated, Goa was only 1 year old. Now he was 5 years old. Unknowingly, she had already spent 4 years here. Gu Xiaobao staggered in while she was sighing. He stood in front of Gu Jiao and Empress Dowager Zhuang, looking at Empress Dowager Zhuang with an especially innocent and well-behaved expression. Great aunt, he called out in a childish voice. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Oh, what trouble did you get into now? Gu Xiaobao put his small hands in front of him. His right hand pinched the index finger of his left hand. No. Just as he finished speaking, Yi and a palace made from Rinshou Palace walked in a panic. The two bowed their heads. Yi didn't know what it was and didn't know how to report it. The palace maid braced herself and said, The phoenix seal is broken. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face darkened. A row of daggers flashed through her eyes. Gu Xiaobao walked forward and hugged Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand. Great aunt, Xiaobao loves you. Empress Dowager Zhuang's body shook. Who taught him that? Gu Jiao had dinner at Rinshou Palace before returning. Gu Xiaobao was so tired that he fell asleep. He was snoring sweetly in Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao looked at him. Oh, this child is so cute. Yuya smiled and said, Miss, don't be envious. You will soon have a child with the son-in-law. Her? Have a child? Gu Jiao was stunned. The Yuan family. Grand Secretary Yuan and the old Marquis were chatting happily in the parlor. Gu Chongqing felt like he was sitting on pins and needles beside the old Marquis. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a figure flashing by outside the window. The other party seemed to look at him. He understood and stood up. "Sorry, I have to go to the washroom." The old Marquis glanced at his grandson with dissatisfaction. Why did he have to go to the washroom? Grand Secretary Yuan smiled and raised his hand. "It's fine. Go ahead. Zhao San, take Air Gu to the washroom." "Yes." The manservant called Zhao San led Gu Changqing to the washroom. Gu Changqing said without a change in expression, "I know the way. You go back first. It'll take me a while." "Yes." Zhao San returned to the parlor. Gu Changqing turned around and used his qigong to arrive at a small garden nearby. The little Taoist nun in Taoist robes had been waiting there for a long time. She was holding a newly published novel. The little Taoist nun closed the half-read novel and turned to Gu Changqing. "You're finally here. If you didn't come, I would have gone to invite you myself." He said, "You had someone call for me just now?" "Yes." The little Taoist nun nodded. He asked, "Is something the matter?" The little Taoist nun glanced behind him, then gave the maid beside her a meaningful glance. The maid understood and walked to a nearby spot to keep watch. The little Taoist nun asked, "How did your grandfather talk with my grandfather?" Gu Changqing recalled how the two elders had hit it off so quickly. His expression was complicated. "I'm sorry. I didn't expect my grandfather to find a phoenix. Give me some time. I'll find another way to break off this engagement." The little Taoist nun paused, then probed, "If you break off the engagement, won't you have to get married in the future?" "What?" Gu Changqing didn't understand why she would ask such a question. The little Taoist nun explained, "What I mean is that our original plan had a loophole. It's not that easy for me to return to the Taoist temple, especially since my grandmother threatened to kill herself a few days ago. It's the same for you. Even if you break off the engagement with me, your family will arrange another marriage for you until you get married." Gu Changqing fell silent. Yuan Baolin was right. As the heir to the Marquis estate, he would inherit the Marquis estate in the future. His grandfather wouldn't give up on his marriage. Yuan Baolin thought for a moment, then asked, "Are you still the same as before? Don't you want to get married?" "Amen." Gu Changqing nodded resolutely. Yuan Baolin said, "Me too. I don't want to get married. What's so good about men? I've seen women live to a ripe old age, but all of them die young. Treasure your life and stay away from men." Gu Changqing was speechless. He had nothing to say to that. Yuan Baolin hugged the storybook in her hands. She rolled her eyes and looked at him with a mischievous smile. "Since you don't want to get married and I don't want to get married, why don't we work together?" Gu Changqing gave her a deep look. "You mean?" Yuan Baolin took a few steps forward and said calmly, "In any case, it's fine as long as we can deceive them. In the future, if you have someone in your heart, or if I have someone in my heart, it won't be too late for us to separate." Gu Changqing hesitated for a moment, then said, "But this isn't fair to you. It wasn't a big deal for a man to separate, but if a woman separated, she would more or less suffer criticism. Even if she was Grand Secretary Yuan's direct granddaughter, she still couldn't avoid this secular custom." Yuan Baolin laughed and said, "You don't need to worry about this. Honestly speaking, I don't care what others think of me. Their gazes and words can't hurt me. Just tell me if you agree or not. Okay?" This maverick nature was rather similar to his younger sister's. Gu Changqing knitted his brows. This matter had nothing to do with him, but for her, it was indeed. Yuan Baolin said frankly, "Don't look down on women too much, and don't use your way of thinking to measure me. I know what I want. Unless you don't want to work with me, then pretend I didn't say anything." Gu Changqing pondered for a moment. He looked at her with a complicated expression and gave his choice. Chapter 920. After Yuan Baolin returned to her room, her younger sister, Yuan Tong, walked in. Her younger sister held her arm and whispered, "Sister, do you really agree to this marriage?" Yuan Baolin pulled her hand away and lay down on the chaise lounge. She leisurely flipped through the half-read novel. "Yes." Her younger sister was surprised and sat down next to her. "But sister, didn't you say that you won't marry in this lifetime?" Yuan Baolin sighed. "Grandmother threatened me with death. What can I do? Yuan Tong nodded and pinched her handkerchief. Speaking of which, he really found the phoenix for you. This means that he is serious about you. Yuan Baolin flipped a page and continued to read the book. She said indifferently, he didn't find it. Yuan Tong was puzzled. How do you know that he didn't find it? Yuan Baolin said, I just know. Yuan Tong frowned and stood up. Then I'll go tell grandfather. Wait. Yuan Baolin took down the book, looked at her, and said casually, Don't ruin this marriage. I'm going to marry him. Yuan Tong frowned, sister. There are so many good men in the world. Why do you want a dishonest man? Yuan Baolin said helplessly, You don't understand. Yuan Tong pouted and pinched her handkerchief. I don't understand. I only know that once sister gets married, it will be my turn soon. In the future, the Yuan family will become my maiden family. I won't be able to see my parents every day, and I won't be able to talk to sister like this. Yuan Baolin continued to read the novel. Yuan Tong thought of something and took a deep breath. If sister and Gu Shitzi get married, won't I and that? Bumblebee's relative? Yuan Baolin asked, What bumblebee? Yuan Tong stomped her foot. His younger brother. That rude and annoying person. Yuan Baolin turned a page. Oh, is there such a person? I forgot. Gu Chengfeng, who was completely forgotten by his sister-in-law. After leaving the palace, Gu Jiao went to Vermilion Bird Avenue to visit Princess Xinyang and Shang Wanqing. Shang Wanqing was recovering well. The remaining poison in his body was almost cleared. He should be able to stop taking the medicine for the last month. In the future, he would pay more attention to his diet. There would not be too big of a problem. The three of them sat in Princess Xinyang's room. Gu Jiao inadvertently looked around. Princess Xinyang faintly said, Don't look. Aheng is not there. Shang Wanqing sat on the right side of his princess mother. He picked up the book on the table and covered his left face. He whispered to Gu Jiao, I know you're here, so I sent him away. I don't want you two to meet before the wedding. Gu Jiao said with a bitter face, Oh. Yuya carried the sleeping Gu Xiaobao in the courtyard to enjoy the cool air while Eugene fanned Xiaobao. Xiao Yi had not yet fallen asleep. She lay in the cradle alone and played with her feet. From time to time, she would make a small sound. She was a baby with a strong presence. As long as she was awake, she would not stop. She was the complete opposite of Gu Xiaobao, who could not even be bothered to cry. Yaoshi gave birth to Gu Xiaobao. It was as though the family had not given birth to a child. Princess Xinyang gave birth to Xiao Yi. It was as though the family had given birth to twins. Gu Jiao went to the side of the cradle to play with her. She stopped scratching her feet. Opening her gem-like eyes wide, she stared at Gu Jiao without blinking. She was about to grow her first tooth. Recently, she had been drooling quite a bit. Gu Jiao remembered that Gu Xiaobao was not so fat when he was 5 months old. Her little arms were like lotus roots, white and tender. She wanted to pinch them. Can I pinch them? Gu Jiao asked Shang Wanqing, who had also come to the side of the cradle. Shang Wanqing sternly said, Of course you can't. Children have soft skin and tender flesh. What if you break them? After saying that, he glanced at the princess mother, who was sitting in front of the coffee table drinking tea. Using his body to block her view, he whispered to Gu Jiao, Feel free to pinch them. Xiao Yi, who was suddenly betrayed by her brother. Gu Jiao pinched and pinched. Oh, it felt so good. Xiao Yi was a lively baby. She loved to laugh and cry. Usually, if her brothers pinched her like this, she would have wailed and complained to her mother. But today, she gave her sister-in-law enough face. After Gu Jiao pinched her little arms, she raised her little feet high, as if asking, Here, Gio. Here, do you want a pinch? With the two little ones playing with the Princess Xinyang went to do her own things. When only the two of them were left in the house, Shang Wanqing asked Gu Jiao, Oh right, how's my mother? Gu Jiao, who was pinching Xiao Yi's hand, paused. She turned her head and looked at him strangely. Why didn't you ask just now? Shang Wanqing coughed lightly and said, The princess mother was here just now. I was afraid that she would be jealous. Gu Jiao, you know quite a lot. Shang Wanqing raised his eyebrows and said, Of course. Everyone is like that bookworm younger brother, who doesn't understand women. Gu Jiao said honestly, but I feel that he understands the two mothers much better than you. Shang Wanqing's face darkened. How could she undermine him like this? Gu Jiao took out a folded letter from her purse and handed it to him. This is a handwritten letter from the Empress. See for yourself how she is doing. Shang Wanqing took the letter and glanced at Gu Jiao from the corner of his eyes. He snorted and said, "You're still talking about me. Why didn't you take out the letter just now?" Gu Jiao's expression did not change as she said, "I forgot." Shang Wanqing, haha. When Gu Jiao and Shang Wanqing were talking, they neglected Xiao Yi, who was in the cradle. Xiao Yi pulled Gu Jiao's hand unhappily. It was as if she was saying, "Don't talk to Stinky Brother, talk to me." Gu Jiao curved her lips and carried Xiao Yi. Gu Xiaobao liked to drink milk. Gu Jiao carried him for an entire day, so her body was also stained with a faint milky fragrance. Xiao Yi smelled the familiar scent. Her two chubby little hands grabbed Gu Jiao's lapel and plunged into Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao thought that Xiao Yi was hungry, so she carried her to the greenhouse and gave her to Princess Xinyang. Xiao Yi, who suddenly returned to her mother's arms, was dumbfounded. That was an instinctive reaction. She hadn't played enough with her sister-in-law yet. Then, she was pressed in her mother's arms. "Great, with milk, everything is fine." Xiao Yi ate happily, completely forgetting about her sister-in-law. There were a total of 3 letters from Shang Wanyan. 2 were for the 2 brothers, and the other one was for Princess Xinyang. The letter to the 2 brothers mainly described the current situation of the Yin Kingdom. It also mentioned her ascension to the throne and chatted about daily life. In addition, because the war had just ended, the new emperor ascended the throne, and it was time to deal with the 10 great clans, so the court was busy. She was deeply sorry that she couldn't attend Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao's wedding. In fact, everyone knew that the current situation of the Yin Kingdom wasn't as light as she described it. The power of the 10 great clans was enough to give her a headache for a while. There was another reason why she didn't attend the wedding. She was worried that Princess Xinyang didn't want to see her. In the study, Princess Xinyang sighed. "It's all in the past. I've already let it go." Gu Jiao left, leaving only the 3 of them in the room. In her arms, Xiao Yi looked at her with wide eyes, as if trying to understand what happened to her mother. Shang Wanqing shook his head and said, "I'm afraid you have to tell her yourself. Otherwise, with my mother's temperament, she will never be able to understand." Princess Xinyang suddenly said, "When are you going back?" Shang Wanqing stared. "Why? Mother, are you driving me away?" Princess Xinyang looked at her daughter in her arms. "You 2 brothers are with me. Your mother will be lonely by herself." Shang Wanqing raised his eyebrows. "Then why don't my brother go back?" Princess Xinyang looked up at him. "Your brother found a wife from the Zhao country. Do you also want to find a wife from the Zhao country?" Shang Wanqing said seriously, "It's not impossible. I can consider someone like you, mother." Princess Xinyang was in a very sad mood when talking to Shang Wanqing, but she didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his last sentence. But then again, Shang Wanqing did have plans to return to the Yin Kingdom. His mother was on both sides, and he had thought it through. He would live on one side for half a year. Anyway, he liked to run around. At the end of the 3 letters, they all mentioned the same thing, the identity of the 2 children. She wasn't sure which of the 2 brothers would be willing to be the prince of the Yin Kingdom. Perhaps both of them would be willing, or perhaps neither of them would be willing. She respected the choice of her 2 sons, and she would gladly accept any result. This was also something that Princess Xinyang had been brooding about, so she hadn't told the emperor of the Zhao country about the 2 children's identities for the time being. Princess Xinyang said, "Your mother doesn't have any objections. Actually, I don't have any objections either. You go and discuss it with your brother." Shang Wanqing's eyes flashed. "Don't need to discuss it with my father?" Princess Xinyang's face fell. "Who is who? Aren't you both his sons? What does he have to lose?" Shang Wanqing touched his nose resentfully. He had just mentioned it, and look at how angry his mother was. A day and a night had passed, and his mother was still angry. She didn't know if it was because the mention of her father reminded Xiao Yi of this person. She turned her head to look outside and even wanted to sit up. Princess Xinyang regretted mentioning her father in the middle of the night. Wasn't she asking her to look for her father? Xiao Yi, who needed her father to coax her to sleep every night, became emotional at will. Her small mouth pouted, and she cried. Chapter 921. Little Yi was a very determined baby. If she wanted to cry for her father, she would definitely cry. Other children would get tired after crying, but she was full of energy and didn't have such a situation. Princess Xinyang occasionally felt that she was spoiling her too much. She might as well let her cry. After crying a few times, she would understand that this trick didn't work on her. But this child was stubborn. She wouldn't stop crying even when her voice was hoarse. Marquis Xian Ping appeared at the door of the study in time and walked in arrogantly to show off his status in the family. Did Yi find her father? Yi really likes father the most, right? He asked, asking for a beating. Princess Xinyang glared at him and expressionlessly handed her daughter to Shang Wanqing. Shang Wanqing sighed inwardly. His bookworm brother really didn't have it easy these years. He was always sandwiched between his parents. The little fellow was crying so much that he pursed his lips and hurriedly carried her to his father. She stopped crying once she was in her father's arms, but her expression was full of grievance. This made Marquis Xian Ping's heart ache. He hugged his daughter and looked at Princess Xinyang disapprovingly. Qin Fengwei, Princess Xinyang shot daggers at him. Marquis Xian Ping changed the topic seamlessly. How can you raise your daughter so well? Her father was completely defeated. The siblings turned their faces away and couldn't look anymore. On the other hand, Gu Jiao appeared to have left Princess Xinyang's residence, but in fact, she secretly returned. She leaped into the courtyard with one hand and walked around Xiao Heng's room. He's really not here. Princess Xinyang really went all out to make this fiancé and fiancé follow the rules. Gu Jiao pursed her lips and returned to the carriage. Gu Xiaobao probably wouldn't wake up tonight and would sleep until dawn. Gu Jiao pinched his little arm. It felt different from when she pinched little Yi. He wasn't as fat as Yi. The two of them got off the carriage. Yuya carried Gu Xiaobao into the courtyard first. Just as Gu Jiao was about to cross the threshold, a slender hand reached out from her side and gently grasped her wrist. She turned around and saw Xiao Heng pressing his index finger to his lips as he gestured to her. She understood and said to Yuya, I'm going to buy something. I'll be back in a bit. Yuya exclaimed in confusion. When she turned to look at Gu Jiao was no longer outside the door. Why didn't you buy it on the way? She mumbled as she carried the sleeping Gu Xiaobao into the house. Madame Yao was currently making a wedding outfit for little Jing Kong. The reason was that little Jing Kong had once seen Xiao Heng's wedding outfit at Princess Xinyang's home. He thought that if his bad brother-in-law had it, he should have it too. Where's Jiao Jiao? Didn't he come back with you? She put down the needle and took her son. Yuya replied, she's back. Just as she reached the door, misremembered that she forgot to buy something and went out again. I see. Madame Yao did not suspect anything and carried Xiaobao back into the house. All right, Yuya go get some hot water. I'll give Xiaobao a bath. Understood, madam. Yuya happily went to get the water. On the other side, Gu Jiao was being held by a certain little duke who was getting more and more scheming by the day as they walked along the busy streets of Chang'an. Tonight, there was a small lantern festival, and the streets were very lively. Gu Jiao wore a veil and walked side by side with him amidst the endless crowd. Feeling the unique night breeze of Zhao country, she could not help but feel a sense of tranquility. It's not easy to be able to walk on the streets without any worries, she said softly. Xiao Heng's eyes were filled with her. He smiled and said, It's been hard on you, my dear fiancé. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, Likewise. Xiao Heng laughed softly. His face was picturesque, like jade and like an immortal. In the past, he was always cold and cheerless, but he did not know when it started. But as long as he was with her, he could always unconsciously smile. The two of them, holding hand, were covered by Xiao Heng's wide sleeves. Gu Jiao said, "Sometimes I feel like I've known you for a long time." Xiao Hong nodded his head. "It's been a long time, for years." Gu Jiao thought for a bit. That's right." Xiao Hong looked at her with a smile. "Of course it is." Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, "But the first time I saw you, I had an unusually good impression of you." Xiao Hong teased her. "Because I'm handsome?" This girl always said that he was handsome. Gu Jiao thought for a bit and could not think of a reason to refute. Her good impression of him might have originated from his face. After all, she was obsessed with appearances, right? Although she did not know how many times her godfather had told her not to always look at a man's face. Xiao Hong did not know that she was really thinking about this problem. He said with emotion, "In these 4 years, we've been apart more than together. If I'm not on the road to take the exam, then you're on the road to war. Speaking of which, why did you believe that I would pass the exam?" He even jumped into the cold lake for a county exam paper. Gu Jiao said, "I don't know, I just thought that you would pass the exam. It doesn't matter if you don't pass. I said before, I'll take care of you." Xiao Hong looked at the road and then looked at her. The corner of his mouth hooked up. "Then, my dear wife, please take care of me in the future." Gu Jiao curled her lips and said, "We're not married yet. Aren't you calling me wife too early?" As soon as her voice fell, a large man carelessly bumped into them. Xiao Hong used one arm to protect Gu Jiao, but he did not dodge and was hit by that person. That person raised his hand and was about to punch Xiao Hong, but Gu Jiao grabbed his wrist and threw him to the ground. That person fell on his back and scolded angrily. "Who is he to you?" Gu Jiao fiercely said, "My husband." Xiao Hong's lips hooked up and his eyes sparkled with a smile. This was just a small interlude. That person was not Gu Jiao's opponent and left dejectedly. The two of them continued to go to the Lantern Festival. Suddenly, a man and a woman seemed to be quarreling at a stall in front of the alley. The man's voice sounded familiar. The two of them could not help but look in that direction. Who would have thought that they would see Gu Chengfeng stand up from the stool in front of the small table? "Surnamed Yuan. What nonsense are you talking about?" "Am I talking nonsense? Your big brother is just dishonest. He was clearly not the one who caught the phoenix, but he still pretended that he did. What phoenix or not phoenix? How ridiculous." Gu Chengfeng had been outside the whole day and knew nothing about his big brother's engagement. Yuan Tong put her hands on her hips and said, "Stop pretending. If it wasn't for my sister not letting me say it, I would have already complained to my grandfather." Gu Chengfeng sneered. "Go ahead and complain." Yuan Tong stomped her feet and said, "I'm doing this for my sister's sake." Gu Chengfeng mocked. "Oh, your sister's face is so big." Yuan Tong did not reply, but immediately took back the initiative. "I don't want to be relatives with someone like you." Gu Chengfeng laughed. "You think I want to be relatives with you?" Yuan Tong gritted her teeth. "Big hornet." Gu Chengfeng did not back down. Round tube. "No, I think you're so dumb. You should be called her Tong." "Who are you calling her Tong?" Yuan Tong was so angry that she grabbed a stool and threw it at Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng was someone who practiced martial arts, so naturally he would not be hit by her. He dodged around the table and said proudly, come on, Tong, Tong, Tong." Yuan Tong was really angered by him. She had never seen such an annoying person in her life. Gu Jiao and Xiao Hong both recognized each other's identity. They did not expect Gu Chengfeng to know her and seemed to have a deep relationship with her. The two of them had a tacit understanding and did not try to stop the fight. Gu Chengfeng and Xiao Hong were the same age and turned 20 last year. When he was the monarch of the Yin Kingdom, it was the state preceptor and duke and who performed his coronation ceremony. He was the first person in the world to have these two host his coronation ceremony. But looking at him, even though he had turned white, he still looked like a child. "What are you thinking about?" The two of them continued to walk forward. Xiao Hong saw Gu Jiao's thoughtful expression and could not help but ask her. Gu Jiao said, "I'm thinking about how to make it up to you if I'm not there when you perform your coronation ceremony." The coronation ceremony was a man's coming-of-age ceremony in ancient times. It was very significant. Xiao Hong and Shang Guanqing turned 20 last year in December. At that time, Gu Jiao was preparing for the war against the Jin kingdom at the border. Xiao Hung suddenly lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Make it up to me on our wedding night." His voice was low and full of magnetism, making her little ear feel numb and itchy. She raised her hand and touched her little ear. "Oh." Xiao Hung smiled. "No, you're not going to refuse? What if I want you to do something bad? Something very, very bad?" Gu Jiao said seriously. "Anything is fine." Xiao Hing took a deep breath. "Gu Jiao, you don't know anything about how bad men can be." He was no longer the innocent boy in Qingchuan village who would not have any evil thoughts when he slept with her in the same bed. He had grown up. He had grown into a very, very bad wolf who wanted to eat her at any time. Chapter 922. The novel will be updated faster. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find on the internet. By the time Gu Jiao returned to Jade Water Alley, it was already 2 hours later. Since she was putting on an act, she really did buy something, a few sticks of Tonghalu. She carried the candied haws to the door of her house. She was surprised to hear a conversation in a low voice coming from the alley. "Go in." It was little Jing Kong's voice. "I don't dare." It was a young man's voice. Gu Jiao thought it was a little familiar, but she didn't immediately remember. Little Jing Kong sighed like an old man. "You have to face up to your mistakes," the young man said hesitantly, "but my hair hasn't grown out yet." "Jiao, you're back. Why are you so late?" Old Lady Zhou came out of Annie's son's house and saw Gu Jiao carrying the candied haws. The conversation in the alley stopped abruptly, followed by the sound of fleeing footsteps. The young man had left. "I want to buy some candied haws." Gu Jiao bent down, took a stick of candied haws, and handed it to Old Lady Zhou's grandson. The grandson looked up at his grandmother with longing in his eyes. Old Lady Zhou felt embarrassed, so Gu Jiao said, "Take it. Xiao Bao will come and play with you tomorrow." Hearing Gu Jiao's words, Old Lady Zhou smiled and accepted the candied haws. She let the grandson thank her and accept it. After Gu Jiao said goodbye to Old Lady Zhou, little Jing Kong happened to come out of the alley. "Jiao." He jumped in front of Gu Jiao and gave her a hug. He was obviously more than 6 years old, but he still looked like a 5-year-old. It was easy for him to act cute. When he saw the candied haws in Gu Jiao's hand, he blinked his big eyes. "Wow. Jiao, you want to buy candy haws?" Gu Jiao had to say yes. Otherwise, he would be jealous if she told him that she was going on a date with his bad brother-in-law. "Are you going to school tomorrow?" Gu Jiao asked. "It's a holiday tomorrow," little Jing Kong said. "It's okay to sleep a little later." Gu Jiao asked him to pick a stick of candy haws. He picked the second biggest one and left the biggest one for Gu Xiaobao. It was a good opportunity to boost his younger brother's strength. Gu Jiao held his hand and walked home. "By the way, who were you talking to just now?" Little Jing Kong held Gu Jiao's hand with one hand and licked the candied hawthorn with the other. He said, "Brother Chenglin." Gu Chenglin? Gu Jiao remembered this person. He was the youngest son who was raised the most by concubine Ling. He always thought that it was Madame Yao who killed his mother, so he always bullied Gu Yan. Later, he was ruthlessly stabbed by concubine Ling, who he trusted and was closest to. Since then, he was disheartened and wanted to become a monk. When little Jing Kong was halfway through shaving his head, the old duke came back. He tucked his tail between his legs and went back to the mortal world. I remember that his hair has grown out." Gu Qingfeng bought a lot of hair growth agents from her. Little Jing Kong said, originally it had grown out, but during the new year, he played with firecrackers and blew up his hair. Gu Jiao hit the nail on the head and asked, "Did he play with firecrackers or your black fire pearl?" Little Jing Kong blinked. "My black fire pearl." Gu Jiao, little Jing Kong said innocently, "But I fixed it. I saw that his hair was messed up by the explosion, so I shaved it for him again. And then it didn't grow anymore." Little Jing Kong licked a mouthful of sugar-coated haws. "Oh, I suddenly remembered that I haven't fed little Gio yet. I'll go feed little Gio now." After saying that, he raised his head and looked at Gu Jiao cutely. Jiao, you're so beautiful today. I can't extricate myself from your beauty." My heart is bursting with joy. Gu Jiao, while little Jing Bao's sweet words have solved the case. Wait. Gu Jiao stopped little Jing Kong, who was running into the house. Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes and turned around with a smile. Jiao Jiao, is there anything else? See, how could she lose her temper in front of such a well-behaved, cute, and sensible child? Gu Jiao thought for a while and asked, what is he doing here today? The next day, Gu Chongqing and Gu Chengfeng got up early. Last night, Gu Chengfeng had returned home too late. Gu Chongqing had already gone to bed. He had only confirmed the marriage that Yuan Tong had mentioned with his elder brother this morning. Elder brother, are you really going to marry the daughter of the Yuan family? He asked Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing had just finished the horse stance. His handsome face was dripping with sweat. He took the handkerchief from the servant, wiped the sweat on his forehead and neck, and said, What's wrong? Do you have a problem with it? Gu Chengfeng snorted. What problem can I have? I'm not your father. Gu Chongqing looked at him coldly. He shrank his neck, smiled awkwardly, and changed the topic. Elder brother, didn't we agree to go to Clear Water Alley today? That girl has been resting for 2 days. In other words, they could come and disturb them now. Gu Chongqing raised his eyebrows and said proudly, I saw Jiao Jiao yesterday. Gu Chengfeng glared. What? Didn't we say we were going today? You actually went behind my back. Gu Chongqing said, Who told grandfather to call you to go to the palace, and you didn't go? When grandfather and I came back from the palace, we ran into her visiting Duke Ongwa. Gu Chengfeng felt like he had missed out on 100 million yuan, especially when his elder brother was showing off. Really? Elder brother, why are you so childish? Gu Chongqing glanced at his younger brother and walked away proudly. Gu Chengfeng gritted his teeth and returned to his own courtyard. As he was packing up, Gu Qinglin came over. Why are you up so early today? Are you going to school? He asked. Gu Qinglin scratched his head. It's a holiday today. Oh, then Gu Yin is also on holiday. As he spoke, he opened the cabinet door and stuffed an extra box in his bag. I don't know if the Imperial College will let it in. It will, Gu Qinglin said. Gu Chengfeng forgot to ask how he knew and stuffed another box in his bag. I'll go out with elder brother later. You stay at home and study. Oh. Gu Qinglin lowered his head. What's wrong? Gu Chengfeng sensed that something was wrong with his younger brother's mood. Gu Qinglin hesitated. Nothing, I'm going to study. Weird. Gu Chengfeng watched his back as he turned and left. He packed up the box and went to meet his elder brother at the gate. It was rare for little Jing Kong to have a holiday, so Xin Yuanqi and Liaochen also came over. Liaochen was dragged over by his father. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to face the little monk who could recite scriptures better than the abbot. Xin Yuanqi was teaching the 3 young men martial arts in the backyard. Liaochen was lying on a rattan chair to cool off. Gu Xiaobao was carried by Yu Ye to find Granny Zhou's grandson. Gu Jiao went to the clinic. Yao Shi was making snacks for the children in the kitchen. Xin Yuanqi was teaching them the most basic fist technique. He demonstrated it once and then taught them one by one. Little Jing Kong learned it the fastest, followed by Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Yin was the slowest. He barely learned it. Xin Yuanqi saw that the 3 children were sweating profusely and knew that it was about time for the day. Little Jing Kong's talent surprised him. Xiao Lu really left behind a very outstanding descendant for the Xin Yuan family. The 2 brothers went to the backyard and greeted Xin Yuanqi and his son. Then they greeted Gu Xiaoshan and the other 2. Then they went to the kitchen to greet Yao Shi. Elder brother, watch me do it. Little Jing Kong couldn't wait to show off his newly learned fist technique to Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing and Marquis Xianping had taught little Jing Kong some martial arts. He learned a lot of different things, but he practiced them very well. This was a hard-working child. His movements were smooth as flowing water. Oh, not bad. Gu Chengfeng exaggerated. Little Jing Kong nodded. That's right. I'm the best at it. Gu Xiaoshan was not very familiar with some of the moves. He practiced them silently at the side. Xin Yuanqi corrected him from time to time. Only Gu Yin went back to the house with a long face. Gu Chongqing followed him. Behind him, he said considerately, Actually, I know this fist technique too. I can teach you too. Gu Yin turned his face and snorted. But want to learn it. The moves just now didn't require a lot of space. Gu Changqing demonstrated it to him in the house. Even if Gu Yin pretended not to care at first, he was gradually attracted to it. Try it. Gu Changqing said to him. I'm not going to try. Gu Yin refused to lose face in front of Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing smiled gently. He raised Gu Yan's arm and helped Gu Yin get into a stance. I said I'm not going to practice. Tighten the waist and abdomen. He pointed at Gu Yan's soft stomach with his slender finger and pointed at his thin back with his other hand. Gu Yin took a deep breath unconsciously. Like this. Gu Changqing came behind him and grabbed his arm. He led him through the first move. He leaned on his brother's arm and felt the details of each move. So it's like this? When he looked, he could only see the front or the back. It was always hard to combine the two. But after Gu Changqing grabbed his arm and did it once, he felt like he had suddenly seen the light. With Gu Changqing teaching Gu Yin one-on-one, Gu Yin finally learned the first half of the set of fist techniques taught by Xin Yuanqi. Not only that, he also previewed the second half in advance. Although it was not as smooth as the first half, he was still able to do it. He immediately went to show off to little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong looked as if he was struck by lightning. He was in disbelief. Even Brother Yin could do it? No way. He wanted to practice more. Jade Water Alley officially started the inner volume. Gu Xiaobao came back from his afternoon. He looked for his sister the moment he entered the house. But his sister was not there today. Gu Xiaobao clenched his little hands and looked up blankly. One brother, two brothers, a row of brothers. Gu Changqing had not seen Gu Xiaobao for a long time. He still remembered the first time he saw him. He was trembling in his arms. Now that he had grown up, he should not be like that anymore. Gu Changqing bent down confidently and carried the dumbfounded Gu Xiaobao up. Gu Xiaobao did not tremble like before, but his whole body was stiff. Big brother, he still looks scared of you. Let me do it. Gu Qingfeng carried Xiaobao over. Sure enough, Gu Xiaobao relaxed once he was in Gu Qingfeng's arms. Gu Changqing did not believe it and carried him again. Gu Xiaobao froze again. Gu Changqing, ha! Gu Qingfeng laughed with his hands on his hips. Big brother, Xiaobao still doesn't like you. He carried the little guy back into his arms and said proudly, Xiaobao, you like second brother the most, right? Gu Xiaobao looked at him seriously, as if he was thinking about his words. Suddenly, Gu Xiaobao stretched out his hands and pulled his ears until they were protruding. Gu Changfeng. In a year that Gu Jiao was not around, the business of the Magical Hands Hall was booming. Xiao Song, who had followed Gu Jiao to the capital to make a living, had become a rather famous signboard. Many people came every day. The second master was a genius in business and was already preparing to open another Magical Hands Hall on Chang and Main Street. In addition, the courtesan Mo Qianxue, who had been recuperating in the medical hall, had left. Hua Xiao had also disappeared from the capital. The second master did not know where the two of them had gone. For some people, they might be separated for a lifetime. The imperial edict for Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng's wedding was brought forward. As Xiao Heng had said, it was on the 18th of June. At the end of May, Marquis Gu finally finished his assignment at the Ministry of Works. He had already heard the news of his father and son's triumphant return. He first washed up in the Marquis residence and changed into dry clothes, intending to pay his respects to his father. In the end, he saw Gu Jinyu's servant girl rushing over to see him. What is it? He asked with a frown. Marquis Miss Shishi. The servant girl stammered, hesitating to speak. Marquis Gu frowned and went directly to Gu Jinyu's courtyard. Ever since Gu Jinyu's true colors were exposed, Marquis Gu had suffered a blow. He could not accept that the daughter he had doted on for so many years was so scheming. He was angry with Gu Jinyu. But Gu Jinyu knelt down and cried about her difficulties, saying that she was only the adopted daughter of the Marquis residence. Her grandfather and brothers all did not like her. Even her mother only had her own daughter in her heart. She had no choice but to play some tricks to protect herself. She had already lost everything except her father. She did not want her father to hate her. If even her father did not want her, then there was no reason for her to live. She hit her head on a pillar, and blood splattered everywhere. Marquis Gu's heart softened, and he forgave his daughter. But there was still a knot in his heart. When Marquis Gu went to Gu Jinyu's side, Gu Jinyu's eyes were swollen from crying. "Jinyu, what's wrong?" Marquis Gu came to her side and asked. Gu Jinyu's eyes were red and swollen. She said in grievance, "Father," Marquis Gu said, "don't cry. Speak properly." Gu Jinyu choked with sobs. To the side, Chun Lu added oil to the fire. "Marquis, you probably still don't know. Eldest young miss has returned. She even recognized someone else as her father. Now, she is no longer the daughter of our Ding and Marquis residents." Marquis Gu's face sank. "What?" Gu Jinyu choked out. "I saw it with my own eyes. Elder sister has become the daughter of the country. She wants to marry again as the daughter of the country." Marquis Gu clenched his fist. "Unfilial daughter. Where is she putting the Marquis residence's face?" Chun Lu said, "Actually, eldest young miss can just marry. Why must she humiliate Ding and Marquis residents? There's so many places in the capital. Of all the places she could have bought, she had to buy the one opposite our Marquis residence. She even deliberately humiliated second young miss in front of all the servants." Gu Jinyu scolded. "Chun Lu, don't say any more." Chun Lu sternly said, "Today, second young miss wants to beat this servant to death. This servant also has to say it. Second young miss has become the daughter of the country and flaunted her dowry in front of the Marquis residents and second young miss. She also deliberately caused the old Marquis to misunderstand and make the old Marquis feel discord towards second young miss. Not only that, her wedding date was originally in the 10th month. In order to steal second young miss limelight, she changed the wedding date to the same day as second young miss wedding." Gu Jinyu wiped his tears. "I've endured everything else, but why did elder sister change the wedding date to the same day as mine? I know I can't compare to her. I also never wanted to compare to her. I only hoped that father and mother could attend my wedding, but now..." Marquis Gu coldly said, "She really changed the wedding date?" Gu Jinyu's tears dripped down. "Chun Lu met elder sister and mother at the jewelry store. She said that my wedding date had been set. It was the 18th of the next month. A few days after that, elder sister's imperial edict to change the wedding date was issued. It was the same day as my wedding date." Marquis Gu's fists clenched so tightly that they cracked. Preposterous. That stupid girl. She was clearly going against Jinyu on purpose. She knew that Yao sure doted on her and would definitely not give up on her wedding. That way, Jinyu would not have a mother at his wedding. Marquis Gu did not even bother to pay his respects to his father and went to Jade Water Alley without another word. "Stupid girl, did you bully Jinyu again? Who told you to change the wedding date? Who told you to move to the opposite side? Get out of..." He pushed open the courtyard door and saw a courtyard full of big shots. His voice stopped abruptly. Today, Xin Yuanqi and Liao Chan came to teach the three young men martial arts, as usual. The old Marquis came over to tease Gu Xiaobao. Empress Dowager Zhuang came to play the leaf card and brought along little Hong Hong, who could not be shaken off. The old Chancellor and Duke and were also there. The two of them were leisurely sipping tea and playing chess. Not to mention the big shots of the Yin Kingdom. Just the Empress Dowager and Emperor of the Zhao Kingdom made his legs go weak. What was going on? Why were there so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this small courtyard? "Empress, Empress, Empress Dowager, why, your Majesty. Your Majesty, Father, 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 you're here too." He couldn't stop stammering. Hearing him call the old Marquis Gu father, Dukan understood who he was. That Marquis Ding, and of the Zhao Kingdom, who was extremely biased. Dukan learned a little about his actions from Gu Xiaoshan and knew that this person deserved a beating. Sure enough, the first day he returned to the capital, he came to the Jiaojiao to denounce him. Dukan said indifferently, "I bought the house." The Emperor of the Zhao Kingdom said seriously, "I changed the wedding date." Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, "I have to ask you if you agree to it first." Marquis Gu, who was finally cheated by Gu Jinyu. Is it too late for me to leave now? In the end, Marquis Gu would propose a beating with his father and Xin Yuanqi. The day before the wedding, Gu Jiaojiao moved into Duke An's mansion. As for the location of the wedding, after a discussion among the elders, it was decided that the wedding would be held in Marquis Xuanping's mansion, and the wedding room would be set in the princess's mansion. As for where the young couple would live after the wedding, it was up to them. Dukan was familiar with the wedding customs of the Zhao kingdom, and everything was done according to the local customs. The mansion was filled with red lanterns with the word "she," and the flowers on both sides were replaced with the beautiful red peonies. These peonies were very expensive, and a pot was enough for an ordinary family to eat and wear for several years. Dukan didn't feel any heartache when spending money on his daughter. He didn't think it was too much. He earned every single cent of the money. He didn't steal or rob. It was his freedom to spend all of it on his daughter. It was late at night. Dukan sat quietly in his wheelchair in the courtyard and looked at the moon. Xin Yuanqi walked over. "You haven't slept yet." Dukan turned his head and smiled. "Second uncle can't sleep either." There was a stone stool beside him, but Xin Yuanqi did not sit down. He looked up at the endless sky and said emotionally, "I didn't expect that she would get married." Dukan smiled. "Second uncle, what do you mean?" "Of course Jiao Jiao will get married." Xin Yuanqi sighed. "That's right. She is Jiao Jiao." Dukan was slightly stunned. What did second uncle mean? Did he know that Jiao Jiao was Yining? "Can you stand up tomorrow?" Xin Yuanqi suddenly asked. His thoughts were interrupted. Dukan lowered his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. "Second uncle knows. Seeing you practice every day, it seems like it's very tiring." Dukan thought that he would say, "Actually, you don't have to work so hard. Whether you stand or sit to see her off, her feelings for you won't change." Unexpectedly, he said, "You know, back then, eldest brother and I were very opposed to your marriage with Azi. Azi is a wolf on the grassland, and you are a sparrow in a cage. The two of you are not suitable at all." It was easy for him to say a long sentence. "But you are very brave, just like Azi. Azi did not misjudge you. Azi married the right person. I hope that she also married the right person." The next day, just after 3 in the morning, Yao Shi went to pick up the perfect woman and went to Duke An's residence together. Gu Jiaojiao, who was sleeping soundly, was gently patted awake by a pair of gentle hands. "Jiao Jiao, it's time to get up," Yao Shi said softly in her ear. Gu Jiaojiao opened her eyes in a daze. Yuya came to the bed with a brand new phoenix coronet and robes. The dazzling red light was immediately reflected in Gu Jiaojiao's eyes. Gu Jiaojiao was stunned. Yuya said with a smile, "Young miss, you're going to get married." Chapter 923. This book's newest chapter is not finished yet. That's right, today was the day of her and Xiaoheng's wedding. Oh, I've never gotten married before, so it's quite novel. Her sleepiness immediately disappeared and her eyes sparkled. Yuya and Yao Shi heard her words and thought that she was saying that she had never held a wedding when she was a commoner. The two felt their hearts ache. "Eldest young miss, your hardships are over and your happiness has come. In the future, you will not need to suffer any more hardships." Yuya sincerely comforted her. Yao Shi's heart felt sour, and her nose felt sour. She could not hold back her tears when she heard Yuya say wedding. She did not know if it was because her heart ached for her daughter's suffering or because she did not want her daughter to get married. She had not raised her enough. It really was not enough. The daughter that she had only found after being separated for 14 years was getting married in less than 4 years. "Madam, don't cry." Yuya comforted her, her voice suddenly choked up. "If you cry, I will also cry." It was so strange. She clearly was not sad, but seeing Madam cry, she also felt sad. Gu Jiao stared blankly at Yao Shi, not understanding why she was crying. The perfect Madam had seen this scene many times and smiled at Yao Shi, saying, "Madam, young miss is getting married to the capital and not far away. If you want to see young miss, isn't that easy?" "That's true." Yao Shi wiped away her tears, feeling a little embarrassed that she had lost her composure in front of her daughter. Fortunately, it did not affect her daughter's mood. Yao Shi patted the back of Gu Jiao's hand and said, "I've already had someone prepare the hot water. Come, let's go bathe and change." "We still need to bathe?" Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise and got out of bed to go to the washroom. The bathtub was newly made and gave off a woody fragrance. Above the large tub of warm water, flower petals gently swayed. The room was filled with a gentle fragrance. Yuya helped Gu Jiao bathe. Gu Jiao was not used to having someone serve her at home. This was Yuya's first time seeing her young Mrs. Body up close. If she did not see it, she would not know, but once she saw it, her tears immediately. There were too many scars on Mrs. Body. Even though she had completely healed, and most of the scars had faded to the point where only a shallow mark was left, she still felt an indescribable pain in her heart when she thought about how these scars had come about. Eldest Miss always said that she was fine and that everything was fine. It turned out that they only reported the good news and not the bad news. "Why are you crying?" Gu Jiao heard Yuya sobbing and turned to look at her. "Why are you sad? Do you miss your parents?" Yuya sobbed and shook her head. "No, this servant doesn't miss father and mother." "Oh, then why?" Gu Jiao asked. "Miss, does it hurt?" Yuya's fingertips landed on a shallow scar on her right shoulder. Gu Jiao shook her head. "It doesn't hurt anymore." Yuya held back her tears and did not ask further. For some reason, she suddenly thought of Gu Jinyu. What right did Gu Jinyu have to compare with Elder Miss? Had she risked her life for the country, or had she taken a knife for the people? He hadn't done anything proper, but he had caused a lot of trouble. "You're unhappy." Gu Jiao sensed Yuya's emotions. Yuya said, "I'm not unhappy because of Mississippi. I'm just thinking of someone who always compares herself to Miss." "Forget it. Let's not talk about her. Today is Miss's wedding. Yuya has to think of something happy." Gu Jiao nodded. "Okay." After bathing, Yuya helped Gu Jiao change into her wedding dress. Today was her wedding. From the inside to the outside, every piece of clothing was red. The wedding dress was the one that little Jing Kong had sold the gold abacus to buy for her. The original size was a little big, but now it was just right. Ever since she came to ancient times, her clothes were very simple to make it easier for her to work and fight. She had never worn such bright colors. When she walked out from behind the screen, everyone in the room felt their eyes light up. The 10 Perfections matron had sent many brides. To be honest, in terms of figure and facial features, there was no one more pleasing to the eye than the one in front of them. However, she had a red birthmark on the left side of her face. It was really a pity. Yao Shi looked at her beautiful daughter. She was only wearing a wedding dress and had not even put on the veil, but she almost could not hold it in. She turned around and took a deep breath to calm her emotions. Then, she smiled at her daughter. "Jiao Jiao, come and sit. Let Lady Tsin comb your hair." The 10 Perfections matron's surname was in. Gu Jiao went to the dressing table and sat down. She was also stunned by her own appearance. Dressing like this was not bad. The 10 Perfections matron was amused by Gu Jiao's expression. She thought to herself, this girl is really different. She is not shy at all and is as straightforward as a child. The 10 Perfections matron went in front of Gu Jiao and opened the small makeup box she had brought. She gently said to Gu Jiao, "I will also call you Jiao Jiao, like your mother." "Okay," Gu Jiao said. The 10 Perfections matron smiled and said, "Before I comb your hair, I will first help you twist the noodles." What is twisting noodles? She had only heard of bandit suppression. It is this. You might not be used to it the first time. The 10 Perfections matron's voice was very gentle, making people have a good impression of her. She took out a long white thread. With her left hand, she twisted it a few times with her right hand. Then, she began to twist Gu Jiao's face. Gu Jiao was in so much pain that she was quivering. The little ahog on the top of her head stood up. After all this time, she was just plucking my hair. Yao Shi was originally very sad, but when she saw Gu Jiao's dumbstruck appearance, she could not hold back her tears and began to laugh. Gu Jiao was soulless as she allowed the 10 Perfections matron to twist her little face. The little commander of the Black Wind Cavalry, who killed enemies without blinking an eye, was actually pressed to a chair and had his hair plucked. Who would believe this? Because the 10 Perfections matron liked her, she even twisted her face twice. Just as they finished twisting the noodles, Senior Servant Fong came out of the kitchen with a steaming hot food box. "Madam, eldest Mississippi," she smiled and bowed. "Yao sure asked so fast. Didn't you just go?" Senior Servant Fong smiled and said, "Duke ordered the servants to prepare it a long time ago." After a pause, she whispered to Yao Shi, "I heard the servant say that Duke did not sleep for the entire night." Yao Shi sighed. He really cares about Jiao Jiao. Senior Servant Fong said, "Eldest Miss is worth it." Originally, she was worried that Eldest Miss's heart was too cold and that the madam would not be able to warm it up. Later, she found out that Eldest Miss's personality was cold, but her feelings were also very sincere and pure. If she was good to someone, then she would be good to them regardless of the cost. Mother. Gu Xiaobao woke up and was carried in by Yuanyang. He originally wanted to find his mother, but he saw Gu Jiao in the bronze mirror. He widened his dark eyes and stared at her for a long time as if he was in disbelief. He twisted his small body and got down from Yuanyang's arms. He walked in front of Gu Jiao and raised his small head to carefully examine Gu Jiao. "Oh!" He spread out his small hands and waved. "She's gone." Gu Jiao curved the corners of her lips. "Older sister is not gone." He was startled by this familiar voice and looked at Gu Jiao again. Gu Jiao smiled and said, "Call me older sister." Gu Xiaobao did not call her that. He walked unsteadily to Yao Shi's side and pulled Yao Shi's hand to Gu Jiao's side. He did not forget to use his other small hand to point at Gu Jiao's wedding dress. He waved his hand and said, "I'm not wearing it. I'm not wearing it." Yao Shi smiled sadly. "Older sister is getting married, so she needs to wear it." Gu Xiaobao was stunned. Children did not understand the meaning of marriage, but subconsciously, they seemed to understand that this would become a kind of separation. "I'm not wearing it." He waved his small hand seriously and pointed at Nurse Fong. "Nurse, wear it." The person Gu Xiaobao disliked the most was Nurse Fong, who chased after him all day long and did not let him touch or play with anything. He told Nurse Fong to leave quickly. Older sister was not leaving. Everyone in the room did not know whether to laugh or cry. Gu Xiaobao was not a child who would throw a tantrum. He did not cry when he saw that his opposition was futile. Instead, he stood next to his older sister and grabbed the corner of her clothes. It seemed that as long as he held on tightly enough, his older sister would not be able to leave. After the well-behaved woman finished wringing the noodles for Gu Jiao, she began to comb Gu Jiao's hair and makeup. Gu Jiao had returned from the border and stayed at home for more than a month. Her skin had long turned white and her cheeks were tender and white. Coupled with her black hair that was as bright as satin, even the most perfect woman would be stunned by her beauty. The well-behaved woman had never seen such delicate skin and soft black hair. She gently held Gu Jiao's long hair in the palm of her hand, picked up a new comb, and gently combed it. First comb to the tail, second comb to the eyebrows, third comb to the children and grandchildren, fourth comb to meet a noble. Marquis Ding An's manner. Gu Jinyu also got up and began to prepare for today's wedding. She changed into a bright red wedding dress and sat in front of the bronze mirror. The well-behaved woman, Lady Sun, was helping her with her hair. She had originally wanted to invite Lady Tsin, but Lady Tsin had been invited away. Old Madame Gu's personal servant, Nurse Zhang, came over before dawn. She was busy in the room and took over her mother's duties. As for her mother, she had gone to attend her good older sister's wedding. It sounded nice and fair, but in the end, wasn't she biased toward her own child? Warm laughter came from outside the manor. This was not the first time. There have been a few times just now. Who is so noisy? Grandfather and grandmother are still resting. Gu Jinyu asked Chun Lu as Lady Sun helped her with her makeup. Chun Lu muttered unhappily, "It's not from our manor. It's from the Duke's mansion." Gu Jinyu bit her lip. "Why is it so noisy over there?" "Exactly. What's so great about getting married? It's so lively the second time. Does she think that no one knows she married before? Lady Sun did her makeup silently. The news about these two daughters had already spread in the capital. How could it be shameful for a real daughter to be stranded among the commoners, regardless of whether she was poor or rich, to be married to the same person twice? This was fate. It was fate. As for why it was so lively in the manor, that eldest daughter had status. She was awake. Everyone in the manor was awake. Unlike this second daughter, who still had to care about old Madame Gu and the old Duke's mood. Where's father? Gu Jinyu asked. Grandfather would not come to see her. Grandmother's health was not good, so it would be difficult for her to come over. Only father was left. If father was not around when she got married, she would be laughed at by her husband's family. I wonder if the Duke's injuries have recovered. Chun Lu said softly. Ever since the international double fight, Marquis Gu had been lying in bed for a month. Yesterday, when Chun Lu went to greet him, he still needed someone to help him walk. Go take a look, Gu Jinyu said. Yes. Chun Lu hurriedly left. She had just reached the entrance of Marquis Gu's courtyard when she saw the old Duke glowing with health and vigor. She was delighted. The old Marquis was clearly here to send off the young miss to get married. She walked forward excitedly and was about to bow to the old Duke, but had already entered his son's courtyard without looking back. In a moment, the old Duke pulled out the limping Marquis Gu by the ear. She said in a daze, Is he carrying the Marquis to send Miss off? Chun Lu guessed half of it right. The old Duke was indeed going to send her off, but not to Gu Jinyu. On the other side, Gu Changqing and Gu Changfeng also got up from their respective courtyards. The two finished washing up, changed into new clothes, and tidied themselves up to look handsome and elegant. Especially Gu Changfeng. He even used perfume to style his hair to ensure that he looked the most handsome today. There was still some time before daybreak. Gu Changfeng did not plan on waking Gu Qinglin, but when he opened the door, he saw a neatly dressed Gu Qinglin. You're up so early? He asked in confusion. Gu Qinglin stammered. I want to go with you. Gu Qingfeng said seriously. Where are you going? I'm going to the Duke's residence opposite. Gu Qinglin replied. Yes, I know. Gu Chengfeng crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes. And you're still going? Don't you dislike interacting with them? He was referring to Lady Yao, Gu Jiao, and Gu Yen. It's been so long. Why are you still bringing it up? Gu Qinglin muttered sullenly. He raised his hand to scratch his bald head and stammered. But if I stay here, I have to agree to grandmother's request to carry Gu Jinyu. I don't want to carry her. Gu Qingfeng looked at his brother suspiciously. Just as he was doubting, Nanny Zhang's voice came from outside the courtyard. Is third young master awake? Second miss is almost done. It's time for third young master to go over. Gu Qinglin hurriedly leaned close to his brother and whispered, Did you hear? Did you hear? Gu Qingfeng's eardrums almost blew a hole. He hurriedly waved his hand. Okay, I heard. He hated Gu Jinyu and naturally did not want his brother to carry her to the bridal sedan. He grabbed Gu Qinglin's wrist and used his qin gong to bring him out. We'll definitely be the first. After they left the residence and landed, Gu Qingfeng let go of Gu Qinglin's hand and proudly patted his own. Gu Qinglin counted with his fingers. The first one? Then who's not human? Gu Changfeng. In the new courtyard of Marquis Xuanping's residence, Princess Xinyang tied the ribbon and red flowers for little Jing Kong's wedding gown and put on a small groom's hat for him. A mini version of the little groom was born. Little Jing Kong came to the Marquis's residence with a new bed a few days before the wedding. His original task was to press the bed. After that, he decided to stay in the Marquis's residence to ensure that no one else had slept on the bed before the wedding. He guarded Jiao Jiao's bed day in and day out. This coincidentally gave him a chance to pick up the bride. Xiao Heng changed his clothes himself. The moment he entered the room, he saw a little groom who was dressed exactly like him. The corners of his mouth twitched. What do you want? He asked. I want to get married to Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips and said confidently. Xiao Heng chuckled. The groom has to ride a horse. You don't have a horse, so you can't go. Who said I don't have a horse? Little Jing Kong looked at the gate and shouted loudly, "Little Shi!" The horse with a small braid, a big red flower on its head, and red lipstick on its lips rushed into the courtyard. Xiao Hung looked at the extremely eye-catching horse, and his body trembled. Wasn't this horse not brought to Zhao country? How did it appear? The 3-year-old horse king, who had maxed out his tracking skills, was not a problem at all. In fact, the horse king had just appeared. Gu Jiaojiao had chosen a gentle little black horse for little Jing Kong. But last night, when little Jing Kong went to find the little black horse, he accidentally found the horse king who was secretly forcing the little black horse to lead the way to Gu Jiaojiao. Little Shi, hearing this demonic voice, the horse king was so scared that it did a split on the spot. But it was of no use. Little Jing Kong decisively caught it and brought it to Marquis Schwamping's residence. At this moment, there was a child's saddle on the horse king's back. It was drawn by Gu Jiaojiao and given to Gu Shaoshan to make it. Little Jing Kong walked out valiantly and said politely to the guard in the courtyard, "Please give me a hug. Thank you." The guards picked him up and put him on the horse's back. He skillfully fastened the buckle and said proudly, "I'm going to pick up Jiao Jiao." Everyone in the courtyard couldn't help but laugh. How could Xiao Hung lose to a little monk? He snorted and went out of the courtyard. Then, he turned over and rode the tall horse. Little Jing Kong was a cute little groom. Xiao Hung was a handsome young man of the Xiao family. He was dressed in bright clothes and rode a majestic horse. Everything in the world was overshadowed by him in an instant. His handsome face still had a trace of clean youthfulness, but his eyes had more of the calmness and charm of a mature man. Looking at him like this, Princess Xinyang suddenly felt a strong sense of melancholy and reluctance to part with him. Her son had grown up. He had really grown up. At 5 o'clock, Gu Jiaojiao pursed her bright red lips for the last time. The well-rounded woman looked at the beautiful bride and nodded with satisfaction. Then, she put the veil on Gu Jiao's head. Almost at the same time, the sound of gongs and drums came from outside the residence. Yu Ya-er's eyes lit up. The son-in-law is here. Chapter 924. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Is the son-in-law here? The bride stood up abruptly. Mrs. Sun's veil was not put back on. Mrs. Sun composed herself and said to Gu Jinyu, "Miss Gu, sit down first. The son-in-law shouldn't be here so soon, right? It's not the auspicious time yet." Gu Jinyu realized that she had lost her composure. She slowly sat back in her chair and said, "Chun Lu, go take a look." "Yes, Mississippi." Chun Lu turned and left. She came back very quickly. Her expression was ugly. She gripped her handkerchief tightly and lowered her head in silence. Gu Jinyu had messed up the phoenix coronet just now. Mrs. Sun was helping her put it back on. She glanced at Chun Lu and asked, "What's wrong? If you have something to say, say it. Don't hesitate." The sound of gongs and drums became louder. Chun Lu reported softly, but was quickly drowned out by the noise outside. Gu Jinyu reminded herself that today was her wedding day. She had to be happy and not angry. "Louder," she said to Chun Lu. Chun Lu braced herself and repeated in a slightly louder voice, "It's not Third Master Quan outside. It's the young Duke of Zhaodu." It really was the son-in-law. But it was not the second son-in-law, but the eldest son-in-law. Gu Jinyu clenched her fists. There were still at least 2 hours before they set off. Was Xiao Hung mistaken? He couldn't have foolishly come so early on purpose. They were already husband and wife in the countryside. Was there a need to act as if they had never been married? "Miss Gu, don't move." Mrs. Sun was a step too late. Gu Jinyu was so angry that she trembled. The phoenix coronet caught her hair, and she gasped in pain. Mrs. Sun had been a perfect married woman for so many years, but she had never encountered such a situation. Although it was not serious, it was not auspicious. She naturally did not dare to say it out loud. She smiled and said to Gu Jinyu, "Your hair is loose. I'll comb it for you again." Gu Jinyu also knew that he had lost his composure and could not blame a perfect woman. He took a deep breath to suppress his anger and said to Chun Lu in a normal tone, "That's right. Didn't you call my father just now? Father hasn't woken up yet? How would Chun Lu dare to tell him that the marquis had long been taken away by the old marquis? Go and urge father. I'm almost done here, Gu Jinyu said as he looked at the beautiful woman in the bronze mirror. Chun Lu hesitated for a moment, but still summoned up the courage to explain. Both the old marquis and the marquis have left the residence. The crown prince, and the two young masters have also gone out. What? Gu Jinyu's expression changed. This time, Mrs. Sun reacted quickly and stopped in time. She didn't hook her hair. Where did they go? Gu Jinyu asked coldly. Chun Lu lowered her head and said in a voice that was almost smaller than a mosquito, I heard from the old woman guarding the door that the old duke and the others have all gone to the house of High Duke. Gu Jinyu was so angry that she pulled off the phoenix coronet on her head and slammed it on the dressing table. The people in the room were so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Mrs. Sun suddenly regretted accepting this job. She had good fortune in her life. She had sent so many brides, but this was the first time she had met someone like this. All the men in the family had gone to attend the eldest young miss wedding. They did not leave any face for the second young miss. It was not good for her to meddle in other people's domestic affairs. She could only put on a smile and take the phoenix coronet. She said to Gu Jinyu, don't be angry. You just got married today. You should be happy. You will soon be marrying into your husband's family. This time, Shuri did not need to interact too much with his maternal family. She swallowed the last sentence. You are right. When I get married, I will have nothing to do with Marquis Ding and Fu. In any case, Mrs. Sun had already seen quite a bit of a joke. She might as well be more indifferent and save some face for herself. After the wedding, I will be leaving the capital and going to the fief with Third Master. Third Master is the Marquis of Chongping's most beloved son. Presumably, my days won't be too bad. Old Madame Gu's trusted aide, Granny Zhang, was still in the room. She dared to speak like this. It was clear that she was deliberately throwing a tantrum. Granny Zhang smiled and did not speak. Mrs. Sun, am I beautiful? Gu Jinyu looked at herself in the bronze mirror. Mrs. Sun said, beautiful. Of course you are beautiful. Gu Jinyu continued. How do I compare to my elder sister? Mrs. Sun was stunned. To be honest, she had seen that eldest young miss before. Last month, she had gone to Miracle Hand Hall to get medicine. She had accidentally heard a servant call her eldest young miss. She had asked around and found out that she was the rumored adopted daughter of Dukin. She was also the true daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. She shook her head and smiled. She sincerely said, Second young miss, your beauty is far above that of eldest young miss. Gu Jinyu touched her flawless face and calmly said, no matter how much she tries to please grandfather and my brothers, she's still just an ugly freak. This, Mrs. Sun did not dare to agree. That eldest young miss face was damaged, but to say that she was ugly was not entirely true. The eldest young miss had a cold and indifferent temperament. It was very special. In the Duke's Fu, Gu Jiao had finished her preparations and could set out. According to the customs of the country of Zhao, Gu Yin and the others could block the door for Xiao Hong, but Xiao Hong had already bribed his brothers-in-law. The problem in front of them was not whether or not the groom could take the bride away, but who would carry the bride onto the bridal sedan. In the reception pavilion, Gu Chongqing and the others were engaged in an intense debate. I'm the eldest brother. Of course, I should carry her. Gu Chongqing said, unwilling to pass on this responsibility. He did not expect that his suggestion would be opposed by everyone, including Gu Yin, except for Gu Chenglin. If it was in the past, Gu Yin would not fight with him. But this matter concerned his elder sister. Gu Yin also joined the ranks of the competition. She and I are fraternal twins. We are the closest. I will carry her. Gu Shaoshan was usually the most peaceful person. Today, he was not to be outdone. My sister and I grew up together. No matter what, I should carry my sister onto the bridal sedan. Gu Chongqing, Gu Chengfeng, and Gu Yin all turned to look at him and said in unison, you have already carried her once. In the countryside, Gu Shaoshan touched the bridge of his nose. No, Gu Qinglin opened his mouth. That, the other four, You shut up. Gu Qinglin closed his mouth, feeling wronged. As the brothers argued until their faces turned red, Gu Changqing suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked around and found that there was only the expressionless Marquis Gu left on the chair in the reception pavilion. His grandfather, who should have been waiting in the reception pavilion with Marquis Gu, was nowhere to be seen. "Where is grandfather?" he asked Gu Qinglin. They were arguing so fiercely. Only Gu Qinglin did not join them. Gu Qinglin said, "Grandfather went out. I think he went in the direction of the courtyard you were talking about." Gu Qingfeng also looked at him. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Gu Qinglin pursed his lips. "I wanted to say it, but you all told me to shut up." Gu Changqing and Gu Qingfeng looked at each other, and their hearts skipped a beat. Grandfather went to Carrie's sister. How could we forget that grandfather is that girl's sworn brother? Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. "Grandfather, you are too much." Gu Changqing flashed out. "Hey, wait for me." Gu Qingfeng followed closely behind. Gu Yin and Gu Shaoshun also quickly chased after them. Gu Qinglin looked at them and then at his father, who was still in a daze. He reached out to the door. "Wait for me." The group of people pulled each other, desperately trying to shake each other off. When the brothers arrived at the courtyard where Gu Jiao was waiting to get married, they were very surprised to see the back of their grandfather. Why didn't he go in?" "Grandfather, why are you in a daze?" Gu Qingfeng walked forward and asked as he followed his grandfather's gaze to the courtyard. Then he was also stunned. On the path covered with red silk, Dukin sat quietly in his wheelchair, facing Gu Jiao's boudoir. Everyone around him looked at him nervously. Xin Yuanqi and Liao Chun stared at him without blinking. The people outside the courtyard couldn't see his expression, but they could feel that he was using a lot of strength. He supported himself with both hands on the armrests of the wheelchair and stood up little by little. It was obvious that he used a lot of strength. Even so, he didn't immediately sit back down. Instead, he stubbornly took a step forward. Then 2 steps, 3 steps. When he went up the steps, he almost fell. Steward Zheng gasped in shock. Xin Yuanqi and Liao Chen's fingers twitched. He raised his hand, indicating to everyone that he was fine and that they didn't need to come over. After he steadied himself, he walked up the steps with 10 times more difficulty than normal people. Seeing him appear at the door of the boudoir, Yao Shi was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Gu Jiao heard the slow but firm footsteps. She blinked under the veil, and a slender hand reached for her. "Jiao, father will send you off to get married." In the Xinyuan family, there was a custom of the father carrying his daughter when she got married. When Xinyuan Zi married Duke An, who was still heir Jing, Xinyuan Li carried her to the bridal sedan. He had once promised Zi that there would be a day when he would personally carry their daughter to the bridal sedan and give her to a man she could entrust her life to. 3 years of being in a vegetative state had tortured him to the point that he didn't look human. He had finally recovered a bit, but he still couldn't compare to a normal person. His legs were sore and weak. It was difficult for him to support himself, not to mention carrying someone on his back. However, even though he walked very slowly, he walked very steadily. When he was alone, he could fall countless times. But when he carried his daughter, he couldn't fall even once. Gu Jiao lay on his thin back. She could clearly feel the muscles all over his body exerting strength. With every step, his legs trembled slightly. It was very difficult for him to walk. In just a few steps, he was already sweating profusely. "Why don't we?" Gu Qingfeng couldn't bear to watch. He wanted to go forward and help, but he was stopped by Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing shook his head slightly at him. Gu Qingfeng sighed. "Okay." Dukin carried Gu Jiao to the gate. Seeing that it was him who carried the bride out, Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong were also surprised. Little Jing Kong even forgot to babble. Dukin carried Gu Jiao on his back and solemnly told Xiao Heng, "From today onwards, I will give my daughter to you. Don't let her suffer, and don't let her shed a single tear." Xiao Heng solemnly replied, "I promise you, father." Although he was her foster father, he was more like her biological father. He deserved to be called father. Dukin sent Gu Jiao to the bridal sedan carried by 8 people. Black Wind King also followed. Today was Gu Jiao's big day, so it also wore a big red flower. In a mansion, Madame Yao held Gu Xiaobao's hand and watched Gu Jiao leave in the bridal sedan from afar. Her tears fell uncontrollably. Liao Chen, Xin Yuanqi, the old duke, and Gu Changqing all came to the gate to see Gu Jiao off. After greeting them one by one, Xiao Hing got on the horse. Little Jing Kong was not familiar with his child's saddle and could not undo the buckle. He sat on the horse and waved to everyone. "I'm leaving. Goodbye, foster father. Goodbye, granduncle. Goodbye, master. Goodbye, big brother. Goodbye, brother Qingfeng. Goodbye, brother Yin. Goodbye, brother Xiaoshun. Goodbye, brother Qinglin. Goodbye, brother Yin, grandfather." It was so tiring to wave goodbye to so many people. "Everyone, hurry up and go, little guy. Your horse is almost blinding us." The Horse King walked away valiantly with brisk and proud steps. It hopped to Black Wind King's side. Black Wind King, who was wearing a big red flower, had a look of disdain. "Stay away from me." The sound of drums and gongs went further and further away. After the commotion, the long street was unusually quiet. Gu Qingfeng gave a few instructions to the guard at the side. The guard understood and went to Marquis Ding An's residence to drive a spacious carriage over. He walked down the steps and came to the side of the carriage. He did not hear any movement behind him, so he turned to look at everyone. "Hey, why are all of you in a daze? What are you doing?" Gu Yin asked him. He grabbed the reins and checked the two horses pulling the carriage while saying, "It's a big day, what do you think? Of course, we're going to Marquis Xin Ping's residence for the wedding banquet. There's no rule that says the bride's family can't go to the wedding banquet. If you don't want to go, then forget it. I won't force you. You don't have to wait for me to come back tonight. I'm not drunk." Before he could finish his words, he sensed that something was wrong. He turned his head around with a swish. Everyone got on the carriage. Even Gu Xiaobao was sitting obediently on Gu Yan's lap. He was dumbstruck. "It can't be? At least leave a seat for me." After they had walked for a full 2 hours, the Quan family's procession finally arrived. Gu Jinyu was carried onto the bridal sedan by the wedding nanny. The procession was a man wearing a navy blue brocade robe. He smiled warmly and said, "I'm second brother. I've come to escort third brother's bride." Beside the bridal sedan, Chun Lu could not help but ask, "Why didn't third young master come personally?" The man smiled and explained to Gu Jinyu in the bridal sedan, "Third brother injured his foot last night. Younger sister, please forgive him." Gu Jinyu tightened her grip on her handkerchief and said in a normal tone, "I know." "Thank you, second brother." On the same street, two brides were getting married. Actually, the procession for Marquis Chomping's procession was very lively. There were over 100 people, but compared to Gu Jiao's procession, it was not enough. The Ghostface Army, the Black Wind Cavalry, the Shadow Troop, and the Gu family's troops escorted the bridal sedan on the long street. Those who knew would say that it was a marriage alliance between two countries, but those who did not know would think that it was a military parade. Little Jing Kong woke up too early and fell asleep on the way back to the Marquis's residence. The adorable little groom sat on his little saddle and pecked at the rice grains like a little chick. The next moment, he was sprawled on his back and drooling. The commoners along the way laughed. The future god of war's indescribable sleeping posture was watched by the entire city's commoners. It was another black mark in their history. Xiao Hung looked at the little fellow in amusement. He carried him down and placed him on Gu Jiao's bridal sedan. He slept like a log and completely missed the upcoming ceremony. When they arrived at the residence, the servant girls carried little Jing Kong down. Xiao Hung held Gu Jiao's hand and helped her down the bridal sedan. The wedding nanny handed over a red silk ribbon and handed it to the newlyweds. The two entered the residence with the red silk ribbon in their hands. The sound of firecrackers filled the entire street. In the residence, there was a hubbub of voices. Xiao Hung whispered next to her, "Don't be nervous." Gu Jiao replied, "Okay." The wedding nanny reminded her, "The bride, please step over the brazier." Gu Jiao stepped over easily. The wedding nanny smiled and said, "The bride, please step on the tiles." Gu Jiao asked Xiao Hung in a low voice, "Should I break it or not?" The wedding nanny heard it and smiled. Break it. The more broken, the better. The last sentence was nonsense. In fact, it was enough to break it. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Jiao stepped down and crushed the tiles into powder. The wedding nanny was speechless. Xiao Heng was speechless. The two entered the Mingguang Hall. Marquis Xianping and Princess Xinyang sat on the main seats. Today was his son's wedding. It was rare that Marquis Xianping did not cause any trouble. He sat obediently from the morning until now. Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao stepped over the threshold and walked in. The wedding nanny said, "First, bow to heaven and earth." Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao turned around tacitly and bowed to the door. The wedding nanny said, "Second, bow to your parents." The two turned around again and bowed to Marquis Xianping and Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang's eyes flashed with tears. Marquis Xianping did not look at her. He just gently held her hand. There was no ambiguity in it. Princess Xinyang wanted to cry even more. She did not understand why. The wedding nanny said, "Husband and wife, bow to each other." Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao looked at each other. There were no excessive words or solemn vows. The two stared deeply at each other through the red veil. After 4 years, they finally waited for this moment. The two bowed deeply to each other. "Thank you for marrying me. Thank you for marrying me. Please take care of me for the rest of my life." Princess Xinyang's tears finally fell with a pitter-patter. Marquis Xianping held her hand tightly. The wedding nanny raised her handkerchief and said with a smile, "Send it to the bridal chamber." Chapter 925. Xiao Heng held Gu Jiao's hand and went to the princess's residence amidst the cheers of the men. Princess Xinyang had renovated the Lanting courtyard, which had the best view, to serve as the couple's residence after their wedding. The red silk on the ground had not been broken since they entered the residence and had been spread all the way here. Even the wedding of Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping hadn't been like this. The main reason was that Princess Xinyang refused to let anyone spread the red silk inside. Now, for the sake of her son and daughter-in-law, the two residences were almost connected. It was the most intimate time in 20 years. "Be careful." When they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, Xiao Heng softly reminded Gu Jiao to step over the threshold. Gu Jiao nodded and stepped over. The quality of the veil was too good. It was impossible to see through it. She could only walk carefully under Xiao Heng's reminder. It was still early. The peonies and begonias in the courtyard were competing with each other in the sun, filling the courtyard with their fragrance. The two maidservants lined up on both sides bowed to the two of them. Yuya hugged Gu Jiao's small medicine box and followed behind them. Today was Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng's big day. Even the Black Wind King was wearing a big red flower, so the medicine box was no exception. It was a celebratory medicine box today. The medicine box was as quiet as a chicken in Yuya's arms. However, Yuya's heart was unable to remain calm. Wow, so big. She couldn't tell the difference between the Marquis residence and the Princess residence. She only felt that they had been walking for a long time, but they still hadn't reached their destination. Moreover, this mansion was just too beautiful. The fake mountain is the same as the real thing. She inadvertently blurted out her thoughts. Xiao Heng smiled and said, "It's a real mountain." Yuya was startled. "A real mountain?" Xiao Heng nodded. "Yes, Jinshan." Princess Xinyang was a very particular person. She didn't want fake things. The stone mountain in the princess's residence had been dug up and transported from elsewhere. The green hills were already there. Even the lotus pond was original. Wild lotus flowers bloomed in it. The Lanting courtyard was near the lotus pond. Just now, when he passed by, a gentle breeze blew across the water surface, bringing with it the fragrance of lotus flowers, which was very refreshing. After entering the bridal chamber, Xiao Heng held Gu Jiao's hand and sat down on the wedding bed. This was the bed that little Jing Kong had pressed down on before. According to the folklore, letting the little boy press down on it would allow the newlyweds to have a baby sooner. Little Jing Kong did not know the meaning behind it. Anyway, he was more than willing to sleep on Jiao Jiao's bed. When a maidservant saw the young master and young madam coming over, she tactfully retreated. Suddenly, only the two of them were left, and the room suddenly became quiet. It wasn't the first day the two had met, nor was it the first time they were alone, but the feeling was very different from before. Perhaps it was because this time they could become a real husband and wife. Thinking about what would happen next, Xiao Heng's heart surged with anticipation, and he was a little nervous with Shi. Your heart is beating so fast. Under the veil, Gu Jiao suddenly spoke. Xiao Heng was slightly stunned. He lowered his head to look and saw that a certain person's slender fingers had unknowingly placed on his pulse. She was indeed a physician. She could take someone's pulse anytime, anywhere. He opened his mouth. For a moment, he didn't know how to resolve the awkwardness in front of him. My heart is also beating very fast. Gu Jiao pulled his fingers over and placed them on her fair wrist. Her skin was cold, but Xiao Heng only felt that his fingertips were burning. His heart was beating so fast that even his breathing was irregular. Young Mississippi, Yuya Er's voice came from outside the door. What's the matter? Gu Jiao asked. Yuya said, someone came to the front hall and urged the young master to hurry over. It was still daytime, so it wasn't time for the wedding night yet. Xiao Heng still had to entertain the guests at the banquet. Gu Jiao said, oh. Hearing her emotionless tone, Xiao Heng couldn't help but laugh. He said to Yuya, got it. Have them wait a little longer. Yes, young master. Yuya happily went to pass the message. She knew it, in a young master's heart. Her young miss was the most important. Are you tired? Xiao Heng asked Gu Jiao. I'm not tired, Gu Jiao said. She wasn't being polite. She really wasn't tired. The phoenix coronet and robe were very heavy for a normal woman, but it wasn't as heavy as her armor. She hadn't complained about being tired even after wearing her armor and fighting for a day and a night. What was so tiring about getting married? She still had a lot of energy. Rumble, her stomach growled. Xiao Heng smiled and said, you haven't eaten for half a day. You must be hungry, right? I'll have someone go get some food. Gu Jiao said, Yuya can go get it. You go entertain the guests at the front. Xiao Heng's lips curled up as he looked at her. Are you sure? Gu Jiao nodded. Go early and come back early. Yes, if you don't go, they'll punish you with alcohol. It was Eugene's voice. Eugene smiled as she walked in with a box of food. Yuya smiled and bowed to her at the door. Aunt Eugene. Eugene smiled and patted her hand. You should go eat something too. I'll be here. Yuya shook her head. No, I have to take care of the young miss. Eugene said gently. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her for you. Yuya looked at Gu Jiao in the room. Then, listen, Aunt Eugene, Gu Jiao said. Give it to me, Eugene said to Yuya. Since Gu Jiao had spoken, Yuya was no longer stubborn. She stuffed the small medicine box tied with red silk and big red flowers into Eugene's arms. Thank you for your trouble, Aunt Eugene. Bye. Eugene called over the servant girl beside her. The servant girl took Yuya to eat. Eugene carried the box of food into the room and said to Xiao Heng, Young Marquis, I'll be here. You should go quickly. Xiao Heng glanced at Gu Jiao and said softly, I'll be back soon. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Heng left the Lantern courtyard. Eugene took out the pastries in the box one by one. She put them on a tray and placed them next to Gu Jiao's hand. Gu Jiao didn't like sweet food, so these pastries were very light. She took a piece of crab cake and put it under the veil. Eugene poured her a cup of scented tea. She took the cup and asked, Aunt Eugene, what are you looking at? Eugene was shocked. How did you know I was looking around through the veil? Eugene smiled embarrassedly. Nothing. The princess said she'll come see you in a bit. As soon as she finished speaking, Princess Xinyang walked over in her luxurious clothes. Eugene retreated. Princess Xinyang sat down on a stool by the bed. Seeing that Gu Jiao was almost done eating, she coughed lightly and handed over the bundle in her hand. What is it? Gu Jiao asked. Princess Xinyang looked a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, Gu Jiao was wearing a veil and couldn't see her expression. She said in her usual tone, See for yourself. Oh. Gu Jiao took the bundle and opened it. She was instantly dumbfounded. You came here under such a hot sun just to show me this? Princess Xinyang suppressed the discomfort in her heart and lightly said, "Look at it first. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me." "What's there to not understand?" Gu Jiao muttered. Princess Xinyang curled her lips. "Still stubborn? I heard from your mother that you two have never consummated your marriage. The mark on your face is not a birthmark. It's a chastity mark." Princess Xinyang would never read this kind of book. But for her son and daughter-in-law to successfully consummate their marriage, she could only throw caution to the wind. She was a fastidious person. She didn't like those vulgar and rough picture books on the market. She spent a lot of money to hire an artist to draw it. It was very beautiful. Even she wouldn't be disgusted by it. Moreover, the paper she used wasn't coarse paper that cost one tael on the market, but the extremely expensive water pattern paper. More importantly, this book wasn't a black and white picture, but a colored picture. "You really don't have anything to ask?" she lightly said. Her tone was calm, but her heart was embarrassed. But who told the two little ones to be inexperienced? If Shang Wanyan was here, she would definitely let them learn without a teacher. Princess Xinyang couldn't let it go, so she was able to do such a feat. Gu Jiao gave her face and asked, "Can you first put ginger and onions, then blanch it?" Princess Xinyang frowned. "What ginger and onions? Blanch it?" Gu Jiao handed the book to her and pointed to a page. "Here, marinated pork belly." Princess Xinyang was startled. She took the wrong book. Princess Xinyang closed her eyes in annoyance. In order not to be discovered, she put a cookbook on top of the book to cover it up. She hurriedly returned to her courtyard. Just as she arrived at the door, she saw a tall and sturdy figure sitting in her room. It was Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping didn't seem to notice her arrival. He was concentrating on reading a book on the table. When Princess Xinyang saw the painting on the page, she was so shocked that she staggered and almost fell to the ground. Marquis Xianping didn't move his gaze away and continued to stare at the book without blinking. As he read, he turned the pages and said, Qin Fengwan, I really didn't expect you to like reading erotic pictures." Princess Xinyang walked over with a red face and snatched the book. "I'll let you into my room." Marquis Xianping looked at her strangely. "Didn't you ask me to come?" "When did I?" Halfway through her words, she realized something and suddenly turned her head to look at Eugen at the door. Eugen lowered her head resentfully. "Just now. He was crying a lot. You had something to do, so I went to call the Marquis over." She gritted her teeth and hid the book behind her back. "But I didn't let you go through my things." Marquis Xianping defended himself. "It's just on a table." "No, Qin Fengwan, it's no big deal that you like to read this. Who doesn't have a hobby?" She said coldly, "I don't like to read it." "If you don't like to read it, then why are you reading it?" Marquis Xianping looked her up and down. Her face was so red that it was dripping blood. After being married for so many years, this was the first time he saw her so embarrassed. In a flash, he understood something and said in realization, "You want to learn?" Princess Xinyang was confused. "Huh?" Marquis Xianping took a step forward, and Princess Xinyang subconsciously took a step back. She forgot that there was a table behind her and her, but pressed against the edge of the table. Marquis Xianping placed one hand on the table behind her, and his powerful aura enveloped her. She was used to being so close to people, so she instantly held her breath. He stared at her and smiled. "Or are you hinting something to this, Marquis?" "Qin Fengwan, don't tell me you haven't been plotting against me for a long time." Princess Xinyang. The wedding at Marquis Xianping's estate was very lively. There were hundreds of tables set up, and the entire estate was packed with people. Empress Dowager Zhuang and the emperor also came. Empress Xiao had received permission to go home to visit her relatives. His colleagues from Hamlin Academy also came over. Feng Lin, Lin Xingye, Du Ruhan, and Ming Zong pulled Xiao Hong to drink several cups. They were all a little drunk. Du Ruhan said drunkenly, "You rascal. I told you, you're not Lulang, right?" "Huh? I didn't say anything wrong, right?" Feng Lin. He slapped Feng Lin's back. Feng Lin was already drunk and looked up in a daze. "Huh? Drink more." Du Ruhan raised his wine cup. "Let's have a drink with the young Marquis." Lin Xingye leaned on the table. Let's have a drink. Lin Xingye and Feng Lin were married. Feng Lin was a father, and Lin Xingye's wife was pregnant. Du Ruhan studied hard and didn't think about marriage for the time being. They had just found out about Xiao Yulong's true identity not long ago, so it would be a lie to say that they weren't shocked. But after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was reasonable. How many geniuses could there be in this world? The young Marquis took up 9 out of 10 points of wisdom, and the remaining 10 points were divided among all of them. Drink! Drink! Ning Ziyuan made Du Ruhan drink 2 more cups, and Du Ruhan completely collapsed. There were still a few colleagues at the table who hadn't collapsed. Ning Ziyuan winked at Xiao Hong. Leave it to me. Go. Xiao Hong bowed to Ning Ziyuan. Thank you very much. I don't dare to accept the young Marquis's bow. Ning Ziyuan hurriedly held him. Xiao Hong patted him on the shoulder and left gratefully. At the other table, the Gu family, who had discussed in the carriage that they would go to the bridal room to make a scene, were all stopped by Shang Wanqing. In terms of martial arts, Shang Wanqing was no match for Gu Changqing, Gu Chengfeng, Xin Yuanqi, and the old Marquis. But in terms of drinking games, 100 masters together couldn't even compare to one of his fingers. With his own strength, he had successfully defeated a table of bigwigs. Xin Yuanqi, the old Marquis, and the others were lying on the lawn. The army of the Gu family was completely wiped out. Shang Wanqing sat on a stool, with one foot on the corner of the stool. He casually raised his head and took a sip of wine. Being invincible is so lonely. Liaochen, who was sitting on the treetop, sneered in amusement. Shang Wanqing said, Monk, what are you laughing at? Liaochen laughed. Have you forgotten that I'm not drunk yet? It's not certain if that boy can walk to the bridal room tonight. Oh, really? Shang Wanqing raised his eyebrows and looked at Liaochen with a faint smile. Liaochen narrowed his eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Shang Wanqing smiled evilly. Turn around. Liaochen turned around. Under the bright moonlight, Taoist Qing Feng, who was wearing a dark blue robe, stood in the wind. His expression was cold, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Liaochen's scalp went numb. Taoist Qing Feng looked at someone on the treetop and said word by word, You said you would wait for me in Sheng capital. You broke your promise. If I didn't break my promise, would I be hunted down by you? Liaochen clenched his fists and looked at Shang Wanqing. Did you get him here? Shang Wanqing spread his hands innocently. I don't have that ability. It was his stinky younger brother. Even he had been bribed by his stinky younger brother's new gun. Otherwise, who would be willing to drink for that boy? Humph. As night fell, Xiao Hong returned to the bridal room. The dragon and phoenix candles had been lit, and the room was covered with the word happiness, reflecting the charming candlelight. Xiao Hong used the jade rui to gently lift her veil. A delicate and bright face came into his sight. He had never known that she could be so captivating. It wasn't that she wasn't beautiful in the past, but tonight, in her phoenix coronet and robe, she was extremely beautiful. He looked at her and couldn't look away. Gu Jiao also stared at him in a daze. He always wore cool clothes. She didn't know that he could be so handsome in a bright red wedding robe. He smiled gently. Wife, it's time to drink the wedding wine. Gu Jiao was dazzled by his smile. They hadn't even drunk yet, but she was already drunk. Xiao Hong poured the wine. He thought of something and asked her, Will you get drunk again? He remembered that this girl could never drink more than 1 cup. I won't, Gu Jiao said. There was some hangover medicine in the medicine box. She had just taken it. The two of them drank the wedding wine. The sound of singing could be heard from the stage in the front yard. Occasionally, it would be accompanied by the excited cheers of the guests. It came from the distant sky, making the already quiet courtyard seem even more peaceful. The two of them didn't make a sound. They didn't make a move. They just sat on the bed obediently. Xiao Hong pressed his palpitating heart and asked her, What are you thinking about? Gu Jiao honestly said, I'm counting. Xiao Hong looked at her in confusion. Why do you need to count? Gu Jiao counted with her fingers. The book says that women need to be reserved, so I can only eat you when I count to 100. Xiao Heng's eyes deepened and his breathing almost stopped. Then how many have you counted now? He asked in a hoarse voice. Gu Jiao counted and said, 59, 60, 61. He couldn't wait anymore. The remaining 39 would take his life. Jiao Jiao, you don't need to count to 100. The book is a lie. He raised his slender hand and gently held the back of her head. He lowered his head and covered her soft lips. The moonlight was gentle and the night was endlessly dark. The large red curtain was slowly lowered and the clothes scattered on the ground. There was a tempting fragrance. On the branches outside the window, Xiao Jiu used his large wings to cover his head. Shame, shame. On the tall candlestick, the dragon and phoenix candles shed tears, looking like the blood of a virgin. Chapter 926. For the young Marquis wedding. The Marquis Manor was lively for an entire night. The opera troupe changed shifts 3 times, and they sang until smoke came out of their throats. Only when the sun began to rise did the performance end and everyone leave. Xiao Yi was so noisy that she could not sleep. She cried in her room until the middle of the night, causing Princess Xianyang to also sleep late. When she opened her eyes, she found that the sky was already bright. Massaging her aching forehead, she said, "Why didn't you wake me up earlier?" Eugene helped her up and gently said, "You slept too late last night. It's still early. How about you sleep a little longer?" Princess Xianyang tiredly waved her hand. "I can't sleep anymore. In a moment, Aheng and Jiao Jiao will be coming over to offer tea." On the first day of the wedding, the daughter-in-law had to offer tea to her parents-in-law. Only like this could she be considered to have received the approval of the family. Although Princess Xianyang approved of Gujiao, she was a person that valued rules. Etiquette could not be ignored. After she finished washing up, she changed into a set of dignified clothes and sat down in front of the dressing table. Eugene came behind her and began combing her hair. She said, "You also didn't sleep well, right? You don't need to be on duty today. Have Hua Ping come over." Eugene smiled. "I slept well. I wasn't here last night." Speaking to this point, she paused and looked at her own princess in the mirror. Sure enough, the princess' expression was ugly. She gently coughed and no longer spoke, silently combing Princess Xianyang's hair. As she combed, her expression began to look a little off. Princess Xianyang saw it from the mirror and strangely asked, "What's with that expression?" Eugene's eyes flashed. "I don't have it." Princess Xianyang, "You do." Eugene opened her mouth and braced herself to say, "You." Next time, have the Marquis pay more attention. Pay attention to what? Just as Princess Xianyang finished asking, she looked in the mirror at where Eugene was staring. It was her neck, and there was a bright red mark on it. She inhaled sharply, finally understanding where Eugene's expression came from. She sternly said, "It was a mosquito bite. It's not what you think." Eugene continued combing her hair. Oh, when she heard Eugene's tone, she knew that Eugene did not believe her. She sighed and said, "It's really a mosquito bite." "Whatever you say." Eugene raised her eyebrows. She tied her combed hair into a bun and fastened it to Princess Xinyang's head with a white jade hairpin. The Marquis only left last night. Princess Xinyang gritted her teeth. "That's because E made a ruckus for half the night." Eugene smiled. "If you say so. Anyway, I don't believe it." Princess Xinyang found it hard to defend herself. Just at this moment, Marquis Xianping came over looking refreshed. Men and women were indeed different. They had both gone to bed in the middle of the night. She was exhausted, but he was full of energy. Princess Xinyang glanced at him and discovered that there was a red mark on his neck that was similar to the one on her own. Marquis Xianping Ho sensed her gaze. "Qin Fengwan, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my neck?" He looked at himself in the bronze mirror. "When did you bite me? No wonder it's so itchy." Eugen snickered. Princess Xinyang glared at her. Eugen held back her laughter. "Marquis, was it a mosquito bite? It couldn't have been a human bite, right? You two were too intense last night." Eugen really misunderstood. Nothing happened last night. There were just too many mosquitoes. Now that she thought about it, E's crying wasn't entirely because the troupe was too noisy. She might have been bitten too, but what should she say to make Eugen believe her? Princess Xinyang was so gloomy that she wanted to beat someone up. Her current appearance was another matter in Marquis Xianping's eyes. He sat lazily on the dressing table and smiled coldly. Qin Fengwan, are you suspecting that I went out to find another woman last night? Princess Xinyang looked coldly at Yujin. Look at what you've done. Yujin pinched the comb. I think I heard Jing Kong's voice. I'll go check on him. With that, she fled the scene like a wisp of smoke. Princess Xinyang was too lazy to explain. It was useless anyway. He would have 100 reasons why he wouldn't listen. You can go find whoever you want. It has nothing to do with me. She stood up coldly and walked toward the cradle. Marquis Xianping looked at her back and suddenly said, I didn't. I come to your place every night. Where would I have the time to find another woman? Princess Xinyang held the cradle and didn't look back. She said coldly, if you want to go, then go. I'll take care of Yi myself. Marquis Xianping raised his brows. That won't do. You can't coax her. Princess Xinyang took a deep breath and secretly warned herself to calm down. She mustn't beat him to death. Otherwise, Yi wouldn't have a father. Then why did you come here in the morning? Yi doesn't cry in the morning. At least she could pinpoint one of his faults. Marquis Xianping sighed innocently. Today, your daughter-in-law served tea. You didn't go to the Marquis estate, so I had no choice but to come to the Princess estate. Princess Xinyang clenched her fists. Truly, an irrefutable reason. For the sake of her son and daughter-in-law, Princess Xinyang suppressed her raging anger and didn't bicker with a certain fellow who deserved a beating. The two of them sat down in the room. Xiao Yi opened her eyes and saw her beautiful father. She was so happy that she danced for joy. Where's Qing? Marquis Xianping asked Qin Fengwan while holding his daughter. Princess Xinyang said she hasn't come yet. She should have taken Jing Kong out. Otherwise, Jing Kong would be looking for Gu Jiao everywhere. Marquis Xianping. Then, Princess Xinyang, don't talk anymore. Xiao Yi, why, you too. Both father and daughter obediently shut their mouths. The two of them exchanged glances. Marquis Xianping looked bitterly at his daughter in his arms. Your mother is so fierce. Xiao Yi looked at her father aggrievedly. Your wife is so fierce. Princess Xinyang dressed herself up and prepared to welcome her new identity. However, she waited from morning to noon, and then from noon to night. The sun had already set, but the two of them still hadn't come. Marquis Xianping stood up with a smile and brushed his wide sleeves. As expected of my son, Princess Xinyang, Lanting Courtyard. Xiao Hong slowly woke up in the twilight. In fact, he had already woken up once. Looking at Gu Jiao sleeping soundly in his arms, he didn't have the heart to wake her up and fell asleep again in a daze. Thick curtains covered the doors and windows, and the room was dark, making it impossible to tell whether it was day or night, until a trace of golden twilight penetrated through the gaps in the curtains, leaving bright spots of light on the red gauze canopy. The spots of light faintly fell on her tightly shut eyes. He raised his hand to block her eyes. He maintained this posture of blocking the light for her for an unknown amount of time. His arm was stiff, but he didn't feel tired. If it wasn't for, he could still, the person in his arms moved, and an unclear murmur came out of her small mouth. Jiao Jiao, are you awake? He asked softly. Gu Jiao opened one eye and looked at him before quickly closing it again. I'm not awake. I still want to sleep. Wait, why is my voice so hoarse? My voice doesn't even belong to me. My legs don't seem to belong to me either. I can't move. It's so sour. What happened last night? The first half of the wedding night was normal. Although the couple didn't have any practical experience, they had plenty of theoretical experience, so they still managed to complete the ceremony. But the first experience wasn't very good. The two decided to try again. At this time, Gu Jiao was thirsty and accidentally drank the flower wine instead of water. After that, the scene went out of control. Xiao Hong had no choice but to dismiss all the servants in the courtyard and ordered them not to return without his orders. This was also why no one went to Princess Xinyang to report the situation in Lanting Courtyard during the day. Gu Jiao vaguely remembered that she opened the medicine box, but she didn't know what she took from it, or that indecent medicine box had conjured up something indecent for her again. Xiao Hung said, "You're awake." Gu Jiao closed her eyes. "I'm not." Rumbled, Gu Jiao's stomach growled. The spot of light moved to another place and no longer shone directly into her eyes. Xiao Hung put down his stiff arm and gently stroked her soft face. "Get up and eat something." Gu Jiao moved her slender legs. Xiao Hung gasped and said hoarsely, "Jiao Jiao, don't move." Gu Jiao stopped moving. It wasn't that she was obedient, but that she really didn't have the strength to move. How could it be more tiring than fighting a war? She wouldn't feel so sore and weak even if she fought a whole night. What did she do last night? While thinking, she secretly opened her eyes and inadvertently glanced at the pillow. Who knew that she would almost choke? What did she see? Little doo-doo. She endured the soreness in her arm and stealthily walked over with 2 fingers. She planned to take the box back when Xiao Hung wasn't paying attention and destroy the evidence. "It's used up," Xiao Hung said calmly. 2 boxes. Gu Jiao. Chapter 927. It was a small box of 3 in a box with various flavors. Little Marquis said that he liked the blueberry flavor the most. He used to think that it was a golden sore medicine, but he didn't expect it to be used like this. As an ancient person, he naturally didn't know how to use it, so it could only be Gu Jiao hated that she couldn't bang her head on the pillow and die. She was going to lose her memory. She was going to lose her memory. The sky was completely dark. Gu Jiao was very tired. It wasn't the kind of tiredness that one would feel after a battle, but a kind of soreness and weakness that she couldn't describe. "You didn't control yourself," she complained first. "Young people need to control themselves." Xiao Hung nodded with a smile. "Yes, it's this husband's fault." Then, "In order to express my apology, this husband will go and get some food for my wife." Gu Jiao raised her small chin and said seriously, "Seeing that your attitude can be considered sincere, okay." The light in the room was dim to begin with. After that ray of twilight slipped away, the room was completely dark. Xiao Hung was worried that the light would hurt her eyes, so he didn't light the lamp. He tidied up and planned to go to his mother's courtyard to pay his respects. He also planned to ask the chef to make some hot food and send it over. Just as he arrived at the entrance of Lanting Courtyard, he bumped into Eugene, who was carrying a food box. Eugene came to deliver food for the 2 of them. It had been an entire day, so they would starve if they didn't eat. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Xiao Hang's face. Fortunately, there was the cover of the night. He pretended to be calm and greeted Eugene. "Aunt Eugene." Eugene couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Sleeping so late, everyone knew what was going on. Xiao Hung could only lie flat and let himself be mocked. This was just Aunt Eugene. When he saw his parents later, that would be. Eugene glanced at him and smiled. "All right, the princess and the marquis took Yi out. You can come and pay your respects tomorrow." Xiao Hung heaved a sigh of relief. Eugene passed the lunchbox to him and told him and Gu Jiao to eat while it was still hot. Before she left, Eugene looked at him meaningfully and pointed at her neck. Xiao Hung understood. He coughed lightly and returned to the Lanting courtyard with the food box. Gu Jiao had fallen asleep again, the kind that couldn't be woken up. Xiao Hung placed the lunchbox on the table, cleaned up the room, and lit a weak oil lamp. He carried the oil lamp in front of the bronze mirror and looked at the place that Eugene had reminded him of. He suddenly smiled. This girl. He placed the oil lamp on the table and lifted the curtain to see how she was doing, only to find that her body was even worse than his own. This was awkward. "So, it's really because I didn't control myself." He quickly covered Gu Jiao with a blanket. Gu Jiao felt hot and turned over. Her face, which was originally facing the inside, suddenly turned to face him. Earlier, the room was too dark, so Xiao Hung didn't have a chance to see her face. Now that he used the light of the oil lamp to take a closer look, he was so shocked that he directly picked up the stool on the ground. "Who are you?" "Oh!" Gu Jiao groaned in her sleep. He was startled and seemed to wake up from a dream. He carefully looked at her face again. It was her lips, nose, and eyebrows, but the blood-red birthmark on the left side of her face was gone. It was white and flawless. She was as beautiful as a sleeping fairy. Xiao Hong was stunned. He even forgot about the stool in his hand. His hand loosened and the stool fell on his shoulder. He cried out in pain and quickly grabbed the stool to prevent it from falling on the ground and waking her up. He looked at the blood on the brocade handkerchief and his gaze fell on her beautiful face again. He muttered in disbelief, "It really is the chastity mark." Gu Jiao didn't know anything about her appearance. She slept until the morning of the 20th. Xiao Hong had woken up early and was sitting in front of the window reading a book. The morning light shone through the window and fell on his handsome face. Seeing such a pleasing scene early in the morning, Gu Jiao was in a very good mood. Xiao Heng had been in this pose for half an hour and his body was almost stiff. Finally, he was able to show his perfect and handsome side to a certain someone. He calmly put down the book and turned to look at her with a faint smile. "You're awake. Did you sleep well? Are you tired?" Her husband looked really good when he smiled. Gu Jiao couldn't help but curve her lips. She didn't know how enchanting her smile was. "I'm much better," she said. "I'm someone who has fought in a war, so I still have some strength." Then she stood up, but her legs gave way and she fell back down. Gu Jiao, Xiao Hong. Gu Jiao sat for a while and finally got used to it. She looked at the pajamas on her body and said, "Did you put on for me?" "Yes." Xiao Hong nodded. Gu Jiao said, "Thank you." Xiao Hong smiled gently. "It's my honor." Shouldn't he be blushing and saying that if you mind, I won't make decisions on my own next time? Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes and looked at a certain someone. His skills had improved. However, this kind of husband was also very interesting. Gu Jiao looked away and asked, "How many days did I sleep?" 2 days, Xiao Hong said. "You slept for so long. No wonder your voice is not hoarse anymore." Gu Jiao muttered to herself and asked seriously, "Then, did I miss serving tea to the princess and the marquis?" She remembered that before she got married, her mother had reminded her that she had to serve tea to her parents-in-law on the second day of the wedding. If the other relatives in the residence were also present, then she had to go and greet them. Old Madame Xiao and Old Master Xiao had both passed away. The second branch and Marquis Xuanping's 2 illegitimate sons were far away in the east guarding the border. There was no one else in the residence that she needed to meet. Xiao Heng said, "It's okay. They weren't here yesterday." "Are they here today?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Heng smiled gently. "You have rested well. They are here." Gu Jiao did not like to look in the mirror after she came to ancient times because of the birthmark on her face. Out of sight, out of mind. Therefore, even after she finished washing up, Gu Jiao still did not notice the changes on her face. Xiao Heng chose the latter between telling her and letting her discover it herself. Yuya heard the movement in the room and came in to help Gu Jiao wash up. As soon as she entered the room, she was stunned. She looked at the unfamiliar woman in the room and said, You are... What is it?" Gu Jiao asked strangely. It was the young Miss's voice. This person, young Miss? It was no wonder that Yuya did not recognize her. The birthmark on her young Miss's face was too iconic. If the birthmark suddenly disappeared, anyone would suspect that the wrong person had entered the room. "Young Miss Yu," she stammered and could not speak. She looked at the young master beside her. The young master shook his head slightly at her. She understood and suppressed the stormy waves in her heart. She said, "Why did you come out like this? You are married. You can't comb your hair like this." Gu Jiao was a fool in the village. No one asked her what kind of hairstyle she wore. After coming to the capital, her family knew that she and Xiao Heng were not a real couple. Therefore, they did not force her to comb her hair like a married woman. "I don't know how to," Gu Jiao said. It was very difficult to comb a married woman's hair. "Let me do it," Yuya said with a smile. Gu Jiao directly sat down at the square table. She did not go to the dressing table. Yuya took a comb and combed her hair like a married woman's. However, she still looked like a little girl. Her face was young and tender. Yuya said, "Children always look like this when they comb adults' hair." "Gu Jiao, you speak as if you're older than me." Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao went to Princess Xinyang's place to serve tea. Marquis Xianping was also there. When the two of them saw Xiao Heng walk in with a little fairy, they were both stunned. Marquis Xianping's first reaction was that the bride had been changed. He almost kicked his son out. He had only been married for 2 days, and he had already brought another woman to his parents. Who was he trying to anger? Xiao Heng said, "Father, Mother, Jiao Jiao and I are here to pay our respects." Marquis Xianping. Gu Jiao whispered to Xiao Heng, "Why are Father and Mother looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Xiao Heng whispered back, "There is nothing on your face." Huh? Gu Jiao did not understand. The husband and wife looked at their son and had a tacit understanding not to expose him. Gu Jiao went to hug Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi touched Gu Jiao's face and looked left and right. "What? That's it?" Gu Jiao offered tea to her parents-in-law, and Princess Xinyan gave Gu Jiao a huge red packet. Marquis Xianping was also generous for once. He was generous, but it was definitely not Xin Fengwan who plundered him. Most of the servants in the residence had never seen Gu Jiao's true appearance, but that did not stop them from hearing about it from others. A purchasing manservant said, "I heard that our young madam's appearance is extremely ugly. She's not worthy of our young marquis." There were a few craftsmen surrounding him. One of them said, "It can't be. Who did you hear that from?" The manservant said, "I heard it from someone from Marquis Ding An's residence. It was their second Mrs. Maid who personally told my sister-in-law." The craftsman said, "What does your sister-in-law know someone from Marquis Ding An's residence?" The manservant said, "She doesn't know them. She just happened to meet them at the jewelry store." That maid said, "What's so great about her? She's so ugly. If she marries over, she'll be disliked by the young marquis." The craftsman said, "Then why does the young marquis want to marry her?" The manservant sighed. The young marquis is indebted to her. Moreover, her luck is good. She's the daughter of a noble family and is well-matched. The young marquis can only accept his bad luck." Hey. The craftsman tugged at his sleeve. "What?" he asked. The craftsman pointed not far away. "The appearance you said was ugly. Is it like that?" Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing at and gasped in shock. In the midst of the flowers, the young marquis in a crescent-white brocade robe and a woman in a green dress walked over hand in hand. A gentle breeze blew up her light muslin skirt. If she didn't walk out of the mural, she must have fallen from the ninth heaven palace. A sentence floated in everyone's mind. "This is ugly? Are you king blind?" After serving tea to her parents-in-law, the two entered the palace to greet her grand aunt and the empress. Empress Dowager Zhuang fell this morning. After receiving the news, everyone rushed over. The empress, the old chancellor, and the whole family in Bishui Alley, except for little Jing Kong. He was taken to the capital for a 3-day tour by Shangwan Qing. Empress Dowager Zhuang was fine, but eunuch Qin was crushed and limped. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave him a few days off. She didn't want the young couple to worry, so she didn't send the news to the princess's residence. Who knew that the young couple would come today? "Newlyweds, are you sure you don't want to spend a few more days in the residence?" After the empress left, Gu Xiaobao was taken to the back by the palace made to play with eunuch Qin's little tortoise. The rest of the people sat under the trees in the garden. Gu Jiao used to be a frequent visitor to Rinshou Palace. All the old people here had seen her before, but no one recognized her today. If she wasn't held by Xiao Heng, they wouldn't have dared to let her in. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was lying on a rattan chair and secretly eating preserved fruits, saw a certain little one who had transformed into a fairy. She raised her eyebrows and said meaningfully, "Oh, you consummated your marriage?" Her little great-granddaughter could finally be put on the agenda. She wanted the chubby type, one who was cuter than Xiao Yi. Yaosher made an N sound and nodded in a daze. "I think so." The old chancellor stroked his beard. He was very shocked and happy. "That's great. I can hold my little grand disciple now." Gu Yin sighed regretfully. "My brother-in-law got off too easy." Gu Xiaoshun scratched her head with a confused expression. "Am I the only one who doesn't understand what you're saying? Also, that person, is she really my older sister? I don't dare to recognize her." Gu Jiao had announced long ago that she and Xiao Heng had consummated their marriage. Of course, she could not slap her own face at this time. Even if nobody believed her at that time, she did not know. She had always thought that she had been wearing her little disguise properly. She puffed out her small chest and said with a stern expression, "I already told you. Aheng and I have already been a true married couple for a long time. We have already consummated our marriage in the countryside." Guyan, liar. Yao Shi, impossible. Empress Dowager Zhuang, you haven't. Gu Jiao's small body stood perfectly straight. Her eyes were resolute, and her aura was incomparably strong and confident. How could I not? Could it be that it's written on my face that I have only just consummated my marriage? Everyone nodded in unison. That's right, Gu Jiao. Chapter 928. Something was wrong. Everyone's reaction was not right. Gu Jiao asked Xiao Heng in a small voice, "Did you spill the beans?" Xiao Heng coughed softly and said in a low voice, "No. He cannot take the blame for this." "Then what is going on?" Gu Jiao muttered in confusion. No matter how smart she was, she would not have guessed that the birthmark on her face was actually a chastity mark. After all, who put the mark there? And after all, who put such a large mark? Xiao Heng could not bear to see her continue to be kept in the dark. He planned to tell her the truth about the chastity mark. Who knew that just as he was about to speak, Gu Xiaobao was carried over by a palace maid. Gu Xiaobao was sweating from the sun, and the palace maid carried him over to change his clothes. He immediately saw the fairy-like Gu Jiao. Children always had no resistance to beautiful things and would be uncontrollably attracted to them. He twisted his small body and got down from the palace maid's embrace. He was a lazy baby and could not walk more than 5 steps a day. It was clear how attracted he was to someone who could get off the bed voluntarily. He came to Gu Jiao's back and walked around Gu Jiao. He raised his small head to take a look. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Xiaobao." Gu Jiao's lips curved. She bent down and reached out to lift the little guy up. Gu Xiaobao widened his black, gem-like eyes and blinked as he looked at Gu Jiao. He looked at the left side of her face and then looked at the right side of her face. He was certain that the person in front of him was his older sister, but it seemed like something had disappeared from her face. He turned his head to look at Madame Yao and his great-aunt. He waved his small hand and said seriously, "Nothing." "Xiaobao, what do you mean nothing?" Gu Jiao asked him. Gu Xiaobao looked at her again and pointed at her face. He waved his small hand and said, "Nothing, Fei Fei." "What Fei Fei?" Gu Jiao still did not connect the dots to her birthmark, but Gu Xiaobao's reaction made it obvious that there was something wrong with her face. She passed Gu Xiaobao to Xiao Heng and turned to enter her room in Rinshou Palace. Everyone exchanged glances. Gu Yin counted 3, 2, 1. Just as he finished counting, an earth-shattering scream came from the room. Wah bang! It was much louder than Xiao Yi's, and the roof was almost blown off. The birds on the trees fluttered their wings and fled in all directions. The fallen leaves scattered all over everyone. Xiao Heng removed the leaf from Gu Xiaobao's mouth and raised his eyebrows. "Your reaction is much better than mine." When Xiao Heng led Gu Xiaobao into the house, Gu Jiao had already stopped. She sat quietly in front of the dented bronze mirror. Actually, it was just a birthmark, but for some reason, the difference between having it and not having it was so great that even Gu Jiao herself did not recognize it. When she first saw an unfamiliar face in the bronze mirror, it completely overturned her understanding. She thought that she had seen a ghost and punched down. After punching, she realized that the person was herself. She slowly turned around and looked blankly at Xiao Heng. "Husband, they say that a woman who has been nourished by love is the most beautiful. But I'm thinking, isn't this nourishment a little too much?" Xiao Heng chuckled softly. He bent over slightly and covered Gu Xiaobao's small ears with both hands. He could not help but say, "It's the chastity mark." Gu Jiao's almond eyes widened. "H chastity mark?" Xiao Heng laughed helplessly. Mother knows more about this matter. Gu Jiao quickly went to ask Yao Shi. Thanks to her, Gu Xiaoshan also heard the whole story. Gu Gu Jiao's small face darkened. So it's the abbot. What's going on? Do all the monks in your temple drink wine? After drinking, they even gave people the chastity mark. Their hands trembled, and they lit up such a big pile. Gu Jiao said, I'll settle the score with him when we get back. But how did I know? Gu Shaoshun asked. That day, when Yao Shi confessed the situation to Xiao Hong, Gu Shaoshun and Gu Yin were not present. The ones present were Grand Aunt, the old Chancellor, Gu Chongqing, and Gu Chengfeng. I guessed, Gu Yin said. He did not like to study, but it did not mean that he was not smart. On the contrary, he was very observant and meticulous. Nothing in the family could be hidden from him. Gu Jiao pursed her lips. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Thinking of how she had shamelessly said that she had consummated her marriage with the chastity mark in front of them, it really was a black history that could not be erased. Yao Shi held her daughter's hand and said with unconcealable relief, Mother's Jiao Jiao has finally become beautiful. In fact, no matter what Gu Jiao looked like, it was the best appearance in her eyes. But if one could have a good appearance, who would not want it? She had once been angry with the abbot, but she later thought about it. In the countryside, where there was no one to protect her daughter, an ugly appearance was not a bad thing. Otherwise, with this face, who knew how many disasters it would attract? Grand Aunt? Gu Jiao cleverly looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Do I look good? Was she showing off just like that? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. More arrogant than a little monk. Naturally, she looked good, although she had guessed that she would no longer be ugly after removing the chastity mark. She did not expect her to be this beautiful. Her beauty had been completely sealed by the chastity mark. She was still young, and her facial features had not fully developed. When she grew older, she would become more and more beautiful. Perhaps one day, she would be extremely beautiful. She was already old and did not know if she could stay with her for that long. Gu Jiao and Xiao Hong went to pay respects to the emperor and empress. As expected, the emperor and Empress Xiao were both shocked. They asked Gu Jiao what had happened to her face. Gu Jiao cared about her face, so of course, she didn't say that it was her chastity mark. I used some medicine to remove it, Gu Jiao said. What kind of medicine? Is it so magical? Empress Xiao expressed that she also wanted it. Gu Jiao, no, you don't want it. Auntie, how is little Qi these days? Seeing that the topic was about to develop in an indescribable direction, Xiao Hong quickly changed the topic and asked about Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu and little Jing Kong studied in the prodigy class of the Imperial College and were very close friends. There is also the youngest son of the Minister of War, Su Tsongtsong. At the mention of her son, Empress Zhao's attention was successfully diverted. He's almost 10 years old, but he's still as noisy as when he first entered the Imperial College. The two came from the emperor and stayed at Rinshou Palace for a whole day. When it was almost dark, they said goodbye to their grand aunt. Gu Xiaobao stayed in Gu Jiao's arms and did not want to get down. Come back with me, okay? Gu Jiao teased him. Okay, he agreed. Yao, sure. You don't want your mother anymore? Gu Jiao looked at him with a smile. You just called me sister. Gu Xiaobao, I didn't. Gu Jiao, you did. You did. Gu Xiaobao, I didn't. Gu Jiao. You didn't call me what? Gu Xiaobao's sister. Gu Jiao, eh. Gu Xiaobao, who was tricked. Gu Jiao laughed and carried the adorable Gu Xiaobao into the carriage. Halfway through the journey, Gu Xiaobao fell asleep in her arms. Yao Shi carried Gu Xiaobao over and said to the two, It's getting late. You should go back quickly. The two bid farewell to Yao Shi, Gu Yin, and Gu Shaoshun and took another carriage back to the princess's residence. The two planned to pay respects to the princess and the marquis first. When they entered the courtyard, they were told that Marquis Xianping and Princess Xinyang had taken Xiao Yi to see the lanterns. Gu Jiao said, Oh, the second spring is here. Is that how you use it? Xiao Hong looked at her in amusement. This look made him unable to look away again. She was like a little peach that had just ripened. Her entire body was filled with an alluring scent. Gu Jiao sensed his burning gaze and asked strangely, Why are you looking at me like that? Are you still tired? He asked softly. Gu Jiao did not realize that he was asking if she was still tired from entering the palace. She shook her head and said, "I'm not tired." 2 hours later, the maids in Lanting courtyard all left the courtyard with red faces. They did not need to be on duty tonight. Marquis Chomping's residence. Gu Jinyu had just finished bathing and was wearing a cold, tight-fitting red nightgown as she sat on her wedding bed. "Chun-Lu, do I look good like this?" she asked. "You do," Chun-Lu said sincerely. It was not flattery. Her young miss was really becoming more and more beautiful as she grew. Her body had also matured. Her figure was graceful and her skin was smooth. How could the word beautiful be enough? "Go to the study to see Third Master," Gu Jinyu said. "Yes." Chun-Lu quickly left. About half an hour later, Chun-Lu returned sheepishly. "Is Third Master still not coming over?" Gu Jinyu asked expressionlessly. Chun-Lu said awkwardly, "Third Master is coughing badly. He said he's afraid that his illness will affect young Mississippi. He wants young Miss to sleep first. He'll rest in the study tonight." Illness, it's illness again. Gu Jinyu clenched the handkerchief in her hand. She had married into the Marquis of Chomping's mansion on her wedding night. It was fine if the groom did not come pick her up, but he did not come to their wedding night either. Chapter 929. 3 days after she married, he was sick for 3 days. Until now, she was still a virgin. Gu Jinyu calmed her emotions and instructed Chun-Lu, "Go and tell Third Master that I am in good health and am not afraid of getting sick. Invite him to my room to rest." For a woman to say such words, it could be said that she was throwing away all her pride and face. If he still did not come, she had grown up in a house. No one knew better than her how difficult life could be for an unfavored woman. She could not follow in the footsteps of those women. Yes, Chun-Lu braced herself and went to the study again. However, the results were the same. Third young Master Quan still insisted on resting in the study. Chun-Lu said, "But Third Master said that he will rest well tonight and accompany Miss home tomorrow morning." Hearing this, Gu Jinyu's expression softened. "Third Master is really sick. He does not want to pass his illness on to me. He dotes on me." Chun-Lu hurriedly nodded. "That's right. Third Master dotes on Miss. Otherwise, why would he cut his finger and let someone take the bleeding to the Marchioness?" Gu Jinyu sighed. "You are right. Third Master is considerate. I should not let my imagination run wild." Chun-Lu smiled. "That's right. This servant will wait on you to rest?" Gu Jinyu did not object. Chun-Lu let down the bun on her head. Gu Jinyu asked, "What do you think is going on with my sister? Marrying the same person twice. Only she could think of that." Chun-Lu snorted and said, "In my opinion, the young Marquis has long been tired of her. Anyone who has looked at the same face for 4 years will be tired of it. Moreover, she is so ugly. The young Marquis had no choice but to marry her. She is the benefactor of the Empress Dowager and His Majesty. She also used her good medical skills to treat Yin Kingdom's Dukin. Other than this, she has no other skills. In my opinion, young Marquis only marrying her as a decoration. As time passes, she'll suffer." Gu Jinyu lowered his eyes and straightened the corner of his clothes. "She and the young Duke have been married for 4 years and still have no children. Tell me, why is that?" Chun-Lu combed her hair with a fine-tooth comb and said disdainfully, "Of course it's because she can't give birth. It turned out to be a hen that couldn't lay eggs. Young Miss, don't worry. Her days in the Marquis' estate won't be easy." Gu Jinyu sighed faintly. "She's my elder sister after all. I still hope for the best for her." The next day, Gu Jiao woke up late again. While she sat in front of the dressing table and was combed by Yu Ye, Xiao Heng had already been busy for more than 2 hours. He had prepared all the gifts for the return trip. In addition, Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping had also paid their respects. His parents teased him, saying that Yi was going to have a nephew soon. Xiao Heng smiled, but didn't say anything. He didn't tell his parents that they had used protection, except for the first time, which wasn't a good experience. But they probably wouldn't fall for it that time. The probability was too small. Breakfast was red bean and barley porridge, carrot and mutton buns, scallion rolls, crab cakes, and some exquisite and delicious side dishes. The two had good appetites and ate a little of everything. Gu Jiao still went to sit with Princess Xinyang. Marquis Xianping was also there. Marquis Xianping usually didn't come over in the morning. Ever since he came once on the day of the tea ceremony, Xiao Yi knew that her beautiful father could also come in the morning. Thus, she started looking for her father every day when she opened her eyes. "Are you used to living here?" Princess Xinyang asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, "I'm used to it. It's all very good." Lanting Courtyard was decorated according to Gu Jiao's preferences. Some details that Gu Jiao herself didn't notice were noticed by Princess Xinyang in Jadewater Alley. Princess Xinyang was the same as her grandaunt. She never said anything and hid her love in the details. In truth, Mother doesn't have to live here the entire time. Gu Jiao was referring to the Princess Manor. Princess Xinyang understood her meaning and said, "It's nothing. Previously, I moved out of here because Aheng died. When I came to the Princess Manor, I would think of Aheng. Now that Aheng has safely returned and Qing, has also returned, there's nothing but being too close to a certain person had no other shortcomings." She silently glanced at Marquis Xianping. Forget it, this person didn't seem to be asking for a beating recently. Marquis Xianping was currently holding his daughter in the corridor to enjoy the cool air. He inadvertently turned his head and met Princess Xinyang's gaze. He raised an eyebrow. "Qin Fengwan, you're peeking at this marquis again." Princess Xinyang clenched her fists and took back her earlier words. This person was truly asking for a beating. Princess Xinyang didn't want to see him again and coldly said, "Don't you need to go to court?" Marquis Xianping smiled. "This marquis is on vacation." Princess Xinyang chuckled. "What vacation? Aheng is getting married, not you." Marquis Xianping looked at the daughter in his arms and shamelessly said, "Maternity leave." Princess Xinyang, Gu Jiao, and Xiao Heng came out of the Princess Manor and sat in a carriage headed to the Duke's Manor. Today was also the day Gu Jinyu would return home. She wasn't as willful as Gu Jiao, who could get up whenever she wanted. Before the sun rose, she went to her mother-in-law's place to set the rules. After serving her mother-in-law breakfast, she returned to her own courtyard to check the gifts for her return home. After everything was tidied up, third young Master Quan finally got up. At this time, they had already paid respects to old Madame Gu and Marquis Gu and were preparing to return home. The carriage had barely taken 2 steps when Gu Jinyu heard the sound of horses galloping in their direction. Speaking of which, it was strange. She wasn't familiar with Gu Jiao, but every time it was her horse, she could always tell. It was the Black Wind cavalry that had fought on the battlefield. They carried a fierce, murderous aura. Even though they were far away, the horses of Marquis Chongping's manor were still a little frightened. Gu Jinyu lifted the curtain to take a look and happened to see a group of carriages stop in front of the Duke's manor. Xiao Heng, who was dressed in a white brocade robe, led Gu Jiao, who was dressed in a green robe, out of the carriage. Gu Jinyu snorted sarcastically. That girl knew martial arts. Did she still need someone to help her? They were so careful. Did they treat that girl like a treasure? "Stop the carriage," Gu Jinyu said. Third young Master Quan, who was resting with his eyes closed, immediately opened his eyes and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Gu Jinyu smiled gently and said, "I saw my sister and brother-in-law. I want to go and greet them." Third young Master Quan asked, "Young Marquis?" Marquis Chongping's manor was in the eastern region and had some connections with the Xiao family. This time, because the wedding was coincidentally on the same day, they couldn't attend each other's wedding. However, he heard from his family that they still sent congratulatory gifts. Third young Master Quan said, "All right." The two of them got off the carriage. Third young Master Quan got off first and left immediately, completely ignoring Gu Jinyu. There was no harm if there was no comparison. This was how they got off the carriage when they came to the Marquis's manor. Gu Jinyu didn't feel that anything was wrong. However, when she saw how Xiao Heng treated Gu Jiao, she immediately felt unbalanced. She gritted her teeth and glanced at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was wearing a veil today, covering most of her face. Only her bright forehead and exquisite eyes were exposed. Sister, brother-in-law, what a coincidence. She took third young Master Quan's hand and walked towards them. Third young Master Quan frowned and pulled his hand back. Gu Jinyu felt awkward, but she didn't show it on her face. She continued to smile and said, Sister, are you coming home today? Why are you so late? Don't tell me you slept until late in the morning. Do you still think you're an unmarried girl? Third young Master Quan greeted Xiao Hung with an eager gaze. Young Marquis. Xiao Hung nodded slightly. The two families weren't close, but they weren't hostile either. It was just that he was impatient with Gu Jinyu's words. Gu Jiao asked in return, Do I have to get up earlier than the rooster when I'm married? Gu Jinyu choked. Gu Jiao asked Xiao Hung in a small voice, But isn't it not good for me to get up so late? Xiao Hung stroked her head dotingly and said, How could it be? My mother doesn't need you to set rules. She told me not to wake you up and let you sleep a little longer. There were two messages in his words. First, Princess Xinyang doted on Gu Jiao. Second, Xiao Hung woke up earlier than Gu Jiao. She didn't need to serve her mother-in-law and husband. Gu Jinyu couldn't believe this was true. Even if Lady Yao was so doted on by Marquis Gu, she still had to give old Madame Gu face in the manner. Xiao Hung said calmly to third young Master Quan, If there's nothing else, we'll go in first. Young Master Quan, we'll meet again. Third young Master Quan's status wasn't as high as Xiao Hang's. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. Brother-in-law, take care. Elder sister, take care. Gu Jiao couldn't be bothered to argue with Gu Jinyu. She turned and walked up the stairs with Xiao Hung. Be careful. Xiao Hung held her hand and reminded her of the box on the stairs. For years, shouldn't they have given up on her long ago? Why did they seem even more inseparable than when she had met them before? Gu Jinyu's heart was filled with jealousy. Why did all the good things in the world happen to Gu Jiao? In what way was she inferior to her? Elder sister. She called out to Gu Jiao. Is there something else? Gu Jiao asked. Gu Jinyu said arrogantly, No, I just wanted to say that elder sister's veil is very beautiful. Elder sister originally didn't wear a veil, but I didn't expect that in order to see me twice, she would wear a veil. Actually, elder sister, you don't have to be like this. Why do you have to feel ashamed in front of me? Gu Jiao said, I feel ashamed of my inferiority? Third young Master Quan had also heard that the new wife of the young Marquis was an ugly woman. One had to know that young Marquis Xiao was the #1 handsome youth in the entire capital. To have an ugly wife was really a pity. At this time, many commoners had gathered around to watch the show. Even the passing carriages had stopped. They all wanted to know what this ugly wife of the young Marquis looked like. Was she ugly to the point that both man and God would be enraged? Chapter 930. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. A person's rationality would not collapse overnight. To be honest, Gu Jinyu's actions today were not wise. Even if she made Gu Jiao make a fool of herself in front of everyone, it would not benefit her in any way. It was an action that harmed others without benefiting oneself. But after Gu Jiao returned, Gu Jinyu had suffered too many blows from Gu Jiao. Her rationality had been eaten away until there was not much left. She did not care what she could get. As long as she could make Gu Jiao the laughingstock of the capital, she would accept it even if she hurt herself and the enemy by 1,000. It was not the first time Gu Jiao's appearance had become so ugly. But in the past, she had only been a mediocre little female doctor. No one had any requirements for her appearance. Now that she had climbed up the social ladder and married the young Duke of Zhaodu, there would naturally be people who would feel that her appearance did not match. This marriage was like a fresh flower being stuck in cow dung, and men all cared about face. His wife had embarrassed him so much in front of everyone. The young Duke would probably have a knot in his heart and would not dare to go out with her in the future, right? Gu Jinyu thought with schadenfreude. She looked at Gu Jiao and Xiao Hung with a mocking gaze. She felt that Gu Jiao must be furious, but the truth was the opposite. Gu Jiao's expression was very calm. Elder sister, are you not angry? She asked. Gu Jiao glanced at her and said, I'm not angry. I just feel that you are very pitiful. There is so much light in the world, but you only see darkness. Gu Jinyu's eyes narrowed. Let's go, Gu Jiao said to Xiaohong. Gu Jiao was actually a young girl who loved to be beautiful, but she would not have strange thoughts because she loved to be beautiful. She didn't feel inferior because of her ugly appearance, nor did she feel proud because of her beauty. She didn't care what others thought of her, and she didn't want to tear off her veil just because of a few words of provocation. Xiaohong didn't care what other people thought of him. They might laugh at him for marrying an ugly wife, but he didn't want Gu Jiao to be wronged, not even a little bit. Wait a moment, he said to Gu Jiao. After that, he looked at Gu Jinyu and said in a low voice, "You said that my wife feels inferior in front of you. Then let me ask you, when my wife was saving lives and helping the injured, what did you do? What did you do when my wife invented the bellows? My wife fought on the battlefield, guarded the borders, cured the plague, and defended the country and its people. Where are you, Gu Jinyu?" His gaze swept across the crowd of onlookers who didn't mind the commotion. My wife has made outstanding military achievements in ancient Moon City and was personally conferred the title of Protector Infanta by His Majesty. Which one of you didn't obtain stability in this world with the blood of my wife and the soldiers of the 3 armies? What right do you have to criticize her appearance? It's Xiaoheng's good fortune that my wife is willing to marry me. I've been waiting for this marriage for 4 years. I begged the Empress Dowager and Uncle Emperor to finally set the wedding date. My wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. There's no need to prove it to anyone. If we're talking about feeling inferior, it's all of you who should feel inferior in front of her. His words made everyone blush with shame. As a woman, she had done something that even men couldn't do, but they were criticizing her appearance. Gu Jinyu's heart was in turmoil. She had originally planned to embarrass Gu Jiao, but she didn't expect that the young duke would confess to Gu Jiao in public instead. This cleared up all the unfavorable rumors about Gu Jiao in the wedding. He was the one who begged for this marriage. It was his good fortune. It was him. He was the one who wanted to marry her. He waited for 4 years just to marry her with his real identity. Why? Why was Gu Jiao able to meet such a good man? Xiaoheng sighed and said, "Wife, appearance isn't important anyway. If they want to see it, let them see it." Everyone, what happened to not proving it? Gu Jiao wasn't someone who liked to wear a veil. Last time, she wore it at Yao Shi's request. This time, it was to give Dukin a surprise. Yuya, came down from the carriage. She coldly looked at Gu Jinyu and came to Gu Jiao's side. She harumphed and said, "Some people want to seek their own humiliation. Young miss, help her out." Chun Lu rolled her eyes. We don't know who's the one seeking humiliation. No matter how much you flatter yourself, you're still ugly." Gu Jiao's veil was blown open by the wind. Chun Lu looked at that indescribably peerless face, and her throat couldn't make sound. How could it be like this? She had clearly seen the eldest young miss's face in the jewelry store last time. She didn't look like this. Where was that eye-catching red birthmark? Why did it disappear without a trace? Gu Jinyu's shock was no less than Gu Jiao's. Chun Lu had only seen Gu Jiao once, but Gu Jinyu had seen her up close countless times. She had even drawn Gu Jiao's portrait with her own hands. No, impossible, impossible. She looked in disbelief at that flawless face. She could not accept Gu Jiao's transformation from an ugly girl to a heavenly beauty. She had already lost to Gu Jiao in everything. The only thing she was proud of was her own appearance. But now, even her appearance had been ruthlessly beaten. Saying that she was better than her was already praising her. Before Gu Jiao took off her veil, her face could still be seen. After the veil was gone, she instantly lost all color. All the light in the world seemed to gather on Gu Jiao's face. Gu Jinyu had completely withered. No, it's not like this. You're not my older sister. You're not. Enough. Don't talk so much. Third young master Quan could not take it anymore. The people around were pointing and gossiping. He had married such an ignorant woman. He would not have the face to go out in the future. He gritted his teeth and glared at Gu Jinyu. He cupped his hands and said to Xiaoheng, "Brother-in-law, Xiao Hung said indifferently, "Don't call me brother-in-law. We're not close." After saying that, he held Gu Jiao's hand and walked into the Duke's public house. The rest of the people were still immersed in Gu Jiao's stunning appearance and did not regain their senses for a long time. Which damnable rumor spread that the young Duke had married an ugly wife? Was it purposely ruining the young Duke and his wife's reputation? If he had really seen her, then he was blind. If he had not seen her and still spread this rumor, then he was bad. Stupid and bad. It's her. It was her last time, too. Yes, yes, yes. She came to the Duke's public house to cause trouble. She was so eccentric. She was scolded badly by the Duke's public house steward. The old Duke ignored her. He even told her not to call him grandfather. How did the Marquis of Chongping's public house marry such a woman? The crowd began to point fingers at Gu Jinyu. Third young master Quan only felt that he had lost all his face and wished he could find a hole to hide in. It's all because of you. After saying that, there was no longer a trace of pity for Gu Jinyu in his eyes. He looked at Gu Jinyu with disgust one last time and left in the horse carriage. Chun Lu hurriedly chased after him. Young master, young master, young miss hasn't gotten into the horse carriage yet. On the day of her return, Gu Jinyu was thrown out on the streets by her new husband. The real despair was that the last trace of superiority she had in front of Gu Jiao had disappeared. She had completely lost. But actually, she did not lose, because Gu Jiao had never competed with her. Steward Zheng had been in the backyard adjusting Duke and's new wheelchair. When he heard the commotion and went to the front to show off his skills, the battle had already ended. Aya! He wrung his hands. He felt that he had missed out on 100 million. Duken was teaching Xianyuan Qi how to play chess in the backyard. Liaochen was being chased by Taoist Master Qing Feng and could not bring his father around the capital. Xianyuan Qi could only accompany Duke and in the residence. You can stop here with this step. Duken had just finished speaking when the chess piece in Xianyuan Qi's hand fell on the chessboard with a bang. Why are you? He looked at Xianyuan Qi and followed Xianyuan Qi's shocked gaze to the entrance of the garden. The young girl was dressed in a long green dress and had a slender figure. She held Xiao Heng's hand and walked over leisurely. They looked like a couple who had walked over from the Sanxing Stone. They were so compatible, as if they were born for each other in this lifetime. Of course, Xianyuan Qi and Duke and's focus was not on this, but on Gu Jiao's face. There was no veil or birthmark. She had regained her beauty. Gu Jiao came to Duke and sighed. She bent down and put her face in front of him. She smiled like a child who was playing tricks. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Duken raised his hand and touched her cheek. I'm surprised. I'm so surprised. Xianyuan Qi looked at the childish Gu Jiao, and a trace of emotion flashed across his eyes. Compared to her appearance, the change in her temperament surprised him more. Brother, if you were still alive, you would be very happy to see her like this, right? Duke Un and Xianyuan Qi did not know about the chastity mark, but now that they knew, they did not know what to say. This mistake was too big. Xianyuan Qi secretly put forward the plan to beat up the abbot on the agenda. Xiao Hung took Duke and's place and continued to teach Xianyuan Qi how to play chess. The father and daughter went to the courtyard to open the gifts. Xiao Hung carefully selected each gift. In order to show how much he valued his son-in-law, Duken wanted to see each gift one by one. After that, he asked someone to bring in a big box. What is this? Gu Jiao asked. Duken sat in his wheelchair and smiled. He said, the state preceptor asked someone to send it over. He said it was the wedding gift that he promised you before. Gu Jiao immediately remembered. The weapons that Jin Kingdom offered as a tribute. Such a big box. Are they all for me? Duken was amused by her impatience. There are 2 more boxes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Steward Zheng ordered the servants to bring in the other 2 boxes of weapons and open the lids. Gu Jiao began to choose carefully. Jin Kingdom had spent a lot of money this time. They offered all good things as a tribute. Suddenly, Gu Jiao's gaze fell on a long and narrow mahogany box. Miss want to see this? Steward Zheng cleverly walked over and opened a mahogany box. He presented it to Gu Jiao with both hands. Inside was a long sword made of dark iron with peacock feathers that shone with cold light. When Gu Jiao saw it, a strange feeling arose from the bottom of her heart. She held the sword in her hand and looked at it carefully. When she pulled the sword out of the scabbard, the cold light reflected in her eyes. Suddenly, an image flashed in her mind. It's this? In the dream of the battle, she saw her own ending, dying under this sword. Chapter 9:31. Dukan looked at her and said, Jiao Jiao, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with this sword? Dukan loved Gu Jiao dearly, so he saw every little expression on her face. Gu Jiao didn't know how to explain for a moment. Dukan knew his precious daughter too well. She was amenable to persuasion, but not coercion. He said with a worried face, Jiao Jiao, you must tell father anything. Don't hide it from me. Otherwise, I will be worried. Godfather was also father. He called himself that on the day of his wedding, so Gu Jiao didn't think much of it. His tone was so soft that it was hard to resist. But where did this come from? Just as Gu Jiao was thinking about how to say it, Xiao Heng and Xin Yuanqi came over. As soon as the two entered the room, they noticed that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Father, Jiao Jiao. Xiao Heng greeted and asked, Did something happen? Your expressions are strange. Dukan looked at Gu Jiao, as if waiting for her answer. Gu Jiao sighed helplessly. Okay, Steward Zheng, please take everyone away first. Okay. Steward Zheng called the servants in the room out. They sat around the square table. Gu Jiao sat on Dukan's left, Xin Yuanqi on her right, and Xiao Heng on the opposite. Speak, Dukan said. I had a dream. Gu Jiao told him about her dream of dying under this sword. It's just a dream. Jiao Jiao, don't take it seriously. Dukan comforted her. It wasn't clear if he was comforting Gu Jiao or himself. Xin Yuanqi's expression turned solemn. He remained silent. What else did you dream of? Xiao Heng asked. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. I dreamt that the Yin Kingdom was at war with the Liang Kingdom and the Jin Kingdom. The Xin Yuan army and many others died at the hands of Chu Feiping and Gong Sun Yu. She was dead. Jing Kong was dead. Everyone was dead. Xiao Heng finally understood why she wanted to personally lead the Black Wind Cavalry into battle. She wanted to change everyone's fate. In fact, she had done it. She had killed Gong Sun Yu with her own hands. She had spun the wheel of fate. It was his Jiao Jiao. How lucky was he to marry such a good Jiao Jiao? He gripped her hand and said softly, Gong Sun Yu is dead, and Chu Feiping has become a cripple. Everything that happened in the dream will never happen again. Okay, Gu Jiao nodded. Xin Yuanqi suddenly asked, Is that swordsman dead? Dukan looked at him. This is just a dream. Why did you really believe it? From his point of view, those dreams on the battlefield could be interpreted as nervousness before the battle. Xiao Heng also looked at Xin Yuanqi in surprise. Judging from Xin Yuanqi's tone, it seemed that he also believed that Gu Jiao's dream had a special meaning. Xin Yuanqi, did he know something? Gu Jiao was focused on thinking about the sword. She did not spare any extra brain power to think about Xin Yuanqi's reaction. She shook her head in a daze. I don't know who that swordsman is, so I can't be sure if he's dead or not. Many people had died in this battle. Perhaps that swordsman was already dead, or perhaps he was not. Moreover, the battle in Puqing happened 9 years earlier than in her dream. In other words, she would only meet that swordsman 9 years later. That swordsman might still be a child. Maybe after 9 years, he wouldn't be a swordsman anymore. He would not be like Gong Sun Yu's 4 subordinates, who were already malignant tumors. You have to be careful. Xin Yuanqi did not want to be careless when it concerned Gu Jiao. He asked again, is that swordsman from Jin State or from Liang State? Gu Jiao shook her head. I'm not sure either. She knew nothing about the swordsman. She was stabbed in the heart from behind. If it were not for the extra perspective in her dream, she would not even know what kind of mask the swordsman was wearing. Can you draw that mask? Xiao Heng asked. Let me try, Gu Jiao said. Xiao Heng went to get a brush and paper. Gu Jiao's brush was not very good at drawing, so she sketched with charcoal. After she finished, she was quite satisfied. Something like this. She put the drawing on the table. The three of them stared at the fanged mask in the drawing. They really could not imagine its origin. "And this sword," Xin Yuan Qi said. "Write a letter and ask the state preceptor about the sword's origin." Nguo Gong nodded. "Okay." Gu Jiao paused and said, "About this sword, I suddenly remember someone. Maybe we don't need to ask the state preceptor. Just ask him." After the newlyweds left, Nguo Gong sat in his wheelchair and turned to look at Xin Yuan Qi, who was deep in thought. He voiced his doubts. "You seem to really believe in Jiao Jiao's nightmare." Xin Yuan Qi said she can see in her dreams. Nguo Gong was stunned. Xin Yuan Qi said she has been rewriting everyone's fate. Now, it's someone's turn to rewrite hers. It would be best if that assassin died. If he was still alive, he would find him personally and kill him. It was June in the capital, and the weather was hot. A master and servant walked listlessly on the busy street. Peddlers pushing stalls passed by them from time to time, almost knocking into them. "Be careful. How can you walk?" The guard in gray dodged to the side and used his body to block his master. The peddler who was scolded by him saw the sword at his waist. He was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. He rolled his eyes and left. "Master, oh master, how long do we have to stay in Zhao country? That monk won't tell us anything. We can't beat him or persuade him." "We can't." As the guard in gray spoke, he felt that there was no movement behind him. He turned around and was shocked. "Master, where did you go?" Master Ming Yu was put in a gunny sack. Gu Jiao dragged the small gunny sack into an alley. Here, the carriage of Marquis Xuanping's residence had been waiting for a long time. Gu Jiao threw him into the carriage. She clapped her hands and jumped in as well. She sat down beside Xiaohong. After the battle, Gu Jiao didn't move her body. Her hands were itchy. She looked at the gunny sack on the ground and said seriously, "I don't think he will confess obediently. We have to torture him." "I'll confess," the person in the gunny sack said. "Gu Jiao, I haven't said what I want to ask." Gu Jiao's raised foot froze in midair. She felt very wronged. Xiaohong smiled gently and held her soft hand. His thumb gently rubbed her fingertips. He said softly, "I'll compensate you when we get back." Gu Jiao said, "I want the kind that is fermented by Jiangjiang." Xiaohong laughed softly. His eyes sparkled. "Okay." The person in the gunny sack. "Hello? If you want to interrogate, then interrogate. Don't give me dog food." Gu Jiao released Master Mingyu from the gunny sack. Master Mingyu sat down on the stool beside Xiaohong. He waved the fan in his hand and said, "What do you want to ask?" "Ask. This master is in a good mood today. I won't argue with you." Gu Jiao looked at Xiaohong. "He's stubborn. Can I beat him up?" Master Ming Yu's body trembled. Why did this little girl always want to beat people up? "Wait, little girl, what happened to your face?" The light in the carriage was dim, but his eyesight was very good. He could clearly see that breathtakingly beautiful face. He almost couldn't shift his gaze away. Heavens, was this little girl poisoned? How did she become such a beauty in just a month? Xiaohong said, "Okay, you can beat him up now." Master Mingyu, "I won't look. I won't look." He closed his eyes, filled with the desire to live. "No," Gu Jiao said. "No, you." He was only halfway through his sentence when he felt something flying towards him. He instinctively raised his hand to grab it. It was a sword. The familiar touch made his heart tremble. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked down at the sword in his hand. In order to let him see it more clearly, Gu Jiao lit up the oil lamp on the small table. Gu Jiao saw his reaction. Gu Jiao had a rough idea of what was going on, but she still asked for confirmation. "Is this the sword you're looking for?" "Yes, this is it." Master Mingyu did not deny or hide anything. He stroked the sword in his hand in disbelief. Because he was too nervous and excited, his arm and fingertips were trembling. "It really is in your hands." Gu Jiao did not explain that she had only obtained it today. "Where did this sword come from? Don't lie. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave the carriage alive." A cold light flashed in Master Mingyu's eyes. Killing intent burst out from his body. However, it only lasted for a moment before he groaned and clutched his chest. The killing intent also dissipated. "Are you injured?" Gu Jiao asked. "No, it's not an injury." As for what it was, he did not want to say more. He turned to the two and said, "I'll tell you where it came from. Can you return it to me?" "Not for free. Name a price." He said, "Return it." Xiao Hong said indifferently, "Tell us first. If we're satisfied, we'll consider whether to agree to your conditions." Gu Jiao nodded. "That's right. That's it." A trace of conflict appeared in Master Mingyu's eyes. Logically speaking, he could not reveal his identity. However, in order to take back the sword, he could only betray his promise. He said resignedly, "It's my master's sword." Xiao Hong asked, "Who is your master?" Chapter 9:32. Novels with content that cannot be found online can be found here. Sir Mingyu frowned. Clearly, he was conflicted about what to say next. "It's fine if you don't want to say it, but I can't give you the sword." Xiao Hong stretched out his hand and acted like he wanted to take the sword back. Sir Mingyu hurriedly hugged the long sword. "I'll say it," Gu Jiao said fiercely. "Say it, or I'll beat you up." Sir Mingyu suppressed his anger. He was getting weaker and weaker and was no match for this girl. He had no choice but to lower his head. "Have you heard of the sword hut?" he asked. The couple nodded in unison. When Gu Jiao went to the eastern border of the Yin Kingdom to attack the Liang Kingdom and the Jin Kingdom, she repeatedly fought with the people of the sword hut. After the battle, the Jin Kingdom surrendered, but there was no news about the people of the sword hut. It was unknown whether this sword hut was the same sword hut. Sir Mingyu said, "My master is the master of the sword hut, the leader of the sword hut. This sword is called Xianyu and is the leader's keepsake. I came to the Zhao Kingdom because there was a traitor in the sword hut who escaped with the sword. I came to find its whereabouts. But who would have thought that the moment I found it, it was snatched away by that stupid monk?" Gu Jiao said, "Did you say Liao Chen?" "Liao Chen did not snatch your sword. He picked it up." Sir Mingyu said, "I don't believe it." Gu Jiao laughed. "It's up to you to believe it or not." Sir Mingyu wanted to say something, but stopped. There was no point in investigating the monk's actions. The important thing was that Xianyu had been found. He could finally return to the sword hut. Gu Jiao said again, "How many sword huts are there in the world?" Sir Mingyu said without hesitation, "Only one." He thought of something and said, "But we can't rule out the possibility of some small sects using the name of the sword hut to swindle people." Gu Jiao touched her delicate chin. "Is the sword hut that colluded with the Jin Kingdom's royal family?" Young Master Ming was slightly stunned. "The royal family of Jin Nation? Ah, you talking about that?" "I guess so. That's a branch of the sword hut. Only two of them are from the inner sect." Gu Jiao asked Sky Splitter and Enhan, "You know them?" Young Master Mingwell was surprised. Gu Jiao thought to herself, "Not only do I know, but I'm also very familiar with it. I fought with Enhan. I've fought with Heaven Splitter." It was no wonder that Long, Yi, and Enhan were so powerful, but the masters of the sword hut at the border were so weak. It turned out that only the two of them were inner sect disciples. Mr. Mingyu snorted and said, "The Jianghu does not know that the sword hut is divided into the inner and outer sections. You are lucky to have met me. Otherwise, you would never have known that the sword hut that interacts with the Jin Nation is just a branch." Gu Jiao was puzzled. "Why are you colluding with the royal family of Jin Nation?" Young Master Mingyu's face darkened. "We're just friends. What do you mean by collusion? I'm not sure about the details. I'm not in charge of it. However, the two people you mentioned just now, according to seniority, perhaps I should call them senior brothers. Who's older and who's younger?" Gu Jiao asked. Young Master Mingyu said, "Enhan is the eldest senior brother. Sky Splitter is the youngest. Now, I'm the youngest. When I went to the branch, I was still young, so I didn't meet them. I only heard about them from my master." Gu Jiao nodded. "Continue." Young Master Mingyu looked at her strangely. "Are you asking about my sword or my senior brother?" Gu Jiao said, "I'm asking about both. Why did they go to the branch?" Young Master Mingyu thought for a while. "It seems to be to kill someone. killed the second master of shadows, Xianyuan Qi. That year, Long Yi came to Zhao Nation with such a mission. However, for some unknown reason, Long Yi gave up his mission. Thus, An Hun replaced him and stayed in the branch. Together with the royal family of Jin Nation, they secretly carried out the annihilation of Xianyuan Qi and the Shadow Division. Long Yi, I miss him a little, Gu Jiao whispered. Xiao Hong held her hand and didn't say anything. He also missed Long. He missed him very much. He didn't know if he had found the answer he wanted. Are you done asking? Can I take the sword now? Young Master Ming Yu asked. I can't yet. Xiao Hong took the sword. He said angrily, You don't keep your word. Xiao Hong said neither too fast nor too slow. I only said that if your answer satisfied us, we might consider it. He gritted his teeth and said, Then, is there something you're not satisfied with? I didn't hide anything. Xiao Hong said without changing his expression. We're satisfied, so we're considering whether to give you the sword or not. Young Master Ming Yu was made a fool of, so he was furious. Have you seen this before? Xiao Hong took out Gu Jiao's sketch paper. He turned his face. Humph. Why should I tell you? Xiao Hong said. It seems you don't want your master's sword back. Young Master Ming Yu coldly glared at him and looked at the fanged mask on the sketch. He said, I've never seen it before. Xiao Hong looked at him seriously. Are you sure? He sighed. You're just a mask. If I've seen it, then I've seen it. If I haven't seen it, then I haven't seen it. Why should I lie to you? Xiao Hong looked into his eyes without blinking. Last question. Where's the sword hut? After half an hour, the gray-robed guard found his master in the alley who was supporting himself against the wall and gasping for breath. He walked over in large strides and supported his master's arm. He worriedly said, Young master, are you all right? Why did you leave me here alone? It's nothing. Young Master Ming Yu covered his chest. I met the young Marquis of Zhaodu and that girl from Jadewater Alley. The gray-robed guard was shocked. Those two, did they bully you? Young Master Ming Yu shook his head. No, they only asked me some questions. The origin of the Xianyu sword, my two senior brothers, and the location of the sword hut. The gray-robed guard frowned. Why did they suddenly ask about this? Then, did you tell them everything? Young Master Ming Yu looked in the direction where the carriage disappeared and said lightly, I told them a little. In the carriage, Gu Jiao played with the long sword in her hand and asked Xiao Hong, what do you think? Did that Ming Yu lie? Xiao Hong said, he didn't lie, but he didn't tell the whole truth either. He hid something. Gu Jiao said, oh. Xiao Hong said, it's not strange. Every sect has its own secrets. Gu Jiao pointed at the paper on the table. Then is the map of the sword hut he drew real or fake? Xiao Hong said seriously, it should be real. Also, he said that he had never seen that mask. It doesn't seem like he was lying. They still didn't know who the swordsman in Gu Jiao's dream who killed her was. Xiao Hong stroked her hair and said softly, don't worry. If he is still alive, we will definitely find him. They were no longer alone and helpless. Behind them were the royal families of two countries, the Imperial Preceptor Hall, the manor of Marquis Xianping, and the powerful Black Wind Cavalry and the Shadow Troop. Gu Jiao shook her head. I'm not worried. Xiao Hong took her hand and smiled. That's right. It's not easy to get married. Don't worry about anything. Just wait to be the wife of the Imperial Preceptor. Gu Jiao blinked. Wife of the Imperial Preceptor? Xiao Hong smiled. I forgot to tell you. Grand Secretary Yuan proposed the Imperial Preceptor examination to my uncle last year. My uncle agreed, but for some reason, the examination was postponed for a year. It will be held next month. Gu Jiao was surprised. You don't plan to be the prince of the Yan Kingdom? Xiao Hong smiled. The identity of the prince was given by my parents. The position of Imperial Preceptor was obtained by me through the examination. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. You speak as if you have already passed the examination. What if you don't? Xiao Hong looked at her gently. I'll be punished by my wife. But if I pass the examination, you have to reward me. It didn't sound like a serious reward. Gu Jiao said seriously, today's account hasn't been settled yet, but you are already thinking about the future. Xiao Hong held her soft hand and leaned close to her ear. he said in a low and magnetic voice. My wife means that we should go back early and settle today's account. Gu Jiao said, I didn't say that. Xiao Hong said, You did. Gu Jiao was speechless. The two returned to the princess residence. They first went to Princess Xinyang and paid their respects to her and a Marquis Xianping. Then they played with Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was getting more and more energetic. She lay in the cradle and kicked her legs happily. Princess Xinyang asked about their return and whether they had gone to visit Lady Yao. We went, Xiao Hong said. They went to the Duke's residence in the morning and Jade Water Alley in the afternoon. They only went to catch Master Mingyue at dusk. Father, I have something to say to you, Xiao Hong said to Marquis Xianping. It has to do with the Sword Hut. During the war at the border, the person who had interacted with the Sword Hut the most was Marquis Xianping. In the end, the elders of the Sword Hut had all died at his hands. Come to the study. Marquis Xianping put his hands behind his back and strode outside. Princess Xinyang glared at him and muttered, That's my study. The father and son went to the study next door. Eugene brought over a bowl of black medicine and looked meaningfully at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao felt her hair stand on end. What? Princess Xinyang said. Drink it. Gu Jiao smelled it. She was a doctor, so of course it was not difficult for her to recognize the medicine. This is, Princess Xinyang admitted, pregnancy medicine. Drink it while it's hot. When it cools, the medicine won't be effective enough. Gu Jiao was speechless. Should I tell you that I've already used little Tao Dao? Princess Xinyang glanced at her and asked, Why aren't you drinking it? Are you afraid it's bitter? Fine, I'll drink it. There's no baby anyway. Gu Jiao raised her head and drank the pregnancy medicine in one go. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.